The Sealed Kunai by Kenshi 618 Part 5.
Chapter 36 Road Trip with Erosin and the sun was rapidly fading as Naruto ambled back through the gates of Konoha with the team he had been placed with to lead on his latest mission, Kurenai's Squad Team 8. Kiba grumbled as Naruto signed them back in at the check-in station and caught up with Izumo and Kotetsu for a moment. Man, how come nothing cool happened on this mission? We had Naruto leading it. He's like the magnet for irksome situations or something, so we should have had some trouble. Shino spoke as Naruto continued with the pleasantries with the gate guards. Kiba, it is illogical to actively desire a desperate confrontation the way you do. Though from what I've heard it is something of an anomaly to go on missions with Naruto-san and avoid trouble. Yeah, right? Exactly. Kiba exclaimed, from what we hear you could go on a C-rank with Naruto to deliver a wagon full of plush toys, and chances are he'd end up fighting a A-rank missing Nin with a plan to control the economy of an entire country with the plush toys. And don't give me that crap like you're not disappointed, Shino. You know that you wished something happened too. Perhaps. Shino alluded to him being right, but unlike you I can keep the complaints to myself and can keep the amount of noise pollution in the air to a minimum. Kaiba fumed at his usually stoic and silent teammate. Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, stop fighting. Hinata chided softly. The mission was successful and we're all okay, that's what matters, right? Naruto watched the team interact from afar. This was his third mission led as a jounin, and it went off without a hitch. He actually couldn't wait to get to Tsunade's office and see if his probation would end with him as a jounin or if he would get demoted. He'd better not get demoted. Every single mission ended with him bringing the team back in perfect condition and then some. As he looked at the team of his former classmates, he had to admit they were way stronger than he thought they would get when he fought them after bringing Tsunade back, especially Hinata. His incident with her was either going to make her or break her, and apparently she had enough fight in her at the time to have that episode end up building on her character. Getting promoted was proof of that. She was still sweet as could be, and he could tell she still had a little something for him, but damned if it wasn't manageable now. He could easily work with her, and from the looks of things she could be the voice of reason between the two extremes of emotion and logic that resided on her squad. It was clear she was skilled enough in a fight, or else she wouldn't have been promoted in the first place, and of course it never hurt that she was absolutely gorgeous. Kiba and Shino were stronger, that much was clear just from looking at them, and Akamaru, who was fucking huge. Kami, how did he miss that during the Chunin exam in Suna? He was there to watch. Anyway, after his last mission with Team 10 as well, it was evident that everyone was stepping their game up for the future, and he was proud of them. Why he was proud of them he didn't know. They were friends of his. He would hang out with Kiba when they ran into each other, sometimes good times. Shino was actually ballsy enough to head into the forest of death every now and then, not so good times actually. And then Hinata, when Niji asked him for spars every now and then, she would sometimes watch and talk to them afterwards. She never wanted to fight him herself though. Still, she was good company. All right everybody, Naruto said, directing their attention back to him. Good work. That was quick and clean, my kind of mission actually. He smirked when he heard Kiba snort his displeasure at the lack of action. I'm going to go and give an oral report on the mission to Tsunade-bachan right now. You guys can turn in your written ones whenever you get to them. Shino nodded and walked off on his own. Kiba nodded as well. See you later, Naruto. Don't be a stranger, okay? Hinata smiled at him with her arms behind her back. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. You should come back to the clan compound sometime. It's nice speaking with you. Sure thing, Hinata. Naruto said, take it easy and make sure you kick Niji's ass for me next time you two spar. I owe him. Getting a giggle out of her, he turned and shunshined away towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto stood out in front of the Hokage Tower with an intent look on his face as he wrestled with himself to make a decision. Should I take the front way or should I take the window like usual? He pondered to himself, this could be important to my full promotion. If I take the regular way it would show professionalism and that I'm ready to be a jounin. But it might show that I get rattled by pressure, while going through the window would show that I can stay cool in important situations, or dashed. For the love of Kami brat. Naruto's head snapped up to see Tsunade looking down out the window from her office with a tick mark on her head. You've been out there for 20 minutes just standing there. Get up here already and get debriefed. Well, I guess she doesn't care as much as I thought she would. Naruto thought as he bent his legs to get ready to jump. Maybe I overthink some stuff. Naruto jumped up and landed on the windowsill of Tsunade's office. Hi, Tsunade-bachan. Tsunade shook her head with a smile on her face. Get in here already and get this done. Naruto hopped down into the office and smiled at Shizune, who was standing by Tsunade's desk holding Tanten. Hello Shizune-chan. Hi Tanten. The dark-haired assistant returned his smile. Hello Naruto-kun, you seem awfully upbeat today. Taunton oinked as if to agree. And why wouldn't I be? He said, unable to keep the excitement off of his face. I didn't screw up and fail, and missions, all of my teammates were always in top condition when we got back. There's no way I'm getting demoted. I'm a jounin now. Tsunade took a seat at her desk. All right, I'll be the judge of that. Now go ahead and debrief. Okay, Hokage-sama. Naruto coughed and got down to business. The mission, a B-ranked reconnaissance mission into Ta no Kuni, came up with no new outward fortifications by Orochimaru's forces. He hasn't made any new moves since I sacked his bases on the mission that ended a little over a month ago. We were unable to recover anything new, and there hasn't been any presence at what was formerly his main base since we last took it out. Tsunade nodded. That sounds about right. Orochimaru was never too careful when it came to covering his tracks. And we only have 5 months left until he attempts his jutsu on Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto leaned against her desk. Should we really be wasting resources like this to stop him before he can take Sasuke's body? I mean, he already failed trying to take Itachi Uchiha's body at full strength, and when his body wears down this time, he should be easy pickings. Sasuke will kill him when he tries unless he's been lazy for the last few years, and I just don't see that. Tsunade sat her chin on her hands. Do you think that he will come back after he beats Orochimaru or something? Hell no. Naruto said immediately in response. He's going to go after Itachi probably, but that won't matter right now. All that matters is that Orochimaru will be dead and his forces will be in disarray. That's the time to actively search for the smattering of bases and disoriented forces with a few quick task forces if we have any ready at the time. Let Anko-chan do that to make up for sending her back on the last mission we took to take his bases out. Tsunade nodded with a serious face before a grin came across her features. Trying for another promotion so soon, are we, brat? Naruto smirked. The serious moment for the most part over with. Not really, Bachan. I don't think I want one right now anyway, that is, if I'm a jounin. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yes, your probation is over. You're a jounin now. Congratulations. You've earned it. She smiled at him. You're really earning that necklace of yours too, aren't you? Naruto pulled it from under his flak jacket and held it out. I'm glad you think so. I make it look good, don't I? He said with a grin. All right, calm down, sheesh. Tsunade said, waving him off. You're dismissed. Stay in good condition to move out on another mission soon. Don't overexert yourself and get some rest. The specifics behind what you're doing should be out for you to know of in a few days. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why so secretive on the mission, Tsunade-bachan? It's supposed to be at least S-ranked in difficulty and importance. She said, do you still want it? Naruto didn't flinch. You wouldn't have asked me to do it if you didn't think I could or didn't think I was needed. Of course I'll take it. I told you already, Bachan, I may mess around a bit, but I'll follow any order you give me. That's the way I was taught. Naruto gave a two-fingered salute to the women in the room and left through the door. Naruto opened the door to his apartment to find Hamiko laying on the floor in the living room with notes strewn about. Naruto quietly shut the door and prepared to sneak past her to get to his room when he was stopped in his tracks. I already know you're here, master. I felt the security seals go off when you opened the door. Naruto sighed and walked over to her sitting on the couch nearby as he looked at what she was doing. Been busy. Hamiko stood up and sat down in Naruto's lap and kissed him happily at seeing him. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. She then looked at the floor and the mess she had made with all of her work all over the place and blushed. Well, yes. I've been studying Anko-san's seal. And? Naruto said curiously. Hamiko had taken over systematically studying the seal in his place due to the fact that she was far better at Fuinjutsu than him and could work it out better than he could and faster as well. Hamiko looked away sheepishly. I've hit a brick wall of sorts in getting it off of her. Feeling Naruto's gaze on her, she squirmed in his grasp. It's not that I don't understand what it entails, because I do. And I'm positive I can get it off of her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm sensing him, but here somewhere. I need certain things to get it off of her. Hamiko said, a frown marring her pretty face. Apparently Orochimaru ingrained some of his very being into the seal and enzymes of someone else too. Without the DNA of both of them, I can't break the seal without doing anything to her mind. It could either stunt her abilities and mental to physical capabilities or break her mind altogether. Orochimaru is a true villain. He won't even bother taking it off of her the way he did with Tayuya-san because he still sees use in keeping it on her, unlike Tayuya. Naruto returned her frown. I'm guessing you weren't able to get any of Orochi team's DNA from the hospital or Bachan or anything like that, right? Hamiko shook her head. No such luck, Naruto-sama. He rested her head in the crook of his neck. I'm sorry. I haven't told Enko-san that I've failed yet. Good. Naruto said, letting her get closer to him, because you haven't failed. You know what to do, you just don't have everything you need to do it. That's what I'm for. I don't know how, but I'll end up getting Orochimaru and our mystery jerk's DNA for you to finish. I already promised Anko-chan I would anyway. You're going to ask for permission to hunt Orochimaru? Hamiko asked curiously. Can you do that? Naruto shrugged. I have no idea. But I'll have to build up some credibility to ask for a mission like that. Maybe after my next one I'll build up enough. It's supposed to be S-ranked at least. He felt Hamiko stiffen in his grasp. What's the matter? You're going to be gone again? She said sadly, I know you're an important ninja to the village and everything, but you're always away. Always working. I miss you a lot, Master. You know all of my friends and I know they like you too. Naruto tried to reason. I can't take you with me. You know I can't. I know, and I love that you keep correspondence with me through our tattoo. Hamiko said desperately, but your friends aren't you? And I don't really fit in with them. They're all ninja except for the Ichiraku family, and I'm not. Just because I sometimes teach seals at the academy doesn't mean much. Naruto stood up. Well, I have time to rest for a bit, so I'll tell you what. He said pleasantly, you and me are going to go to bed because it's clear from the notes everywhere and the tired look in your eyes that you haven't been sleeping too well while working on this. And then tomorrow the whole day will be about you, okay? Whatever you want to do we can do, and it's about time we look for a new place too, right? Hamiko smiled at him before pouting playfully. And give me an even bigger space to clean up after you? Her smile returned. I would like that very much. When she noticed that he carried her past her room into his, she looked at him curiously. What are you doing, Naruto-sama? Naruto set her down in his bed. You said you missed me, didn't you? So why would I make you sleep in your own room tonight? He started taking his shirt off. You're with me tonight, or do you mind? He pulled his shirt off to see that Hamiko had already shed her own clothing and was securely underneath the covers of the bed waiting for him fast. Master, she said softly, come here and keep your servant company. I thought I was the one that was supposed to be giving orders. Naruto thought to himself as he shed his pants and climbed into bed, where Hamiko immediately latched onto him. You haven't done this in a while. And you still don't wear anything when you sleep. Hamiko looked up at him from where her head was on his chest. My offer from the first night I spent with you still stands, Master. I have no issues with you taking advantage of my body if you wish. Naruto felt her lovely breasts press against his bare torso and felt himself stiffen. You have no issue, or you would love it if I did. Okay, was it him, or did they grow since he had met her? Hamiko smiled sweetly. A combination of the two, if I were to be honest with you. She knows it would put a smile on her face for the rest of the month if I did. Naruto thought to himself as he started rubbing the sides of Hamiko's body. He locked eyes with hers, blue staring into amber. And I did say that I would do anything you wanted tomorrow. I guess I can start that a little earlier than anticipated. Lemon Star. Hamiko smiled and pulled back the covers enough to reveal her nudity to him. As you wish, Master. Giggle, or as I wish in this case. Naruto gave her a kiss before pulling away. You're never going to stop with the Master stuff, are you? I think it's been turning you on all this time to be calling me that. He rolled her over onto her back, where he began kissing his way down her jaw and neck. Hamiko mewed in pleasure as her hands roamed up and down Naruto's neck and back. No, it was simply the proper way to refer to someone of your stature over me. You are my master by blood relation, thus I have always and will always insist on calling you such. She let out small gasps when she felt Naruto biting down softly on the juncture between her neck and shoulder. It's a habit, I can't break you of, I guess. Naruto said, letting up from her for a moment, only to feel Hamiko making to remove his boxers. You sure it hasn't been turning you on to call me that? Because you're kind of into it right now, and we haven't even started yet. Instead of a verbal response, Hamiko stroked his length softly. Man, she had really soft hands. I don't know how well I'll do for my first time, Master. Hamiko said, not able to take her eyes off of Naruto's cock, but I'll do my best for you to enjoy it. She let out a squeak of surprise when she felt her legs pulled out from beneath her and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Naruto shook his head and began to softly massage Hamiko's chest. This isn't for me, Hamiko-chan. I'm going to enjoy it no matter what we end up doing. This is all for you. What do you want us to do? Hamiko had a heavy blush on her face as she turned her head to the side and mumbled something. What was that? He said, switching to playing with his female helper's nipples. Speak up if you want something. Hamiko let out a moan before repeating what he had instructed her to. I want you to make love to me, Naruto-sama, not have sex with me, make love to me. She turned her eyes to his. I want my first time to be really special, especially with you. Naruto smiled warmly at the white-haired girl and leaned down towards her face. I can make sure you remember it, Hamiko-chan. I'll make it as special as I can for you. He lowered his face the rest of the way and kissed the very receptive girl who had her arms wrapped around his head, pulling him close to her. Hamiko opened her mouth, inviting Naruto's tongue inside, an invitation he accepted as they continued to kiss passionately. They broke away, and Naruto noticed the look of absolute delight in Hamiko's eyes just from a kiss. Naruto looked at the body of Hamiko as the moonlight through the shaded windows hit her and gave her an ethereal glow. You're beautiful. Naruto traced a finger along her jaw, down her neck, chest, belly, and finally reached her soap womanhood. And you're very excited too. And you aren't? Hamiko bit back playfully. Or is that the normal size that you walk around regularly with? She gestured at his rock-hard member. Because if you aren't even erect yet, master, then I'm kind of scared. She finished with a laugh. Naruto rolled his eyes at her joke. Yes, I'm very excited, Hamiko-chan, but there's something I want to do first. Naruto moved down her body and placed his hands on Hamiko's knees, which instinctually closed when he moved towards her pussy. Naruto rolled his eyes. Now was the time. She actually chose to be shy about it and gently parted her legs to take in the sight of his lovely servant fully. Please don't stare like that, master. Hamiko said. It's embarrassing. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Naruto said in return. You know, I've always wanted to know just how sweet you really were, Hamiko-chan. He said with a grin. Era? Hamiko muttered in confusion before she felt Naruto's tongue run along her private place. Hamiko grabbed the bed sheets tightly as Naruto's tongue danced about inside of her. Her breath started coming out in rather ragged pants as her legs wrapped around Naruto's head. Naruto's oral fixation on Hamiko didn't cease or slow an inch as he continued eating her out. His tongue darting in and out, he didn't even register when Hamiko's legs wrapped around his head and neck. For having such pretty shapely legs, they weren't as strong as he expected a kunoichi's legs to be, due to Hamiko not really training her body like one. If he had been doing this to someone like Tenten Tayuya Yujito or any of the other ladies that were interested in him, they might have severed his spinal cord while he had been doing it. Naruto allowed enough room to start moving a finger in and out of Hamiko's wet warmth. He licked his own lips as the sounds of her panting filled the room. As he lifted his head, continuing to finger her, even adding a second one, much to her delight, he could not see her face due to her rather large mounds on her chest obscuring his view and rising and lowering to go with her breathing. His attention returned to her special spot when he made her shiver violently with the movement of his fingers. He lowered his head back down and quickly found her clit, which he began to suck and stimulate, getting a loud cry from Hamiko. Hamiko's eyes were shut tight as pleasure jolted all throughout her body. She grabbed a fistful of Naruto's hair with both hands, encouraging him to increase his tempo. Naruto-sama, I'm going to come. He didn't hear her, or he didn't care, because he stayed down there and allowed Hamiko to scream his name as she finally let go and coated Naruto's lower face with her juices. Naruto let Hamiko splash his whiskered cheeks and licked what he could from the inside of her thighs as she slowly calmed down. Naruto's head popped up with a grin. Well, your disposition and your pussy have something in common, Hamiko-chan. You're both sweet. Hamiko smiled at her master and grabbed his arms to guide him back on top of her. I'm ready for the real thing, master. She adjusted her legs so that Naruto's pelvis was set right between them. Naruto used the back of his hand to stroke her cheek. You sure? We don't have anything here to keep you from getting pregnant. Oh, it wouldn't bother me in the least if you did get me pregnant, she said cheerfully, but we do have something for that. Hamiko tapped the emerald on the ever-present choker around her throat and made a few hand seals before tapping it again. A rapid series of kanji appeared on it before disappearing there. Everything's fine. Naruto poked at the choker around her throat. A seal? You put a seal for birth control on the choker? Hamiko nodded. Yes, and many other kinds too. It's a fantastic medium. Such a good birthday gift, master, it's so useful. Naruto lowered his mouth and loudly sucked on Hamiko's right breast, letting go with a loud pop. You're welcome, Hamiko-chan. Now you said you were ready, right? He got an eager nod from the cheerful girl that brought a smile to his face. Naruto adjusted the tip of his penis at her wet entrance before slowly sliding inside. Hamiko bit her lip and moaned softly until Naruto hit a barrier. Virgin, Naruto said lowly. He didn't want to hurt her, but from the look on her face she didn't care too much. Hamiko reached up and stroked Naruto's whisker marks lovingly. Go ahead, Naruto-sama. I trust you completely. I love you. Naruto nodded down at her. I love you too, Hamiko-chan. He kissed her hand and held onto her waist so that he could break her hymen in one motion. With one push forward, he forced Hamiko to cry out in pain. Naruto leaned over and kissed her lips, trying to quiet her whimpers. Hamiko held back tears as Naruto whispered to her soothingly. After a few moments, the searing pain turned into a dull throbbing. Moving around herself a few times to see if everything was okay, Hamiko whispered into Naruto's ear, "You can start moving now, master," she said, licking her lips in anticipation now that the pain was subsiding. Having been given the green light, Naruto started to rock his hips slowly back and forth, burying himself further and further into his beautiful attendant with each thrust. With each motion, he heard Hamiko moan into his ear and speak his name breathily as she wrapped her legs around his waist to push him deeper. The feeling of being inside of Hamiko stirred something inside of Naruto and prompted him to steadily pick up the pace, drilling in and out of Hamiko as her pants matched his rhythm. Naruto pulled up from Hamiko's grip and freed her legs from around his waist by grabbing her ankles. The cute look of confusion on her face when he held her legs apart by them soon turned into a face twisted in satisfaction as Naruto's speed picked up from the new angle he was using. Naruto was more or less hypnotized into keeping his rhythm by the bouncing of Hamiko's generously gifted breasts. Hamiko turned her head side to side and bit down on one of her fingers as a loud moan escaped her. Naruto wasn't being gentle with her anymore, and she couldn't care less. He was hitting her spot deep inside of her again and again, and she absolutely loved it. She started putting her own hips into it and moving to meet him, increasing the intensity of the sex even further and getting a low grunt of effort from Naruto. Hamiko felt her vision haze over and started playing with her own nipples to stimulate herself further as she was brought closer and closer to climax. Naruto felt the girl tighten around him, signifying her release. The increased tension from Hamiko's inner walls then proceeded to milk Naruto of his own cum, letting it coat her insides. Naruto let Hamiko's legs relax against his chest as they were both breathing hard from the sex. Despite her exhaustion and the sweat coating her form, Hamiko had a look of complete satiation on her face. "I feel so full, Naruto-sama. Thank you so much," she said in a tired voice. Naruto slowly pulled out of her, relishing in the sound of her moan of disappointment once he freed his cock from inside of her. He could see some of their mixed juices leaking out of her pussy before she closed her legs. Naruto moved up the bed and lay down next to her, planting a soft kiss on her lips. "Don't thank me, Hamiko-chan. I enjoyed it just as much as you did. We'll have to do this again soon." Hamiko sighed in contentment and snuggled up to her blonde master. "Well, you said that I have you all to myself to do whatever I want tomorrow. Right now, this is what I want to do the most for the time being. I want more tomorrow." Naruto laughed as he draped the covers over both of their bodies. "Whatever you want, Hamiko-chan." 4 days later, 11 a.m. "Master, wake up. Come on, Naruto-sama, you have to get up." Naruto opened his eyes to see a mop of red hair on his chest and his own body sprawled out on a couch. What? The Naruto looked around to see a few bottles of sake on the floor around the couch. Ugh. What happened? He looked over at the door to the apartment to find Hamiko standing there with her hands on her hips. "Hamiko-chan?" He felt the person on his chest stir. "Tayuya-chan?" Tayuya looked up at Naruto's face and held her head with a pained look on her face. "Uzumaki, what the hell did we do last night?" Hamiko walked over to the both of them, who were still fully clothed, much to Naruto's surprise, as he could feel the effects of a hangover. "You, Naruto-sama, and all of Naruto-sama's friends went to a bar last night to celebrate him being done with his probationary status for jounin." Tayuya's eyes widened in remembrance. "Oh yeah." She looked at Hamiko. "You didn't go?" "I don't like drinking." Hamiko replied with a distasteful look. "I was kind of scared off of it when I saw a few people mix alcohol with experimental fuinjutsu." She shivered in terror. "That's why I locked up all of the notes and supplies last night when you two left the complex. It seemed like the wisest course of action available at the time." Naruto's brain was working in slow motion as it muddled through the leftover brain cells he killed last night. It was him, Tayuya Sai, all of the rookie teams, all of Team Guy, and a lot of alcohol, mostly because he could afford enough for everyone 10 times over and not even make a dent in his account, so he paid for most of the drinks for everyone. He was generous like that. And in gracious fashion, everyone got smashed, even Sakura, who was the one who was most against it in the first place. Yes, she loosened right up once she got a few in her. For sure. Even Rock Lee. Once he was good and fully tied up by every dude in the building. Hands and legs tied together, and he still wound up destroying 2 tables and part of the bar itself with the use of only his head before he finally blacked out, much to everyone's relief. Lee was a mean drunk. Even Sai, though, nothing seemed to happen to him. He drank just as much as anyone else, but when it was time to head home, he didn't have a waver in his step at all. Damn Sai could hold his liquor. As if remembering something interesting, Tayuya suddenly pointed at Naruto and smirked, "Ha, you made out with the girl with the buns in her hair last night." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He did make out with Tintin. A lot. You say that like it's a bad thing. A memory then triggered that got him to smirk right back. "I made out with you too, Tayuya-chan, all the way back here apparently." "Yes," Hamiko said plainly as she put 2 glasses down in the kitchen and started fishing through the cabinets for some kind of medicine. "You did. And you probably would have done more if Tayuya-san hadn't passed out on top of you, Naruto-sama." "Ha," Naruto said to a stunned Tayuya. Not stunned because things might have gone further. She was actually kind of disappointed that they didn't. Stunned because she passed out first. "You lightweight, you passed out first. I'm still the reigning champ." He looked at himself and saw that he was extremely dirty and disheveled. "I don't know why I look like this from making out though. Were you that rough with me?" Ignoring his question and focusing more on his teasing of her ability to imbibe in the drink, Tayuya poked Naruto in the stomach. "We all don't fucking have demons stuck inside of us that help us process poisons and the effects of alcohol through our systems, you fucking ass. If you didn't have the QB, I would have put you down." She went back to holding her head. "Cammy, I feel like that fat-ass Jirobo tap danced on my fucking head." Hamiko placed a glass of some orange substance in front of her face. "This should help with feeling in your head right now." Tayuya took it and she handed the other to Naruto, who quickly drank it down and cringed for a moment. "Naruto-sama, there's a message for you to show up at Hokage-sama's office immediately for a mission." "So today's finally the day?" Naruto groaned, moved Tayuya off of him, and stood up. "Damn, is there time for me to at least wash up and change? I smell like a complete drunk right now." Tayuya held the glass of what Hamiko gave her in her hand. "You are a drunk, Uzumaki. You just control yourself better than most. Get it through your head. You do this every time you're home. I don't see how Hamiko here is even able to put up with taking care of your ass." "So?" he said, moving towards the bathroom. "I'm taking a shower and changing before I go. Tsunade-bachan is going to be pissed off even if I do show up on time because I smell like booze. So if I'm going to be in trouble no matter what, I might as well smell fresh when I am and give the monster headache time to go away. QB better get to earning his rent. Fuck you, Ninjin, I'm not the cure for all that ails you." QB mentally butted into Naruto's conversation vindicatively. "You are today." Naruto shot back as he entered the bathroom and flipped the lights on. Tayuya finished downing Hamiko's apparent remedy and cringed like Naruto did at the taste. All she knew was that crap better have worked out. "Hell, I have a mission today too. I might as well go and shower for that too. I would get in with Uzumaki, but that would just end up making us later," Tayuya said with a sheepish grin. Hamiko smiled at Tayuya. "I hope you feel better, Tayuya-san." Tayuya let out a grunt of acknowledgement once she reached the front door. Hamiko turned towards the bathroom and called out, "Master, I'll help you. You'll take too long otherwise. I think you only have a few minutes to be there anyway." 2 hours later, Naruto stepped into Tsunade's office with a huge grin on his face, only to be forced to duck a paperweight thrown at his head. He looked at Tsunade, who still had her arm outstretched from the throw. "Brat, there had better be a good reason you're late." Naruto grinned to himself once more before it faded. "It would only get him into more trouble. I could tell you the reason and you could get even more pissed off at me, or I could say I'm sorry and it won't happen again and we can drop it." He didn't feel like telling Tsunade that a shower had turned into him having sex with Hamiko for well over an hour and forced him to take another shower lest he smell like Hamiko once he got there and get hit for real. "Fine," Tsunade said. "We're just waiting on someone else and you can be briefed on what you're doing. You're to work under this person on this assignment." That got his attention. He was a jounin and was supposed to work under this person instead of with this person. A moment later found Jiraiya jumping through the window with a grin. "Tsunade Heim, you left the window open for me this time. I knew you cared." Tsunade sighed. "Just get on with it and tell the brat what you two are doing." Naruto looked between the two. "Sannin, I'm with Ero Kyofu on this one," Naruto said before shrugging. It sounded good to him. "So what's up? What are we getting into this time?" Tsunade was listening clearly as she wasn't sure what this one would be all about either. All she knew was that it was to be something of a reconnaissance mission. Jiraiya's face was gravely serious. "I found the base of operations for Akatsuki." Naruto and Tsunade both showed clear shock at what Jiraiya had just said. Tsunade spoke. "That's great." Then the reality of it hit her. "Wait, why do you two have to go?" "It's too dangerous, let me send someone else." Jiraiya shook his head. "Can't do it, Tsunade Heim. Nothing spoils quicker than information, and you can be sure we won't have a surefire window to enter the village for long." Besides, the only people you have in Konoha good enough to get in are me and the Gaki. You know what I can do, and the brat's proven he can do it by repeatedly sacking Orochimaru's bases right from the heart again and again. Since he was 8, I should add. Naruto glared lightly at the perverted man. You still screwed me over in that one. Who fucking blows up an entire section of the base during a reconnaissance mission? Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Get over it, Gaki. Things are on the up and up now, aren't they? Naruto didn't let it drop. No, you never explained this to me. I want to know. What in Kami's name possessed you into thinking that was a good idea? Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I wanted to leave with a bang. Naruto palmed his face. The entire point is to make sure no one knows you were there. Stupid. Sometimes I forget you're a Sannin, I swear. Jiraiya rapped Naruto on the back of the head. Oi. I will break my foot off in your ass, Aokyofu. Jiraiya got into Naruto's face. Come and try it, Gaki. You're still 10 years too soon to even be in my league. Naruto pushed right back. You want to test that out? You feeling froggy, Ero Sennin? I summoned Toad, you idiot. Jiraiya cracked back. Are you sure you have the brain power to be a jounin? You seem to be back to your stupid 12-year-old self. The two were stopped by Tsunade's fists, neatly depositing them onto the ground. Both of you shut up and be serious. Naruto pulled himself to a seated position. Ow damn, Bachan. But yeah, Aokyofu's right. We can handle this, and besides, who else could you send that actually knew what to look for and could actually pull it off? A frown came to Tsunade's face. I really don't like this, you two. This is a little too close to the hornet's nest, don't you think? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's no different than running around Orochimaru and his cronies on eggshells inside of those rat nests he calls hidden villages, but this time I have more room to move about, and I don't think we'll be there for over half a year this time. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. He's right, Tsunade. It'll be a quick in and out to confirm some things, and that will be that. Like the leader of the entire organization. His face turned serious again. Apparently the man's name is Pain. The entire village sees the man as a god of sorts. Naruto scoffed. Sounds like another case of that S-ranked arrogance again. Quiet, Naruto. Jiraiya said, but yes, Tsunade, anyway, we'll be there for a moment to confirm this, and that maybe get some new information or see if they've bolstered their rankings since Super Gaki here keeps taking them out one by one. Hey, Naruto said, what about Heiden's head? You've had that for a good month now. Have you gotten anything out of him yet? Tsunade shook her head. He's unbreakable, brat. Even Inoichi can't get too far to get anything on the group out of him, and since his head is gone and he's probably in screaming pain every second of his existence, there isn't anything we can do to persuade him any further that way. Fuck. Naruto said, I thought I had something this time. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's head after standing back up. Well, that's what we're leaving for. Rest assured we're coming back with something big. Count on it. Tsunade looked away from the both of them. Just be careful, you two. Don't get yourselves killed out there. I need you two here. Naruto grinned at her. No worries, Bachan, I can't die yet, right? He pulled her necklace out from his flak jacket. I've still got to prove that little curse of you're wrong, don't I? I'll keep Aokyofu out of trouble, don't you worry. Jiraiya put Naruto in a headlock. Really, you cheeky punk? Don't you worry, Tsunade. I'll keep the kid from biting off more than he can chew. We'll be back before you know it, driving you crazy in no time. Tsunade smiled at both of them. Very well. Naruto, Uzumaki, Jiraiya, do you two accept the S-ranked reconnaissance mission to the village of Amegakure no Sato? Jiraiya smirked. Of course. I was the one that suggested it after all. Naruto grinned. You've got it. I'm at your command, Bachan, you know that. Tsunade nodded at both of them, then proceed with caution. I want both of you coming back from this one, or else I'll drag you two from hell just so I can kill you myself. With that, the two of them left the office through the window, as both of them were prone to do. As she watched the two of them walk down the street towards the exit of the village, she couldn't help a feeling of foreboding that crept through her person. Please come back from this. 2 days later, Kusanokuni, Naruto, and Jiraiya were hitching a ride on an ox cart heading through the country towards Kusagakure. Naruto footed the bill due to Jiraiya not carrying any cash on him ever apparently, but Naruto was of course still loaded from the bounty on Sasori. He hadn't been able to turn Heiden's head in yet. They would have to hop off sooner or later lest they get too close to the village, be forced to answer some rather unsavory questions, and blow their cover before they even got close to getting started. So, Aokyofu. Naruto started, why are we heading through Kusa no Kuni instead of just heading right through the country aim is in? We directly border it, so what's with taking the roundabout way? Jiraiya smirked at his godson. Naruto, you should develop a more worldly taste for something other than the women that you care for. He ducked a swing at his head, though I have to say I am proud of you on that front. You're almost like me in that regard, making ladies swoon worldwide. He ducked another swing. Bite me, I don't make anyone swoon. Naruto growled, but when I went to Otogekure I didn't take the long way and I got in just fine. Jiraiya leaned back in the cart. That's because you didn't know exactly where it was, but the country was well documented. You could afford to go straight to it once you had the exact location, since you had been briefed on the country in general and could aptly sneak around, because you knew for the most part what was there. I know, because that's how I found it the first time. We don't have that luxury this time around. Can you tell me why? Naruto nodded. Amigekure's supposed to be in the middle of a civil war. It was like that when I was en route. AIM was always supposed to be a dead zone. He always told me no matter what I was doing, no matter how safer it seemed than running back to Konoha, I was never supposed to go into that country ever. I was supposed to go around and stay the fuck away at all costs. He never told me why though. A civil war shouldn't have been any of my business, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. All I know is that it was the only place Danzo ever told me to stay away from, with no exceptions. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he spoke. The old one, I gave you some damn good advice, kid. That place is locked down so tight by the guy that runs it that if you bit off a hangnail while you were anywhere in the vicinity, he'd know it and bust you for littering. Sanchuo no Hanzo, Hanzo of the Salamander. Naruto said, yeah, I know who it is. It's one of the few people Danzo ever cursed verbally for being a fucking fool in his words. Do you know how hard it is to hear Danzo GG curse someone out and not laugh your ass off when you're 8? Jiraiya blocked a snort at thinking of uptight Danzo cursing at or about anything. Why does the old mummy have a problem with Hanzo? Naruto frowned. Before I was born, I guess Hanzo must have done something stupid that really pissed Danzo GG off, because I heard him curse him out every day month for one reason or another. Most of the time Danzo wasn't even talking about Hanzo at the time. I called him senile on it like 7 different times. Jiraiya started snickering. I'm glad you think it was so funny. Because I didn't think it was when he would spar with me after I said it. That old son of a bitch can seriously fight. He's really good enough to be Hokage, if for nothing else than the ability to fight. Jiraiya was skeptical. He's an old geezer with one eye and one good arm, and you were 8 at the oldest. Yeah, I was just an 8-year-old. Naruto said cynically. I was an 8-year-old good enough to fight all of Orochimaru's elites at the same time and live without the conscious use of my Biju. And did I mention the Biju? Yeah, because if you didn't know, I have a Biju. Naruto looked up at the progressively cloudy sky. Danzo is most certainly not weak, no way in hell. And if you somehow found a way to beat him in the end, his wily old ass would find a way to take you with him, and that's exactly how he taught me to fight. Naruto raised a fist to the sky that blocked the specks of sunlight peeking through the clouds. Win if you can, lose if you absolutely must, but failure is not an option. Keep your goal in sight. You don't fail. Not en route. No, you finish what you start, and you don't need to survive to complete a mission if it's important enough. Jiraiya looked at the sky as they were nearing the point of crossing over into AIM. They would have to get off soon. It was nearly time to get started. It's been so long since I was last here. He looked over at Naruto, who was still looking at the sky himself. With my first students. Jiraiya spoke. Yeah, kid, that's actually some damn good advice. Chapter 37. Heavy forecast. Hamiko entered the Hokage Tower with her usual serene smile on her face. She had a stack of papers in her arms, letting those around her know this was a business trip, but from the look on her face it was as if she were taking a nice morning stroll. As she neared Tsunade's office, she said good morning to the shinobi stationed inside as Tsunade's assistants and the like before making her way to Tsunade's most trusted one. Hello, Shizune-san. I have an appointment with Hokage-sama this morning. Shizune gave her a smile. It's nice that you actually make appointments instead of just dropping in like Naruto-kun does. How he never drops in when she's busy, I'll never know. Hamiko let out a small giggle. Naruto-sama is good like that. He doesn't like being formal outside of missions though. May I enter? Yes, you can. Shizune said, go right ahead. Hamiko bowed to Shizune and headed inside of Tsunade's office. The head of the female Kage looked up at her and gave her a smile. Hello, Hamiko. How are you today, and what can I do for you? Hamiko bowed to Tsunade and placed the papers she had with her on the desk. I'm doing well, Hokage-sama. I came here today because I want to surprise Naruto-sama when he gets back. Tsunade looked at her curiously. Surprise him how? Naruto doesn't really like most surprises, seeing as how they try to kill him. She looked at some of the papers Hamiko left on her desk. I assume you just came from the bank this morning. Yes, I did. Hamiko said, and he will like this surprise. Master has an excess amount of spare money due to his frequent higher-level missions, captured bounty of Akasuna no Sasori, and does not have to readily support me due to my work at the academy. He has a lot of money, and as such I suggest a move from his apartment to an actual home. I've been dealing with this on and off for almost a year now. Looking through more of the papers Hamiko carried and Tsunade got her point, so I assume you're here because you've decided on something he would like and you're relaying this to me due to him being my shinobi. A nod from the elder blonde woman came from Hamiko. Yes, it should be something nice for Master to come home to after this mission he's currently on. Would you like to visit the one I've chosen after it is made official later today, Hokage-sama? Tsunade smiled at her. Certainly. You should come back around 6 in the evening. I'm sure he'll love it. With Naruto, Amigekura no Sato, Naruto had a dry look on his cloaked and covered face as he sat quietly on a passenger boat. Other than the man running the boat and the 5 other passengers aboard, Naruto only had one thought running through his mind: I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate dashed. Shut up right now or I will start singing again. Kyubi growled in his head. Amigekura no Sato was surrounded by water created by the perpetual rainfall that took place in the village. Just outside of the flooded area lay a smattering of outlying villages where Naruto boarded a boat intended to come into the main hidden village itself. The boat ride had lasted for around an hour with no canopy over top. Thus the only thing keeping Naruto from the elements was the cloak over his head that he was using to obscure his features, and it was bitterly cold outside as well. Sorry, Kyubi. Naruto thought to his demonic inmate, but rain is the precipitation I hate the most, and it's cold as hell too, making it worse. Maybe I should have tried taking the other way in. It might be drier than this. Fucking rain, I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate the rain dash. Ugh, sorry. Game face on Ninjin. Kyubi advised forget about the weather. You'll be living in it until we're done here. You remember what to do once you get in, don't you? Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course I do. My part of the infiltration was all my plan anyway. It's totally foolproof. How about too foolproof? Fuck you. Naruto shot back. Me and Arrow Kyofu are golden. Once I get in, he'll find me. I have no idea how he's going to do that, but once we get in I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The Kyubi's laughter rang out in Naruto's head, confusing Naruto deeply. What's funny? Nothing's funny about this. Kyubi stopped laughing long enough to answer. It's Jinchuriki. You do remember what Danzo told you about basic infiltration in all of the noteworthy villages, don't you? Of course I do. Naruto thought testily. You don't forget stuff like that. Kyubi started laughing again. Then you would remember that Amigekura has a policy of security checks and surveillance to all visitors. Naruto wasn't getting it. So? I can deal with the surveillance, that's rookie stuff, and I don't have any weapons or anything conspicuous on me anyway. Who cares if they have security checks? There's nothing on me that could give me away. Kyubi chuckled a bit more. Okay then. I guess you're right. Yeah, those series of cavity searches should be no problem for a tough guy like you, right? Kyubi could feel Naruto just lock up after that statement was uttered and let out more laughter. Naruto grit his teeth under his face cover as the sound of raindrops mixed with the laughter of his inner demon. I hate you so much. Elsewhere in Amigekura, in the tallest tower of Amigekura, a pair of ripple pattern eyes peered through the darkness of the room. They were in Konan. The voice of pain called out, there are intruders of interest in AIM. Please locate and identify one of them for me. He will be around the western quadrant. If he is who I suspect him to be, you know what to do. A woman with blue hair and a paper flower in her hair, dressed in the Akatsuki robe Konan, walked out onto the ledge outside into the rain. As you wish, Pain-sama. With that, a pair of wings sprouted from her back as she jumped into the sky and took off in flight. After the presence of his female partner had vanished from view, Pain shut his eyes. And about this other presence? Another presence, and it feels so familiar. I hope you enjoy your return to AIM, Sensei. Thank you for bringing me the Kyubi Jinchuriki. And I hope you enjoy being in the presence of God before your death. With Naruto, he had lived through the demeaning cavity searches that had awaited him after the boat had docked. There had been one right after everyone got off. There had been one once they had gotten inside the dock building. There had been another one right outside at the gate, before they could actually get to town itself. After dealing with that, he decided to go on walkabout until Jiraiya found him somehow. There wasn't much he could do except start getting information, as long as he didn't have any gear on him. Not even a lone shuriken rested on his person. He had never been so unarmed in the field in his entire life, and he had to say it was rather hard keeping his cool around all of the AIM ninja inside of the posts waiting to search him. He had to keep his fingers from twitching towards his bladeless back or his pouchless thigh. Despite the out-of-his-comfort-zone feel he had the entire time, once he got out to the streets he felt much more at home in his little espionage mission. Amagakure was a very industrialized village, more so than Konoha. There were elevators, abound cable cars all over carrying people between the tall buildings, tons of neon signs, and the like. Most of the ninja he saw, instead of using kunai and shuriken as their primary long-range weapon, took to carrying umbrellas that would sprinkle sunban in a deadly rain of sorts original. In addition to that, a lot of them wore oxygen tanks and face masks that would allow them to breathe underwater. The village itself was huge. The buildings were more narrow than Konoha's, but they were so much taller. Skyscrapers were abundant in the village, but even then there were so many of them. Still, infiltrating this village felt more comfortable than trying to do so in any of Orochimaru's bases. At least he had free rein to fight and run away if he needed to. It was going to be one hell of a challenge for anyone in AIM to corner him if he was discovered and forced to flee. There were tons of canals that were full to the brim with rainwater, and he could see younger ninjas down in them. A lot of Deer Inc. missions in AIM probably had to do with how they dealt with all of the excess rain and flooding. Aokyofu better not be fucking around on the outskirt villages. Naruto had left Jiraiya to infiltrate AIM on his own, as both of them together would be too risky to attempt. Naruto would be heading through the front door, so to speak, while Jiraiya ensured Naruto that he had his own way of getting in inconspicuously. He left it at that and sent Naruto on his own way to get in, saying that if he didn't beat him there he would catch up soon enough. That was just one of the things they had spoken about before beginning their operation in earnest. Flashback, one day ago, just past AIM's border, Jiraiya looked at Naruto as they both trudged through the rain. "You're very strong, Naruto. I'm very proud of you, I want you to know that." Naruto looked over at Jiraiya and returned his attention to walking. "Don't say stuff like that, Aokyofu. You know it's bad luck to say that crap before we do things like this. Save it until after we leave this country and get somewhere safe." Jiraiya shook his head. "No, I'm saying this now. You're one hell of a ninja kid. You're going to be a great Hokage whenever Tsunadeheim decides to cough up the hat to you. Ru-trained or not, I know so. And I've said it a million times, but I'm truly sorry about sealing you off when you were younger." Seeing the sincerity in the man's eyes, Naruto couldn't just tell him to stifle. "It's all right. I forgave you a long time ago, you know that. What's wrong with you? Just thinking back to some old pupils, kid." Jiraiya gave Naruto a wide grin. "I've got something I need to teach you once this mission is over. Something that I'm excited about. We'll talk about it more once we get out of this, all right?" Naruto shrugged off Jiraiya's previous attitude with a grin of his own. "Now that's more like it." End flashback. I saw the angel today. A nearby man said as Naruto took temporary refuge under an awning from the rain. "I still can't believe that someone was able to take down Hanzo, but I guess he is God after all." Naruto frowned underneath his face mask. "This guy killed the guy who trained me wanted to drain of his lifeblood with a spoon but never had the chance. And they call him God. S-rank superiority complex. I really don't want to meet this guy yet. Now where do I go to wait for Aokyofu the bar? No, that's too obvious." Naruto started walking around the village again, just seeming like a harmless tourist of sorts as he thought things out and took in the conversations of the people around him. All the citizens were talking about were the guy they called God and the person they referred to as his angel. The more he heard, the less he liked and the sooner he wanted to leave. But he had just gotten there. They hadn't even gotten to the crux of the mission yet, and he still had to find Jiraiya. Maybe after he had a blade or 20 on him he would feel less skittish over the whole matter, but until then he was cold, wet, hungry, alone, and unarmed, miles away from home in the dead zone of the elemental nations. If anything happened, he would have one hell of a breakout ahead of him. As if Orochimaru's hidden village was a rat's nest, then this village was a hill of fire ants. The people believed that this pain guy kept the village safe, that he was God among men, and there had to be some reason for that. Naruto wasn't buying it in the least, but if the guy ran Akatsuki, could beat a legend that inspired terror like Hanzo, and could get people to call him God, he had to have something that backed it up. It was all right. Just don't get caught. Simple. Be cool, be ice. What did they have on him? Nothing. Tons of people came into AIM looking like him. It was raining and cold as hell. Everyone was bundled up. When Naruto was sick of wandering around, he saw a sight that made him grin widely under his cover. A small building that he knew wasn't a regular part of AIM, no matter how well it looked like it belonged there. A cozy-looking tavern with lights on and the prices of cheap drinks out front. What kept Naruto from going in was that he knew exactly what this was, and seeing as how he was the only person on this particular street, it was almost showtime. And he was not disappointed when the building turned into small toads, signifying the presence of the man he was looking for. Smooth arrow Kyofu. Naruto said, I'm going to assume you caught someone just now in there. Jiraiya appeared at Naruto's side, grinning. You know, Igaki. How'd you like the cavity searches? He asked with an amused look on his face. Naruto gave him a look, with the only thing visible being his piercing blue eyes. I hate you so much right now. The only thing stopping me from leaping out and kicking you in the balls right now is that I still need you. Don't give me that look. Jiraiya said before holding up a scroll. Here, I brought you your goodies. Naruto quickly took it from his grasp. Felt naked without your stuff, did you? You have no idea. Naruto replied, all right, go shake down your captures. I'm going to change into something better. It's not like if I do my job right, I'm going to be seen again, so it doesn't matter. A few hours later, Naruto waited for Jiraiya to return from interrogating his prisoners. He changed into the same stuff he had on for the Yuki no Kuni mission, only he kept his cloak over top due to the weather. He noticed the look on Jiraiya's face as he returned from getting his information and shared it all with Naruto. How this Pain character killed Hanzo in battle, how he eradicated anyone loyal to or anyone who had a relationship of any sort with Hanzo. So what did you do with the guy? Naruto asked after all of their cards had been laid out on the table. Jiraiya wiped the rainfall from his face. I sent him to Konoha. He wouldn't say anything more about Pain than what I told you, so hopefully they can work something more out of him. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya was good, but he wasn't an interrogation specialist. It was better to send him to people that could definitely coax the information from him. So now what's the plan? Where do you need me, Ero Sennin? Jiraiya pointed up at a skyscraper. I need you to find me areas of potential interest. Do what you need to do. Find me anywhere that could have anything we need to know, Naruto. Send me periodic reports on your progress. Don't be afraid to send a toad. With all of this water, it should be easy enough for them to stay discreet. I'll be keeping my feet to the pavement for now. The two Konoha ninja looked at one another before Naruto took on a stone-like face and saluted Jiraiya before vanishing in a shunshin. Jiraiya watched as the aftertrail of his shunshin dispersed. Good luck, Gaki. With that, he went off on his own to dig up his own dirt. Well, someone in Amagakure was spoiling for a fight rather soon, or so the stockpiled weapons here and there inside of storehouses all over the village would attest to. No one inside of AIM seemed to be ready for any kind of war, but the kind of surplus that Naruto found was just too much for it to just be superfluous. It had been a few hours since he had left Jiraiya, and he actually had something to arouse some suspicion, so he figured then was as good a time as any to check in with his perverted sensei/godfather. Naruto had taken his place atop a skyscraper as he sat out for a short reprieve. It had been a while since he had to go under the radar like this. He forgot how much energy it expended staying hidden for so long. Good thing it was something you never forget how to do. Before Naruto took to biting his thumb to begin a summoning, he saw a figure in the sky not too much higher than he already was. As it flew around the area, he frowned to himself. Damn it, this is too soon. He knew his cover was already blown by whoever this was, but if he could take this person out and go along his way, he might have been able to stay hidden. It didn't seem like this person had risen the alarm on his presence, yet that was their mistake. The last mistake they'll ever make. Naruto said to himself as his cloaked form stood straight up to address that he knew he was found out. The cold storm wind causing his cloak to flutter about eventually pushed the hood off of his head to reveal his blonde hair. He pulled the face mask connected to his shirt under his flak jacket down to reveal his whiskered cheeks. A series of projectiles flew at Naruto from the aerial attacker. Naruto had to say he was jealous of whoever it was. He had mastered his element and he still couldn't fly. But for right then, he had to stifle that thought and dodge before he was hit. Naruto moved out of the way of the attacks, and as one stuck itself into the roof he was standing on, he saw that it was a sheet of paper. Naruto touched the edge of it to reveal that it was razor sharp. That would have seriously injured him if it had hit him. He turned his attention back to his opponent, who had sent out an entire salvo of the paper shuriken for another attack. Naruto drew his sword and sliced through them, a long-range fighter like Deidara. He thought as he decided he was going to close the distance in this one even if it killed him. He'd be damned if he was going to let himself get picked apart from a distance this time around. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto was joined on top of the skyscraper by 10 copies of himself that had immediate orders to cover him while he tried to close in on his airborne enemy. He ran towards the end of the rooftop and jumped into the air at his opponent. Futon Kaze Wakiakaru, wind release, wind burst. As he started to fall, his jutsu activated and the air bubbles underneath his feet burst, giving him a temporary platform with which he was able to spring at his opponent. Naruto swung his sword at the enemy but missed wide and wound up sticking to the side of another building. From his up-close attack he saw that he was fighting a woman in an Akatsuki robe. Yeah, he was in it now. She flew past him on wings made of paper. She fired paper shuriken at him. She certainly had a strange style of ninjutsu. His clones had begun to bombard her with weaponry of their own from the rooftop as he watched her navigate her way through the attack with her paper wings. How she was able to use paper in the rain he had no clue. Naruto crouched down standing sideways on the wall and pounced off hard, giving himself enough momentum to carry himself back to the roof with his clones, where he immediately began making Hanseol's Raiton Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release Lightning Shuriken. The recent amount of weaponry in the air above the female Akatsuki member's head due to his clones missing began raining down lightning around her that she dodged. Naruto kneeled down in front of a wall of his Kagebunshin draw. All of them pulled out a Fuma Shuriken each aim. All of them drew their arms back to throw at the woman, still dodging the lightning bolts raining down on her fire. The clones let loose the shuriken that prompted Naruto to begin his own Hanseol's Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The large mid-air shuriken multiplied in flight and went right for his enemy in a wall of steel. Naruto watched as the woman was shredded in mid-air with the vicious barrage of weapons before narrowing his eyes as the feeling of his clones that had formed a wall behind him being cut down fluttered through his mind. Naruto immediately leapt to his right with no time to spare as all of his clones were vanquished with extreme prejudice by more deadly flying paper. He turned with his sword at the ready to see the woman standing in front of him on the same rooftop. Naruto spoke. You know, I thought for a second that I might have put you down with that last one, but that was just a clone the entire time, wasn't it? You're correct. She replied coolly as she slowly walked forward. I can assure you that the genuine article will not be as easy to defeat. Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I have a name, lady, and I know you know it. Naruto said as he readied himself for anything from her. I'm not going to ask you to leave me alone or even to surrender because I know you won't. All I'm going to say is that you'd better be ready for me. Her eyes showed nothing but stoicism. I have a name too, Naruto Uzumaki. It is Conan. And I never underestimate my enemies. Doing so to you would make me an utter fool. She extended her hand as a sword of paper seemingly formed out of her sleeve right before she dashed forward. Naruto quickly blocked it and took a retaliation swing that she dodged by jumping back and sending out a rush of paper shuriken at him. Naruto cut through all the ones that were immediately dangerous to him, leaving the rest to turn his cloak to tatters, exposing him to the elements fully. Naruto ripped off the rest of the cloak and threw it at Conan as a weapon of convenience. The remains of the tattered cloak were reduced to ribbons by Conan's paper, but while it still existed, it provided enough of a blind spot for Naruto to get to Conan's left side, where he lashed out with a horizontal swing of his sword. He cut through a wall of paper that Conan haphazardly put up to stop him and saw her form a massive paper airplane to take off with. Naruto sheathed his sword and grabbed onto the back of the plane just as she enabled it to take off from the rooftop, bringing him right along with her in her flight. The added unexpected weight of Naruto immediately caused problems for the flight as they were directed into a nosedive shortly after they left the roof. Conan tried pulling up, but it was too heavy to brute force upright. Naruto made a set of one-handed Hanseol's Futon Rapushu, wind release Gale Palm. Naruto aimed the directional wind to turn the plane upright well enough that it brought them out of the dive. Naruto pulled himself up onto the plane and his presence was answered with a sword slash aimed at his face that he leaned back to avoid as it almost cleaved off his nose. Naruto responded by letting off a punch at her that, when it made contact, made her body burst into paper and reform behind him with an attempt to stab him through the body. Naruto rolled off the side of the paper airplane and pulled himself back up the other side with a kick at Conan that she blocked with a mass of paper. I thought you guys weren't supposed to kill me. Conan gave him a hard look. Don't be foolish. You know that you can survive that with little problems. I won't kill you, but when I'm done you'll wish you were. You will feel pain before your life ends, that I can promise you. Naruto smirked. Honey, until you've been tied to a chair at the age of 6 and emotionally conditioned in root, you don't know what pain is. Conan's eyes hardened at the sound of the name Root, but until then, as I said, you'll survive this. After saying that, Conan used the paper that made up the airplane and reformed her wings before flying off, leaving Naruto hurtling high speed through the air between the skyscrapers with nothing under him. Holy shit! You crazy bitch! Naruto screamed as he continued flying through the air. If I live through this in one piece, I swear to Kami, I'm going to fuck you up. Naruto hurtled through the skyline of AIM until a building finally got in his way. Fuck. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Nothing Naruto had in his arsenal could change his trajectory, and he was moving too fast for him to use Futon Kaze Wakiakaru to slow himself down, or keep himself in the air, so all he could do was soften the impact enough to keep him from doing his best impression of a smashed insect. Futon Rasengan, Wind Release Rasengan. Naruto made the two-handed elementally charged Rasengan and brutally punched a hole into the building he was flying at, causing him to crash land inside of the building. Konan hovered at the entrance that Naruto had created high up in the building. A motionless Naruto was what she saw strewn out in the rubble in a hallway from his last-ditch effort to keep himself in the fight. You're not defeated, yet don't insult me by trying to play dead. You're probably a Kage Bunshin. Boom. The laid-out Naruto said lowly before an explosion filled the hallway and came back out through the hole, forcing Konan to fly higher to dodge the fireball made from the explosive note that was attached to the now incinerated Naruto. Konan was able to elevate a floor, however Naruto crashed through a window from above her, his clothes all beat up from crashing through a building wall, scratches all along his face from it, as well a one-tail chakra cloak covering his body and a Rasengan in his right hand. The attack hit Konan, took out one of her wings, and propelled them both downward towards the ground. Konan, luckily for her, hadn't been subjected to the violent jutsu for too long, letting her reform her wings rather quickly. Naruto was still close to her, however, and used the tail of his chakra cloak to grab her, pull her close, and latch onto her, keeping her from flying correctly. The direction of her awkward flight pattern led them to a canal where they skimmed the water before the actual impact of them hitting the surface occurred, throwing them apart forcefully. With Jiraiya, before Naruto and Konan's battle began, it had been hours since Jiraiya had heard anything from Naruto, and he had just come from speaking with his AIM contact, giving him his new orders for the time being. Jiraiya proceeded to go about his own through the shadows of AIM, looking for any sign of the kid as well as waiting for any news from him. During his search, he heard a sound of something crashing and the sounds of people panicking in the streets around him. Jiraiya quickly found the area where the skyscraper was wrecked on what appeared to be the 15th floor or higher. Suddenly, a massive fireball emerged from the hole and a glowing red figure dropped from a higher floor to hit someone floating in the air. He saw paper flutter from the person's falling body and knew only one person that had a jutsu anywhere near resembling that. Konan, is that you? The angel is in a fight? Who would be crazy enough to call the wrath of God and his angel after what he did to Hanzo? It doesn't matter, he won't be around long enough for it to matter anyway. Jiraiya grit his teeth. Damn it, Gaki. He muttered before moving towards where he saw them fall. He wasn't doing too badly from the looks of things, but things could change in a hurry. The Akatsuki always operated in twos, and while he seemed to be winning against the one, the second member could attack him at any time. This Akatsuki thing is going to kill either him or me, I swear. Before he could get too far, a voice called him. I would say that your opinion is correct, but you don't need to be told that you're about to die, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya saw a man standing on a pillar nearby staring at him. The man had orange hair tied back in a long ponytail, multiple piercings in his nose, and all over his face a slashed AIM Heidi 8 and an Akatsuki cloak. His most relevant trait was a set of eyes with distinct ripple pattern eyes. Jiraiya stared at the man hard for a long while before finally speaking up. You've certainly changed a lot, but those eyes. You're Pain, aren't you, Nagato? The man did not respond. I guess you didn't grow up the way I wished you would. What happened to you? Pain narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya. You don't need to know. After all, you're just an outsider in my village. Jiraiya shook his head at the man. You've changed, Nagato. Pain made a few hand seals for the better. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. A large crustacean with body piercings of its own appeared in a puff of smoke. Suetun Homatsu Rappa, water release violent bubble wave. The crustacean fired a wave of bubbles much like the Jutsu name indicated that Jiraiya jumped away from against a wall. Who do you think you're dealing with? Jiraiya asked as he made his own hand seals. Ranjishigami no Jutsu, wild lion's mane Jutsu. His hair extended and wrapped around the summoned creature before even more of his hair grew into the shape of a lion's mouth that engulfed the crustacean and kept going towards Pain. He dodged the initial attack but wound up getting wrapped up in Jiraiya's elongated hair. Jiraiya looked at the man caught in his grasp. Sadly, Nagato, there are so many things I want to ask you, like what happened to Yahiko. I know Konan is fighting Naruto right now. Yahiko, Pain said. I do remember someone by that name. He's been dead for a long time. Jiraiya almost cringed at his tone. What happened to you and Konan? Nothing happened. This is just another fight. Pain said calmly. Too many people have died here, and their pain is what helped me grow up. Even the most ignorant, innocent child will grow up eventually when they learn of true pain. It affects what they say, what they think, and they become real people. Jiraiya sneered at him. You think abandoning the love for your friends is the right way to grow up? Sensei. Pain said in the same monotone as before, you're still just a normal person. But me living in the center of an infinite universe of pain have grown into something much more. He closed his eyes. I have grown from a person into a god. And as God, what I say, what I think becomes the law of God. But you're still just a regular person, Sensei. I don't expect you to understand what I'm telling you. Jiraiya's face twisted into a multitude of emotions. I can't believe you're the same child I met all those years ago. Things I couldn't comprehend as a human are crystal clear now that I am God. And now I have also noticed that there are things I can do as a god that I could never dream of as a human. Pain continued as Jiraiya listened. What are you trying to do here? Jiraiya asked. Pain had a simple answer to that. I'm going to put an end to this pathetic world and its endless wars. It will be an act of God. Jiraiya needed to know more. He was in front of what used to be his student who was now the leader of Akatsuki. He could get the reasoning from the source itself. What are you after the Biju for? Why do you want Naruto? Pain quickly decided his reply. I suppose since you're going to die, and since Konan will have the Kyuubi in our possession soon enough, I can tell you. Using all of the Biju, I will create a new forbidden jutsu. A technique that will eradicate an entire country in less than a second. The ultimate technique. A weapon of unprecedented power and scale. Yep, Naruto was right. S-rank power, S-rank ego, S-rank insanity. Jiraiya thought in response to this plan, how could you think something like that would stop war? You'll just make them bigger that way. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Pain shook his head at the Toad Sage. When countries quarrel with one another, what is the quickest way to end the dispute? Jiraiya snapped at him. Stop avoiding the question. Answer the question. How could you think of something that damn stupid? Pain ignored him. I will give my weapon to the warring nations. People who have weapons will inevitably use them. Again, Jiraiya figured that this plan was completely asinine. Yes, he was right, the weapon would be used eventually, but that would solve nothing. Whenever the weapon was used, whoever was left would immediately begin starting on something bigger, something more powerful, and when that was created, they would use it in revenge. This wouldn't lead to a new world order, it would lead to no world, period. Hundreds of millions of people will die from your idiot idea, and the survivors would be terrified. He was about to say and pissed the fuck off, but he was cut off. All the people of the world will learn what true pain is. Pain said determinedly, my technique will breed fear and be the ultimate deterrent. The wars will cease quickly. Pain will quicken the world's growth as it did mine. Our world is still in its infancy, but the hand of God has come down to guide it down the path to maturity. Jiraiya felt like laughing. You want to help the world destroy itself, to help it grow up faster, and you think that's your responsibility? I do. Pain admitted, I am a god of peace after all. Jiraiya let out a chuckle. You've turned into quite the comedian, Nagato. Pain Kawarami'd out of harm's way after finishing his explanation. Over here, Sensei. To me you're an insignificant child whose growth was stunted. Another summon? Jiraiya said as he saw Pain standing atop a massive chameleon. I have to admit, hearing a kid like you telling me that I and the world need to grow up. If Naruto were here, he would be laughing his ass off right now. You say you're God, but I'm no longer a human either. He said as he made hand seals for his own summoning jutsu. The smoke amassed around him, flooded by anger. I cried tears of blood. The lone hermit of the legendary Sannin. The unstoppable Toad Sage of Inti-Mayuboku. The great Jiraiya. He said before falling face first onto the surface he had been standing on. You really haven't grown up at all, have you? Pain said disdainfully. Jiraiya stood up with a roar. Damn it, Gamaken-san, don't be moving all over the place when I'm getting my pose on. The massive toad, wearing clothing much like Gamabunta, except he had a magenta color horns on his head, black markings going down his face, and he held two things, a shield in one hand and a Susumida in the other. Google it, it's a pain in the ass to explain if you don't know what I'm talking about. You tripped over your own 2 feet, you clumsy idiot. Whatever. Jiraiya said as Pain and his massive chameleon came charging forward. I'll have to get serious right from the start here. I'll have to use Sage Mode for this one. Gamaken looked up at the summoner on his head in shock. What? Are you serious? You're going to dash? Yep. Jiraiya said, I'm summoning the 2 great sage toads. I'll need you to buy me some time to set this up, Ken-san. Gamaken nodded. You've got it, Jiraiya. I'm pretty weak, but I'll give you my best. Jiraiya rolled his eyes again with the you're weak crap. You're not weak, and you're going to show this bastard that right now. Naruto vs. Conan. Naruto pulled himself out of the canal onto some debris that had gotten caught on something keeping it in place. We've got a mission to infiltrate Aimgaki. You should be right in your element. You might even meet a cute young lady you like there with your track record. Naruto said, mimicking Jiraiya, his voice still rather gravelly from using the Kyuubi's chakra. Yeah, I met a lady all right. And she's kicking my ass, you stupid perverted toad sage. Naruto stood straight up to see Conan fly directly out of the water, her paper wings being soaked, not hampering her ability in the slightest. That really hurt. Naruto growled, duh, that's why I did it. You dropped me out of the air from at least 150 feet. That would have hurt. Pain-sama knows that Jiraiya-sensei is here. Conan said he's probably dealing with him as we speak. You have no hope of him bailing you out and saving you. Who says I need Ero-sennin to save me from you? Naruto questioned with barbs in his voice before the important part of that statement hit him. Did you just say Jiraiya-sensei? Conan nodded and tilted her head. Naruto believed that was conveying her amusement at his lack of knowledge on the topic. Yes. He was our sensei a long time ago. Did he not tell you? Naruto stood at the ready, but he had questions that he wanted answered. When? All I know is that he trained Minato Namikaze, and that was it before me. Conan nodded again. That was after he trained us. We were trained during the Second Great Ninja War a long time before you were born. Wow, Naruto said, so that would make you like 40 or something. You're really hot for being 40. He looked at her, wondering what she looked like under that Akatsuki robe. If we weren't fighting right now, I would probably be hitting on you. Age doesn't mean anything to a demon or a ninja. Kyuubi said offhandedly. Shut the fuck up. I'm fighting here. If you aren't going to tell me to dodge something that's trying to kill me, keep it to yourself until the fight is over. Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he couldn't see any inclination of emotion on Conan's face, but he could sense the killing intent from him trying to guess her age/hitting on her. How did he train you? Why? Conan's temper died down as she decided to explain. We were war orphans. AIM was constantly used as a battlefield between the larger nations during their conflicts, and our families were taken from us. Jiraiya-sensei taught us ninja arts in order to give us a chance to defend ourselves and survive. Me, Nagato, and Yahiko. We wanted to bring peace to AIM. But Hanzo and Danzo. Wait. Naruto said, what about Danzo, Gigi? What happened? Conan's eyes hardened. Hanzo aligned with him and his route to destroy our group that wanted to bring peace to AIM. He killed Yahiko, but Naga Pain killed them all and saved me. And there it was. That was why Danzo hated Hanzo. That was why he always said to stay out of AIM. Hanzo ended up getting his troops slaughtered by this Pain, but Naruto knew why Danzo decided to ally with him for that purpose. Bringing peace to AIM would take away an important buffer nation that no matter what would have kept enemies at bay who tried passing through it. Attacked Konoha during war times. Danzo could have backed Conan and Pain Air Nagato though. It would have ended better. His root were killed anyway when he sided with Hanzo, and if he had supported them instead guerrilla style, he could have kept his men alive and maybe stopped all of this from happening. But hindsight was 20/20. Naruto wasn't Danzo and Kami. He didn't want to be. What was done, and it was his problem now. Conan continued to speak. Pain-sama will bring peace to the world, and you are a vital key to that peace as well as its greatest thorn in its side. You won't be any longer after this, Naruto Uzumaki. Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami. Conan sent out a rush of innumerable papers at Naruto that started to engulf his body. His chakra cloak fought them off at first, but eventually they surrounded him and covered his body entirely. Now you'll remain there until you pass out from lack of oxygen. It is all over. Futon Shinkugigyo, Wind Release Vacuum Sphere. The paper encased Naruto audibly inhaled deeply and exhaled, causing several bullets of air to fly from Naruto's body and cut through Conan's paper, giving him enough room to Kawarimi his way out. Naruto rushed at Conan, now sporting two tails on his cloak. Thank you, Danzo Gigi. The only damn jutsu you have that I can use from your training. Conan heard him thank Danzo as rage flittered across her face. For the first time you would thank that monster? She said loudly as they launched a seemingly endless stream of her paper at the Jinchuriki. The power of her paper hit him full on and drove him back into the water, moving the water aside as it pushed him towards the depths. You're rude too. I was told that you feel no emotions, no pain. We'll see about that. She said as she began making hand seals. One man's monster is another man's hero. Ask Iwagakure. Naruto roared as he exploded from the water at Conan, and I do feel pain and emotion. He never broke me like the rest. He saw her making hand seals and noticed that some of the paper that had stuck to his body were explosive tags. He flared his chakra and got them off of his body just in time for them to explode. Conan watched the fireball and saw Naruto get thrown back into the water coldly. No matter how strong or fast you are in that form, no one can outrun an explosion. The water bubbled for a moment before a large red chakra claw reached up out of the water and grabbed Conan. She saw the paper that she coated her body with burning through from the intensity of Naruto's chakra as she saw three tails swirling about when he surfaced again. Naruto whipped her body about violently before throwing her as hard as he could with his chakra claw. Conan somehow was able to muster even more paper and create more wings for herself to fly herself out of harm's way. He's a very powerful ninja. Even without the Kyuubi, but with it his strength is overwhelming. I need to play this right. I won't be able to flat out overpower him or even outlast him as he is. I just have to hold out long enough for my plan to work. I can't hit this bitch Kyuubi. She's too methodical for me. She'll just fly away and try to pick me apart from afar. Naruto roared to the demon inhabiting his mind. You aren't anywhere near Konoha, kid. There's one thing you haven't tried yet. How many tails can you use? Kyuubi asked calmly as if it had a plan. I can barely reach for you know that. Naruto thought to Kyuubi as Conan gained altitude and took off through the village. She's handling 3 pretty well so far and I can't grab her. Once I lose control at 4 she can keep picking me apart until I raise aim to the ground. I don't want to do that though. 4 tails, eh? The last time you used what I have in mind you only had 2 at your disposal. You'll be twice as well off now once you activate it. Kyuubi said with a vulpine grin on its destructive face. Naruto almost froze as he used his tails to swing himself along the skyscrapers through the village in pursuit of Conan. You're telling me to use the trigger, aren't you? The last time I did that I cracked every bone in my body when I turned it off. I had it on for too long. Kyuubi had an answer to that. You're an idiot. Then don't turn it off until you kill the paper-using woman and her partner, or at least until you can be protected by Jiraiya. It's that simple. Once you activate it she won't last long. You know this. Naruto couldn't respond to that. With 2 tails the only thing that kept him from slaughtering Kimimaro all those years ago was that he couldn't generate enough force to get past his unbelievably tough Shikatsumiyaku Kekkai Genkai bones to anything vital. He doubted that Conan could take an Imari the way Kimimaro did. That guy was a killing machine. A pity he died really. But the point was if she was buying time he would let her. He needed the time too. With that in mind Naruto began climbing the skyscraper he was currently attached to, trying to reach the top as fast as he could. From this point forward for him this fight wasn't about precision any longer. Conan was far more precise in combat than he knew he could be in a head-to-head conflict. The only other option was overwhelming force, and Naruto had yet to meet anyone that could match him when he decided to cut loose, and he doubted he would today. Naruto reached the top of the skyscraper and saw Conan flying about, keeping far out of his range. Naruto simply stood still, tail swinging about, trying to will out his 4th tail, knowing how much it would hurt and how much damage it would do to his body. Just keep flying around, I've got nothing but time, bitch. His red eyes rested firmly on her aerial form as he focused on drawing the rest of his power out. Jiraiya versus Pain. Pain's chameleon disappeared from sight, alerting Jiraiya and Gamaken. He's gone. How in the hell did he find this kind of summon? He put that question elsewhere for the time being. Since he's disappeared, we can only use that barrier jutsu of ours to find him. Gamaken was sweating. Yeah, this won't be an easy battle. Pain knew what he was doing as Jiraiya used a jutsu to extend his awareness to sense Pain's presence. That jutsu will detect any slight movement of his opponent. He suddenly summoned a giant 3-headed dog and sent it at Jiraiya and Gamaken. The large toad was forced to dodge by jumping up and grabbing onto an elevated position. Jiraiya looked down to locate their enemy that was now riding a 5-headed dog that was still coming at them. The more they attack, the more appear. What are these? Little dogs with high growth rates? Damn, they split up. He shouted as that indeed did happen. They split off from the main dog and launched at Gamaken, who used his massive weapon to bat them away. However, he missed one that knocked him off of the skyscraper. While in midair, a giant drill-beaked bird came at Gamaken, who lifted his shield to block. It kept him from taking immediate damage, but he ended up slamming into the ground from the air, cracking the ground. Jiraiya stood on his summon's chest. Whenever I plan to attack, he hides himself. This is seriously weird. Jiraiya thought up a strategy, as he was currently not going to last long enough, as he supposed to have all 6 elements with the Rinnegan, but why is he only using summons to fight? A massive ox rushed at him and Gamaken, you can return home now, I'm ready. Gamaken returned to the mountain of the toads just as the ox plowed Jiraiya into a wall, kicking up a cloud of smoke. However, it ended up with the ox being thrown away as if it were nothing. Why do you always summon us in places like this? No wonder Gamabunta is always angry. An elderly voice said from Jiraiya's hole in the wall. Don't say that Ma Jiraiya-chan was forced to do this. Another elderly voice said from inside of the hole. Sorry for summoning you both here, Fukusaku-sama. Shima-sama. Jiraiya said apologetically. Shima spoke again, but brat, didn't you always say this form of yours chases away girls? That's why you hated using it. Jiraiya chuckled. There's no choice but for me to just deal with it. I am fighting an opponent with the Rinnegan after all, so let's go. Jiraiya's form could be seen from the shadows of the hole in the wall with two small toads on both of his shoulders. Chapter 38 Violence Parade. In the downpour, Fukusaku sighed. You really need to learn how to use Sage Mode on your own, Jiraiya-chan. Yeah. Jiraiya said as he emerged from the shadows of the hole in the wall. You know, I wish I could, but I'm still just a tadpole compared to you two. Jiraiya now had a larger, more bulbous nose with warts. He now had a goatee. The lines on his face were far thicker. His eyes were toad-like and dash. Fukusaku looked around. So where's this guy with the Rinnegan now? I don't see nobody. Shima shook her head. Maybe our sight is failing us in our old age. Jiraiya kept his eyes peeled around himself to keep watch for an attack from the still undetectable pain. It's not your fault. He's hiding inside of a summon of his that can blend in with the surroundings more or less, making itself invisible. Shima looked at Jiraiya oddly. You mean like a chameleon or something? The human in the odd team spoke. I've already put up a detection barrier with Gamaken, but dash. Shima cut him off and made a hand seal that ain't gonna get us nowhere. If you're looking for a living creature, we'll find it in no time. Don't strain yourself, Ma, you'll give yourself more wrinkles. Fukusaku cracked, getting an angered growl out of the female toad. By the way, Jiraiya-chan, I realize that you need us because this guy is so tough, but why are you fighting him in the first place? Jiraiya shrugged. Well, he's a former student of mine. Fukusaku looked at Jiraiya in shock. Well, it obviously ain't the Uzumaki boy, or you'd be up the wall right now, which means dash. His eyes widened in realization. He's the destined child? Shima asked incredulously. Then why are you fighting him? Jiraiya didn't rightly know how to respond to that. Unfortunately, he didn't grow up to be the man I hoped he'd become. Plus, I'd heard rumors that he died and convinced myself that this pain couldn't possibly be my student. Fukusaku shook it off rather quickly. Well, whatever the case, if he ain't turned out bright, we gotta kill him. Shima scoffed that prophecy was just a senile old fart rambling on and on just like always. Anyways, enough of that, let's get him. Shima stuck her tongue out. At the tip of it appeared to be a face with sharp teeth that seemed to be looking around before pointing in a general direction. Found him. The tongue stretched and shot out before wrapping around what seemed to be air. Gotcha. The tongue started excreting a corrosive chemical that exposed Pain's chameleon as it slammed it into the ground. Paw. Fukusaku's tongue leapt out of his mouth with speed and force and was hard enough to cut through the pipes along the wall, the chameleon itself, and the ground beneath it. The chameleon dispelled in a puff of smoke. So that's the Rinnegan. They're definitely the eyes that the legends described. What a wretched sight. So he's the destined child. Jiraiya nodded as Pain clapped his hands together. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, two more men kneeled down on opposite sides of Pain. One of them was large and bulky with orange hair tied into a short ponytail. The other one was a tall, slender man with long orange hair. They both had multiple piercings all over their faces and wore scratched-out aim Hideatesh along with the Akatsuki cloak. Shima looked on determinedly. This is the one that will cause the destruction of the world. Jiraiya's face reflected the emotion on the faces of the two toads on his shoulders. Yes, and it's my duty as his teacher to stop him here. Naruto versus Conan. The rain had long since stopped and Naruto simply stared at Conan while sitting on the roof almost like a fox as she continued to fly about the skies. At first she tried minor attacks with paper weaponry, but Naruto's three-tailed cloak kept him protected while he gathered power for his fourth tail and the use of the Kitsune trigger. Eventually he got sick of just sitting and waiting and decided to take some target practice, focusing wind chakra at the ends of his tails and throwing them out at Conan in an attempt to shoot her down and wear her out before he finished gathering power. What is he doing? Conan asked herself as she navigated her way around Naruto's ranged attacks. The Kyuubi is supposed to be a being of pure malice and anger. There should be no way that he can bear holding back and keeping from fervently pursuing me while using its chakra. But he's just sitting there waiting. He's playing right into the hands of my plan, but I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding over this. How do you feel, Kit? Kyuubi asked Naruto as he continued forcing more chakra through Naruto's system gradually so that when the actual fourth tail took form Naruto didn't lose immediate control and blow the entire game plan to hell. Good and pissed. And don't give me that shit about how it's supposed to feel like that, I already know that. Naruto grumbled to the demon in his mind as he shakily took the soldier pills in his supply pouch and popped them all at once. Don't tell me when the tail is going to manifest. If you tell me my control will slip and then instead of the controlled precise force the trigger will give me, I'll be all berserk and reckless. Can do, punk. Kyuubi said, focusing on steadily generating more and more power. Give that bitch hell. I'm not going to have my container be taken down here by some lady that throws paper. I still have to eat you and gain my freedom. I'd rather not get pulled out of your body just to be used for something else. Paper rose from all sides of the skyscraper Naruto was currently seated upon so much that it was easily blocking his sight of Konan. Mixed in with normal papers were clearly a lot of explosive notes. Konan looked at the dome of paper and explosive notes that she had built up around Naruto. Let's see if you're really as powerful as your Biju would make you out to be. She made a hand seal and had the paper swirl all around Naruto, edging ever closer to the Jinchuriki. My ass, I'm letting her blow all of those up on me. Naruto angrily thought to himself before letting out a massive roar that unleashed a shockwave of his chakra in all directions, blowing all of the paper and hidden explosive notes away from himself, scattering them all over the skies. Konan looked on in shock as the papers flew all about. In addition to floating in the air, many of them stuck to other buildings nearby. She gasped in horror when she realized that she had activated the explosive notes when she sent them at Naruto in the storm to confuse him. In a matter of moments, explosions rocked buildings all around, sending flaming debris falling from the upper levels of the village to the city streets below, where the citizens had no idea what had happened and were not prepared for the dangerous repercussions of Naruto and Konan's battle. Konan looked down in abject horror at what had just happened, and taking her eye off the ball would cost her when Naruto fired another ball of wind chakra from his tail that hit her head on, pulverizing her paper wings and sending her, luckily for her, flying onto the top of another building. Konan stood up and heard the efforts of the people below attempting to help those injured from the last move of the battle and the attempts of those trying to evacuate the civilians from the area before even more happened that could endanger them. She glared over at the glowing red figure of Naruto, and even at the long distance the two stood at, she knew he was glaring right back at her with his red eyes. Konan clenched her fists and shouted across the area at Naruto, "This is what we're trying to prevent. This senseless destruction, can't you see that? Once we take the Kyuubi from you and all of the other Biju from their Jinchuriki, we can begin to guide the world towards peace by showing them the futility of war." Naruto stayed silent until he shouted, his gravely increasingly demonic voice penetrating her ears, "I'm a weapon, plain and simple. No matter why I was placed with the Kyuubi, no matter why the Yondaime Hokage did it after it was done, it was all on me to be Konoha's protector and to protect myself from people like you that would use the Kyuubi's power in a more destructive way than I would. Since I knew what a shinobi was, I knew what my job was, and the knowledge of the Kyuubi only made the point of what I was supposed to be even clearer. You're a seed of war. Konan said you were born and immediately placed with your demon. You are simply destruction incarnate. You don't understand, you'll never understand." Naruto bared his sharpened teeth. "You're right, I don't understand, you stupid bitch. Having a group like Akatsuki pointing weapons of total destruction at everyone and maintaining a peace that way isn't peace at all, it's a proxy truce. It's no different whatsoever than the way things are now. It's not real." Konan's face showed no inflection of taking in Naruto's words. "Then we will make them understand that the only peace that will work without doubt is the peace that will be orchestrated by Pain-sama." Naruto growled and felt himself losing control of the Kyuubi's power. This came right before the feeling of his own skin burning off of his body occurred. It took everything Naruto had to not drop his concentration when his body was engulfed in the intense chakra. Konan let herself smirk. A berserk Jinchuriki is easier to bring down than one attempting to fight like a shinobi. He has fallen right into the first step of my trap. Naruto then lifted his head to the heavens and let out a deafening roar that shook everyone within earshot to their core. If they hadn't been brought to their knees by the oppressive aura of the Kyuubi beforehand, it was an afterthought at this point. With the last of his free will, Naruto inhaled deeply, drawing in the chakra from his body, revealing raw red skin from the Kyuubi's chakra, burning him. After inhaling all of the chakra, Naruto painfully swallowed it all and fell to the ground, writhing in pain at what he had done to himself. "I hate doing this," Naruto shouted as more screams of pain followed. "What is he doing?" Konan asked herself until she remembered Zetsu's report on his battle with Orochimaru's underling Kimimaro Kagaya all those years ago. No. She quickly fashioned herself a pair of paper wings and flew at Naruto in an effort to stop him as she saw his body undergoing a transformation. Just before she could reach him with a paper sword in her grip, she was thrown back by a flood of chakra erupting from Naruto's body that caved in the roof of the building he had been on. Konan righted herself in the air as the dust and debris from Naruto's finished transformation billowed from the building he had destroyed the top few floors of upon completing his preparations. Some of the wrecked building shifted around as Naruto stood back up to reveal his form to Konan. Naruto was sizably bigger. He was just as big, if not bigger, in stature and size than Jiraiya. That was the least noticeable thing about him at the moment. Red fur had grown all over his body. The appearance of his head became that of a fox, with glowing red eyes. His hands grew longer claws than usual in his Jinchuriki cloak. His spine pushed down out of his skin and pants, and instead of splitting into two tails the way it did the last time, it split into four tails that grew skin, muscle, nerves, and fur over them. Naruto was panting heavily following his transformation before speaking in a deep warped voice. Gaara never had to tear his own body apart to use his best Jinchuriki powers. Yugi-chan never had to do it either, but nothing can ever be simple or straightforward for me, can it? He said disdainfully before looking at Konan, who was staring at him in shock. Sorry to keep you waiting, you must have been bored. Konan got over Naruto's new appearance rather quickly. So you have full control over the Kyuubi? That is very impressive. I only know of two other Jinchuriki with that amount of control over their Biju. She thinks this is full control? Naruto thought to himself, this isn't even close. Can't she count the tails? This is just a bastardized excuse of partial control because I can't go past 4 tails. How much of this form does she know about? Her info must be shoddy. Well, it was shoddy. Zetsu had been watching his fight with Kimimaro right until Naruto fired the Amari when he hightailed it out of dodge to keep from being blown to burnt and crispy bits. Seeing an Amari must have been all he needed to see to be able to report back that Naruto had full control. His defeat of Sasori almost an entire year later must have been enough to keep that mindset amongst Akatsuki. Naruto let out a snort at Konan's comment and took a few steps back before running forward, picking up speed, and launched himself through the air at Konan. Getting over the shock of seeing a humanoid fox flying through the air at her, she had seen stranger things in her time. Konan took a higher position, letting Naruto miss her with his attack and land feet first on a wall. Are you going to actually try anything, or are you just going to keep running? He asked. Naruto tilted his head to the side in a curious manner. When she didn't answer, you're waiting for something. Of course she had to be. She wasn't actively engaging him the way she had been before he started drawing on more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra. They were in Amigakure, their home base, so there had to be something here that could handle a Jinchuriki like him, and that's what she was waiting on. Pain won the Civil War. Everyone here in the village was with them. When it really came down to it, Naruto wasn't just fighting Konan. If it was really put out in front of him to see, he was fighting everyone in the village. They had to know something, or someone was attacking them after what had been going on. So you finally get it, Konan said when she could make out a look of realization on Naruto's face. I don't know what possessed you to come here, but we knew you were here the second you walked into the rain upon your arrival. You walked right into our hands. Pain-sama controls the ninja of this village. Right now preparations are being made to restrict your demon's influence and power. They will be complete soon. You cannot defeat an entire village on your own. Simply surrender. Naruto began letting out loud barking laughs that confused Konan. You idiots, I'm a Jinchuriki. Has AIM ever even had one from any village attempt anything against them before, let alone the fact that I hold the strongest one of all? Danzo Gigi trained me from the age of 4 just for things like this. To infiltrate enemy villages with my stealth and obliterate it from within. Konan's eyes widened, getting a vulpine smirk from Naruto. You don't think I can? You'd better call off your shinobi before I tear this village apart with my power. Oh wait, that's what you all wanted the Biju for in the first place, right? How about when you have it happen right here in your own home? Would that make you want to stop fighting? Let's find out. Naruto let his body drop from the side of the skyscraper and fell to the ground below, using his tails to slow his descent. He narrowed his eyes once he neared the ground and found that there were multiple smatterings of AIM ninja preparing to head up multiple skyscrapers in an attempt to overwhelm him. Naruto's body hit the ground with a resounding crash, cracking the earth below him and getting everyone's full attention. He lifted his head and saw all of them with weapons drawn, debating over attacking him or running away, until one man cried out, "Capture the Jinchuriki alive! For Pain-sama's ambition! It is the will of God!" At hearing those words, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The Kyuubi had to, as well, as he was intently watching Naruto's battle. The Amigakure ninja had to take him in alive, and they were apparently fanatical enough to follow Pain's orders to the letter because he was God, and they would not ruin their God's plans even at the cost of their own lives, because they were working for something greater than themselves. Naruto didn't have that kind of restriction. He let out a massive roar that threw all of the inspired AIM shinobi backwards. Threw them down the streets, threw them through open shops and stands, threw them through window, threw them against the walls themselves. Those were the least lucky of them. All the impact of their heads against the sturdy material never stood a chance. Naruto looked up at Konan, who was flying around low altitude, and Naruto had a new strategy. Forget the fight. He gave her an even stare after seeing those that were still alive from his first attack getting back up shakily. This is what you wanted the Jinchuriki for, right? Let's see how much of this you can take, and we'll see if your god will save you and these ninja from me. Naruto looked at his razor-sharp claws and began running through the AIM shinobi that hadn't yet recovered enough to pose a threat to him in battle. The better ninja were able to recover faster while Naruto had been cutting a path through their comrades, but the level of skill and aim despite their god of a leader was not up to par when compared to Konoha ninja. Naruto thought to himself while he grabbed the arm of a man that tried to stab him with his kunai when he got too close and gripped it tightly, hearing the man yell out once he felt Naruto's enhanced strength break the bones. Naruto spun around and used the man to smash into two more shinobi that had come to the man's aid. They must have been genin. Naruto threw the man at another advancing group of AIM ninja. He had more trouble before when he tried this in one of Orochimaru's bases, and there were more ninja here. He saw Konan attempt to work her paper into the overall battle, but channeling some wind chakra to his tail and whipping them around kicked up a small whirlwind that served a double purpose of knocking her troublesome paper techniques away and disorienting the troops around him. Konan grit her teeth at the saying, his wind element is the natural weakness of my paper. This is not good. Fighting those damned spiders in the forest of death may have sucked at the time, but it was amazingly good practice for this. Naruto thought to himself as he backhand swept an opponent's feet from under him before delivering a crushing side kick that sent the man back first into a post, clearly breaking his back. A torrent of water from an attempted enemy jutsu filled the street and almost crashed headlong into him, but he jumped into the air and entered a building by obliterating a window with his body. He's inside. Trap him now. A man cried out as more than a dozen others ran inside the building. Naruto entered to bring him down. The streets around the building were flooded with AIM ninjas surrounding the building, awaiting any sign of Naruto so that they could complete the capture or cut off his retreat. Konan hovered in the air around the building, thinking of any possible way to get to Naruto and bring him down. She was not going to fail. This was the most important step in their plan, and she wasn't going to let Naruto stand in the way of the peace they had been working so hard to bring. Jiraiya versus Pain. Fukasaku got a good look at the men that Pain had summoned to his side and thought that his old age was really beginning to get to him. How can there possibly be three people with the Rinnegan? He asked. It was true. All of the men, in addition to their attire in battle, had in common the distinctly patterned eyes of the legendary Kekkai Genkai. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. There has to be some trick to this jutsu. Jiraiya smirked confidently. All right, time for me to really get started. Prepare for the full-on Sage Mode pre-fight ritual. Jiraiya stood in a grand gesture with the two toads still atop his shoulders. Prepare for the force of my almighty ninjutsu backed with the ultimate senjutsu. Behold the brilliant glow of my angelic halo. The gallant Jiraiya dash. Both Shima and Fukasaku punched Jiraiya in the face to get him to stop yelling in my ear, damn it. Jiraiya snapped in anger. Why the hell does someone always have to ruin my poses? Jiraiya sighed in resignation before rushing forward and throwing a kick that nailed the long-haired man in the face and sent him crashing into a wall. Very nice, sensei. Pain said. The debris generated by Jiraiya kicking the one man into the wall injured his eyes. I know. Jiraiya said, I'm the one that did it after all. Jiraiya, Shima, and Fukasaku all inhaled deeply before exhaling at the same time to form their attack Senpagomen, Sage Art Bath of Boiling Oil. Jiraiya released a massive amount of oil that was ignited by a fire jutsu from Shima. The flames were fanned and heated by a wind jutsu from Fukasaku, sending a burning wave of oil at Pain and the other two. The large man with Pain jumped in front and absorbed the attack, leaving himself and Pain unharmed by Jiraiya's attempted collaboration jutsu. Jiraiya kicked off his geta, revealing his now webbed feet to go with his webbed hands. Then let's try this. Jiraiya launched himself at Pain and the man protecting him from harm. In one hand, Jiraiya formed a massive Rasengan twice as large as his own body, Cho Otama Rasengan, super great ball spiraling sphere. A barrier formed around the large man's body right before Jiraiya's massive Rasengan made contact and began to shrink as the chakra was drained from it. Jiraiya looked at it in shock. He can absorb that just like he did with the oil? The injured man with long hair attacked Jiraiya from behind, prompting Jiraiya to kawarimi to safety and position himself behind the attacking man who he launched a punch at. A punch that was caught and blocked. No way. He can't even see my attacks with his wounds and he still dash? Fukasaku dropped a smoke bomb, shrouding them in smoke and obscuring the vision of the combatants. Jiraiya appeared behind Pain, kneeled down. Senpu Kibari Senbon, Sage Art Hair Needle Barrage. Jiraiya fired a massive amount of hair needles at a continuous rate set on turning Pain into a pincushion. Pain backed up to get himself some room and quickly summoned a massive panda to block Jiraiya's attack and take all of the damage. Jiraiya had come in from his blind side and still was unable to land a blow. How is he doing that? They can form such near-perfect defenses without even speaking or making eye contact. That was my fastest and most ranged attack, and even then he had it all worked out without even seeing me move. Fukasaku spoke up. Them guys ain't just regular old clones, eh? Shima was next to talk. That's what you meant by saying that there was some trick to Jiraiya-chan? Did you notice it yet? Fukasaku said, getting a puzzled response out of Jiraiya. When we got behind that guy earlier, we were in his blind spot. The whole time the other guys were watching very carefully. They didn't make a sound, didn't look at each other, didn't look like they gave off any signal at all. Don't you see, Jiraiya-chan, it's the eyes. If all three of them are watching the same target, then all three see the target from all three different points of view, so that's it. Jiraiya said, finally getting the gist of what the older toad was trying to say. If I can't get a surprise attack off with my ninjutsu, then, at this rate, even with Sage Mode, these guys will kill me. They're that strong, and it's 3-on-1. I need to find Naruto. Jiraiya-chan, we should retreat for now. Fukasaku said quietly. Jiraiya let out a grunt of understanding before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Pain stood still for a moment before speaking. He's trying to hide in the pipes. Jiraiya was beating a hasty escape through the pipeline of aim. Damn it, even if one of them actually is Nagato, there's no way that three different people all have the Rinnegan. What does this all mean? Which one of them is the real Pain? And what is he? Fukasaku tried to give Jiraiya a look of reassurance. I don't know yet. But give me a little more time and I'll have this all figured out. All three of those boys share the same field of vision. They can see from the same vantage point. That's one of their powers. So what? Shima said, what does that even do for him anyway? Well, basically Fukasaku started, it's like sitting in a security booth and watching video from 3 different cameras. You can see everything the cameras see at once. So if one of them could see the target, the other one could see it as well, even if it ain't directly in their line of sight. That's how they're attacking and defending with perfect timing. The old toad shook his head. That's 3 times the field of vision of a normal person, and unlike the Byakugan, they can cover each other's blind spots without forming seals or using chakra. That's one hell of a combination. Jiraiya shrugged. Well, then I guess we have to split them up. I know I can win one-on-one. Maybe I can get Naruto to handle the rest if I can find him. That is if he was able to beat Conan and is still in fighting shape, but even with help with those eyes he would be prepared for a counter to a strategy like that, and he is the leader of Akatsuki. He wouldn't have even undertook this venture in the first place if he didn't truly believe he had the power to do battle with the Kyuubi, or at least its Jinchuriki. He let out a sigh as he continued to retreat. Anyway, Taijutsu is out and the fat one absorbs ninjutsu. Then all you got left is Genjutsu. Fukasaku commented. Me? Jiraiya said distastefully, I hate Genjutsu as much as Naruto does himself. I've never been much of a user. But on the other hand, you too. Fukasaku spoke thoughtfully. If he really was your old pupil, he would know you don't use Genjutsu. That could be a major advantage. Shima suddenly yelled abruptly, no way. I ain't having none of it. What? Jiraiya said in confusion. Fukasaku and Shima bickered while Jiraiya continued to run until he finally had enough of being left out of the loop. What are you so upset about? I ain't singing no duet with Pa at my age, it's too embarrassing. Jiraiya sweat dropped, allowing Fukasaku to elaborate. Our most powerful Genjutsu is a song that attacks the victim's brain through their sense of hearing. That's why I wanted you to hide, because the sound would give away our position immediately. It also only works when our voices combine into the right melody, and that takes time. We'll have to take him down before he can find us. Jiraiya's face turned grim. If this thing turns ugly and gets even more dangerous, I want you two to get off of my shoulders and return home immediately. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya in shock. No way in hell, Jiraiya-chan. The outcome of this fight is going to affect the future of the entire world. Hey, Jiraiya said in offense, I have a plan. It's a bit of a gamble though. Naruto versus Conan. It had been minutes and no sign of either Naruto or the pursuit force sent into the building after him were in sight. No one had come back outside at all. Was he really that hard to find in there? He was nearly 7 feet tall and was a massive humanoid fox. How hard could it be to locate him inside of a building? Suddenly Naruto jumped out of a window on the 10th floor, covering an absurd amount of distance with one jump, but there was a victorious look on his face. Boom. Conan flew away swiftly. Get away from the building now. Every floor 10th and below went up in a colossal explosion. A force 5 times the power of a normal explosive note blew up on every floor below the 10th, catching countless ninja that had been surrounding the building in the destruction. And that was all before the entire building came down. Naruto watched from a distance, holding on to the side of another building as the towering structure he had once been inside fell. That was a really bad strategy. They wouldn't have cornered me in there anyway. A paper shuriken flew at him, forcing him to move his head as it nicked his cheek. He looked over to see Conan looking at him in abject fury. What? I'm a seed of war, aren't I? This is the only thing I'm good for according to you. You were just the one stupid enough to make an enemy out of me. You had to know it would come to this, trying to use me and the others as active weapons. You're just upset that it's happening here in your home. Your little master plan isn't so good when it's being practiced on you, is it? It doesn't matter. Conan said, no matter what you do, you won't leave here today. You will be beaten. You will have the QB extracted from you. Because no matter how much of a monster you may fight, like, you can't compare to a God? Naruto finished her statement for her blithely. I haven't seen him yet. If this pain guy is God, then he would strike me down, wouldn't he? He wouldn't let me do this for very long if he were, would he? He would know I was here and tearing him apart, right? This guy is no more God than I am. Having had enough of the banter, Conan attacked Naruto again with her paper sword. Naruto swatted her in the arm with his tail, revealing her to be a paper clone, but this was largely useless at the moment as the clone transformed completely into paper and began latching onto Naruto, completely covering him again. Damn it, I can't use Danzojiji's wind jutsu in this form. It takes more control than I've got like this. Conan wordlessly made a hand seal, revealing a few of the sheets to be explosive notes that began burning down before exploding on Naruto, sending him falling from the side of the building he was on to the ground, smoke flying off of his body from the explosions. Ugh. If she knew Fuinjutsu, she would be damn near unbeatable. Thank you, Erokyofu, for neglecting to teach her that much, at least, because you gave her one hell of a base to work from. Naruto thought to himself as he picked himself up off of the ground. As he made his way to his feet, he quickly found a water whip wrapped around his neck, choking him, before 2 more wrapped around both of his arms. Naruto glared at the AIM ninja who had taken advantage of his predicament against Conan to attempt to capture him. Hold him for the angel to finish him off. Don't let him escape. Naruto let out a snort and jerked one of his arms, harshly yanking one man off of his feet towards him, right at his feet, where Naruto delivered a stomp to his back that finished him off. With both hands free, Naruto grabbed onto the whip around his other arm and used it to propel the attacker into the one that had the whip around his neck. Things could have been going far worse, all things considered, but things were looking bleak at the moment. He needed to find Jiraiya and get the hell out of AIM before their luck ran out. Unfortunately, at the moment he was still stuck in the middle of the enemy with an S-rank missing ninja trying to do whatever she could to pester him and capture him. Like in one of Orochimaru's bases, only now it was an entire village and there was nowhere to really hide. Not only that, but he wasn't alone. He wasn't leaving Jiraiya behind, and he had no idea what Jiraiya was into. If he was fighting, then the old pervert was most definitely in the middle of a battle of his own. Maybe he was being assaulted by multiple opponents like he had to get to him and see what they were to do from this point. He was still the commander of this mission, and Naruto was his underling. Naruto used his tails to furiously whip away Conan's paper before using them to throw more long-range wind chakra balls at Conan. I need more ranged attacks, he said to himself and Kyubi before taking off through the streets to search for Jiraiya, Conan hot on his heels and keeping up her ranged attack. Conan had an almost indiscernible smirk on her face as she continued to attack Naruto. He didn't know it between the fighting he had to do on the ground and the attacks he had to worry about from the sky, but Conan couldn't bring him down here, in the middle of the city, not on her own, not without utterly destroying it. That was never her plan. She never wanted the people of the village to get involved in taking him on. They did that of their own volition. In reality, she was corralling him because with her view from the sky she knew where Pain was. After he was through dealing with Jiraiya, he could finish off Naruto too. All she had to do was get him there, and Pain could and would handle the rest. Because as the Rikudo Sennin proved back in his heyday, even a demon was no match for a god. Jiraiya vs. Pain and the other men ran through the underbelly of Amigakure, pipes strewn all about and narrow halls and pathways rampant when a strange song began to sound out. It sounds like Frog's Genjutsu, he said before getting a direction of the sound. He's there. Pain ran through a doorway into a narrow hallway where he saw Jiraiya, but when he attacked he got a rather rude awakening. The Kage Bunshin? A clone was dispelled before Jiraiya showed himself from behind them. Once they passed his position with his cheeks puffed out widely, Fukasaku and Shima still on his shoulders, croaking Katan Daenden, fire released big flame bullet. It fired a blast that covered the entire hallway in flames. The large man moved in front of the blast to run interference and block it. Yes. I knew that would work. The fat one would absorb the jutsu just like I knew he would. The original one only used summons, and the fat one only uses that absorption jutsu. They all have one unique technique, but that one technique is all they can use. Jiraiya thought excitedly to himself as he was beginning to figure the entire thing out. Only one of them can see me right now. The large one was looking at the attack he was blocking. The long-haired one was blinded from earlier, and the ponytailed one, Pain, was the only one looking at him. Pain and the long-haired one jumped over the remnants of the fire attack while the fat one worked to absorb it. The long-haired man stuck himself to the ceiling, getting a smirk out of Jiraiya. Doton Yomi Numa, earth-release swamp of the underworld. The ceiling ended up pulling him into it, keeping him stuck there helplessly. Looks like it's one-on-one again, Jiraiya said to Pain. Pain quickly tried to make a move, but Jiraiya was all over him before he could do anything. Enough. No more summoning for you. Suddenly all of the enemies found themselves unable to move. Getting Jiraiya to explain this is a genjutsu that paralyzes your nerves and your mind. All three of your bodies can no longer move an inch. Jiraiya-sensei, I had no idea you were able to utilize such an incredible genjutsu. Pain said as in his mind he and all of his bodies were surrounded by four-toed samurai, sealing them all in an illusionary cube of water. Jiraiya smirked. Never underestimate your enemy, no matter who it is. I taught you that years ago, Nagato, he said before taking on a reminiscing look. Nagato, you followed the wrong path. I wanted you to rise above the pain you felt, to conquer it, not use it to lead the world to ruin. He let out a bitter laugh as he remembered words that told him he would teach a student that would save the world or destroy it. For a while I thought it would be you. Sigh goodbye, Nagato. The illusion ended when in the real world Jiraiya drove a massive stone sword through each of their chests, and now it's finally over. He then noticed Shima and Fukasaku coughing. Are you two all right? Fukasaku nodded. That song really dries your throat out. Shima rubbed her throat. It ain't easy getting the harmony with power right. That's why we don't go around using that jutsu at everyone's beck and call. It gives you a sore throat and makes your jaw all slack, not to mention the wrinkles. Jiraiya sighed and turned to leave. Sorry about that. But you'll have plenty of time to rest now. I still have to find Naruto and hope he managed to get himself out of his own mess. Didn't you just tell me not to underestimate my enemies, Jiraiya-sensei? A new voice said from behind Jiraiya and the Toad Elders, but the inflection was familiar. Jiraiya turned his head to face them down, but ended up getting smashed through the wall and out of the hallway to end up falling onto the surface of the water outside of Aim's limits. Jiraiya grit his teeth in pain as he faced down the area he had just been attacked from. Keikido, your arm, Shima said, looking down from the shoulder she was set on. Jiraiya's left arm had been severed from that one single attack from his assailant. What in the hell just happened? Fukasaku asked as he looked at their new attackers. Their faces are completely different from the other three. He must have summoned them before we caught M in our genjutsu. There were now 6 enemies. In addition to the 3 he had been fighting, somehow having been revived, he was now fighting a bald man with no neck and piercings all in his head, a slightly burly man that looked slightly aged with spiky orange hair and piercings all through his face, and a younger man with spiky orange hair and just like the rest piercings all in his face, and they all had the Rinnegan. It's time, the youngest looking one with orange spiky hair said, for you to witness the 6 paths of pain. S6? Fukasaku said, somewhat startled by the turn of events. There are 6 of them? But we just beat 3 of them. Shima looked at them all angrily for the wounds inflicted on Jiraiya. The new 3 must have used some technique to heal the old 3. But there ain't no jutsu that brings folks back from the dead just like that. Are they even human? The youngest one spoke up. The name Pain is shared by all 6 of us. How can there be 6 people with Rinnegan? He asked loudly before he got a very good look at one of the people. No, that face, it can't be. Why, Ahiko? But he just said that you were dead. And your eyes. Yahiko looked down at Jiraiya from his elevated position coldly. You can still see Yahiko in me? How funny. I suppose only his teacher would recognize what was left of him. But make no mistake, Sensei, Yahiko is dead. The man standing before you is paying no one else. I'm sick of your bullshit. Jiraiya roared at him. How the hell can all of you have the Rinnegan? You didn't have it when I was training you, that much was definite. So are you Nagato or Yahiko? Who the hell are you? We are Pain. Yahiko said simply, we are God. They all shouted in unison before launching to attack. Naruto versus Conan, get off of me. Naruto shouted as he swiped his claws through another group of AIM ninja trying to take him down. For every one of them he wound up putting down, it seemed that another was more than willing to throw themselves at him in an attempt to leave him wide open for Conan. And with the odds of probability on their side, she ended up getting more than a few decent shots at him. Using the Kitsune trigger bolstered his strength speed ability to recover from damage and brought his overall bloodlust to palpably high levels, but he sacrificed the use of the vast majority of his ninjutsu and the protection of the chakra cloak in exchange for the control over the Kyuubi's chakra to give himself a boost of his natural attributes, and despite the fact that his wounds would heal quickly for the most part, he still took the damage. Naruto let out another yell as he felt Conan's paper shuriken rip into his back. She was sniping him, slowly picking him apart from out of his reach as the AIM ninja engaged him and attracted his attention. He was no longer fighting the unified mob he had been running through at the start. The ones that still chose to face him were the most stanch believers in Pain and Conan and were willing to do what they needed to for their god's angel to take him out. He jumped at her, missing wide again, but ended up whiffing her with one of his tails as he brushed past her, knocking her from the sky. Naruto turned back around to see her hit the ground and saw his chance. That was until a wall of AIM shinobi took up defensive positions in front of her, setting up walls of water to give her time to recover. Naruto grit his teeth, picking the paper shuriken out of his back so that the newest of his ever-present wounds could heal up. Fine, if they wanted him to fight an army, that was okay with him. He was supposed to be an army killer. Naruto opened his hand and formed a sphere of raw demonic chakra before placing it in his mouth and swallowing it. I hate this move. Why do I have to do it like this? You never complain about your Imari tasting like crap. Naruto screamed in his mind at Kyuubi. Because you can't handle my full power and you need this as a shortcut. Just like with the original intent of the Kitsune trigger, the Imari is a far cry from my true power, but it is a shortcut that allows you to harness it for what you need it for, which should be good enough. You're supposed to more or less throw it back up anyway, so quit complaining and fire it already. Kyuubi said as he rolled his eyes at hearing Naruto bite back his dry heaves. Conan remembered the description of this attack before from Zetsu's description of Naruto's fight with Kimimaro. He's going to use that here in the village. She shouted to the amassed ninja standing in front of her, get away now. You can't block this attack. It will kill you all. Too late. This is what you wanted, the Kyuubi. Well, take all of the power of the Kyuubi that I can give you. Naruto thought to himself as he started to process Imari, menacing ball. Naruto shouted as he fired off a beam fronted by a ball of destructive chakra that immediately obliterated everything in its path in a hellstorm that annihilated the village in front of it on a wide scale. Jiraiya sat inside of what appeared to be the stomach of a toad on an island of sorts, surrounded by corrosive stomach acid. He had suffered a stab wound through his body from some sort of strange sharpened rod by an injured body of Pain that was there with him. It was the one with the ponytail that he had been fighting at first. I can't believe he charged right into the toad-gourd barrier. Jiraiya said in an exhausted voice, I can't believe I got one. Are you sure you're all right, kiddo? Shima asked him worriedly. Jiraiya nodded. I'll manage. He said before a strange sensation flowed through his body. My chakra's going crazy. I can't control it. Jiraiya hunched over in pain with the rod sticking out of his body. Fukasaku looked at it intently and ripped it out. It's this thing. It ain't enough that they all look weird and there are 6 of them, they have to use crazy weapons too. These boys ain't people, there's something else. Jiraiya looked at the unmoving Pain body in front of him. I guess this one is the real Nagato after all. He said to himself before the aim Heidi on its head slipped off to reveal a scar on its forehead that gave Jiraiya a flashback to many years ago. No. I remember now. This isn't Nagato, it can't be. The toads on his shoulders looked at him in confusion. I fought this man before a long time ago. Right after I began traveling due to the great sage's advice, I was attacked by a man from the Fuma clan and I wound up giving him that scar on his forehead. So what is he doing here? Shima said impatiently. Fukasaku held his head. The more we learn about Pain, the less we understand. Jiraiya's face looked grave. If the prophecy is true, then I need to know the truth. I have to fight them again. I can't allow you two to be hurt because of me. Please return home. Fukasaku would have none of it. Are you insane, boy? If you go out there, then you're toast. There's even more Rinnegan eyes out there than before, and he ain't likely to fall for that barrier trap again. He ain't figured out what's going on yet. We need to run. The entire place began to rock and shake violently as if an earthquake had hit. Jiraiya shook his head determinedly. You're probably right. If I leave this barrier, then there's a high chance I'm not going to walk away from this one, but it's my chance to find out his true identity, and Naruto is still out there. If he can't get me, then he'll just go after him. Naruto's still either fighting or trying to find me. He wouldn't just cut and run without me, I know it. Without me out there, he'll be overwhelmed and captured. I need both of you to take this corpse back to Tsunade with everything that we've learned on this mission. If that's all you want, then Ma can handle that herself. Fukasaku said, still not willing to leave. Jiraiya was about to dispute him when Shima spoke up. You'd better not be late for dinner. Fukasaku smirked. We won't be. Me and Jiraiya-chan will be there right after we finish up here. Right outside Amigakure, Pain and all of his bodies looked back at his village, or more accurately, a massive trench ripping right through his village. Jiraiya had somehow escaped his attack and had managed to take down one of his bodies, one he hadn't been able to locate yet. If that weren't enough, moments later he and the rest of the bodies had to either dodge or get vaporized when a tiny scaled-down version of a Baijidama, tailed beast ball, blasted through the edge of the village, leaving the aforementioned trench that was 1/8 of a mile wide and had destroyed everything in its path, blowing buildings apart, bringing them down. It was a complete debacle. Kyuubi Jinchuriki Pain said lowly, as there was only one person or thing that could produce such an attack that was in Aim's vicinity. While he and all of the bodies surveyed the damage caused and waited for Naruto to show himself in some manner, Jiraiya surfaced from the water behind them with Fukasaku on his shoulder, who had summoned a massive shuriken that Jiraiya threw at the bald Pain body. It knew it was coming due to the sight of another body and dodged accordingly. Jiraiya got a good look at them all and realized something. I knew it. They're all shinobi that I've met before. That has to be it. I know your identity now, Pain. Jiraiya's train of thought was cut off when the bald Pain body attacked him, and with pure hand-to-hand skill, the same one that took his arm smashed Jiraiya in the throat and sent him to the ground, impaling him with their rods. Fuck. I need to tell Fukasaku-sama. I need to tell him to find Naruto and get him out of here. But my throat. Aerokyofu. A rush of balls of air flew at the Pain bodies surrounding Jiraiya's body, forcing them away for Naruto to land and kneel by his side. Naruto was panting heavily due to the toll of the battles, and the use of the Kitsune trigger had been taking on him. Aerokyofu, it's me, Naruto. Kami, what did they do to you? He asked Jiraiya, getting no response from him. Pull those rods out of him, boy. Fukasaku shouted to Naruto, ignoring his appearance for the time being due to more important happenings going on at the moment. Naruto quickly acted and pulled them out. It's going to be fine, I'm getting you out of here. Naruto turned to Fukasaku. You should leave now. Aerokyofu can't fight anymore, and I don't know how to fight with you. Fukasaku shook his head. I'm not leaving you or Jiraiya-chan like this. I know you're his pupil as well, just like this Pain fella used to be. Naruto's eyes panned upwards at the bodies of Pain, looking at him. Which one is Pain? I see 4 different guys over there. Doing some quick deductions, Fukasaku shouted to Naruto in warning. No. There are supposed to be 5. We got rid of one. It came too late for Naruto to react defensively, as a blade the same that had been driven into Jiraiya had been shoved into Naruto's back that pierced through his front by the young spiky orange-haired Pain. Hello, Kyuubi Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. I have to say that it is certainly nice to finally meet you. Naruto gasped desperately as he felt his chakra disrupted by the weapon sticking out of his body, an image of strange swirl-patterned eyes in his head. His Kitsune trigger form receded back to normal as his control over the form slipped. He dropped to his knees, clutching at the blade sticking out of his chest when Pain spoke again. You will survive this wound. It isn't fatal. How fitting it is that all of Jiraiya-sensei's surviving pupils meet here. Naruto looked up into the eyes of Pain and saw the pattern that was flittering through his mind. All the while his body felt utterly broken. He was completely exhausted, and his wounds from the fight with Konan and the AIM ninja force were reopening. The Rinnegan, the Kyuubi, uttered inside of Naruto's mind. I will not allow this pretender to yoke me under his will. I will not be his slave. It roared, pushing whatever it could chakra-wise into Naruto's weak frame. Do not let him defeat you here. Get up. Naruto slowly pulled the blade out of his chest and threw it back at the single Pain javelin style. Pain dodged it effortlessly and began dodging Naruto's sluggish attempts at engaging him in taijutsu. Naruto's first punch was blocked by Pain, who delivered a backhand strike that sent Naruto reeling backwards, but still barely standing. With a roar, Naruto came back in once more, only for the young Pain to move and allow the bald one to deliver a bone-shattering punch right to Naruto's body that destroyed his ribs and sent him to the ground in a heap. He grabbed Naruto by his spiky blonde locks and pulled him up to eye level, where Naruto spit blood into his eye, getting him to drop him back onto his feet, where the Konoha Jounin turned to wind up getting socked in the face by the fat Pain. Fukasaku watched Naruto take his beating, the rest of the Pains jumping in and ping-ponging him back and forth between each other while staying by Jiraiya, who was still holding on. He's just taking it all. He can't even fight back anymore, and still he won't go down. He looked at Jiraiya, who had only one eye open as it all unfolded in front of him. He's a lot like you in that respect, Jiraiya-chan. He won't give up. What is this? Naruto thought weakly to himself over the sounds of the Kyuubi yelling at him to fight back, to do something. Naruto stumbled towards the blinded long-haired Pain with his fist weakly cocked back, only to get kicked in the back before taking a fist to the body that doubled him over the arm. They beat Aokyofu, they beat me. I was never even in the fight against this guy. It is futile. Pain said to the damaged Jinchuriki, you are the living embodiment of destruction. No human is meant to wield the power you hold. You will never find a way to become stronger than me. On the other hand, I can and will use the power inside of you to bring peace to this world. It is my duty as its new god. Naruto blinked weakly before he pushed himself off of the fist driven into his body towards the seemingly main Pain collapsing against him. He weakly pulled himself face to face with Pain, where with one of his eyes swollen shut he glared at him. You're no god, he said, before doing something that he attributed to a death wish the last time he had done so. The last time he had done this he had been freshly unsealed and had done it as a legitimate battle plan in order to fight Itachi Uchiha. It was so outlandish and out of left field to attempt in battle that it actually worked and distracted him. There was no strategy here. There was no logical reason for him to want to do this. It would not help him win. It would not inspire him to keep fighting any harder than he was already attempting to. Doing what he did to Pain right then and there had no purpose whatsoever except that Naruto just wanted to spit in God's face. Literally. Naruto hocked a loogie that was 85% blood that splattered all over Pain's face. So surprised by that course of action as no one had ever done that to him in his entire life. Every single Pain stood in abject shock, letting Naruto push himself back off of him and use the last of his chakra to form a spinning blue orb in one hand Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Pain roared in pure malice as Naruto's body was violently jerked away from attacking by an unseeable force. The force of Pain's angered attack was so intense it not only threw Naruto, it tossed a few of the other bodies of Pain away. It threw the small outcroppings of land amid the water surrounding him away, and it sent Naruto, Fukasaku, and Jiraiya's bodies flying into the air. Fukasaku sat atop Jiraiya's body as it lifelessly flew through the air and saw Naruto's doing much the same. Naruto. There was no emotion in Naruto's eyes, no life. He was not dead, he wasn't even unconscious. I couldn't win. I wasn't strong enough. His eyes drifted over to Jiraiya, who was no better off than he was, and because of Naruto he had to take even more damage. And once they fell from the sky, Pain was going to catch him and extract the Kyuubi and leave Jiraiya to drown. He had lost. I'm sorry Aokyofu, I'm sorry Tsunade-ba-chan, I'm sorry Danzo-jiji. I'm sorry everyone. I just wasn't good enough when it mattered. Naruto shut his eyes and never heard the shouts of Naruto-senpai before he lost consciousness. Konohagakure no Sato, Hamiko had moved all of Naruto's things into the new house she had purchased for him and was in the middle of setting things up for his return when the correspondence tattoo she had placed on herself and Naruto began to throb numbly. It wasn't any kind of code as what normally occurred when he would speak to her. It was a steady feeling, not in any kind of pattern, nor did it have any legible form. She moved to the window and looked outside at the rain pouring down in the village. What happened to you, Naruto-sama? And are you all right? Chapter 39. The foundation holds strong. Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. The rain was still falling heavily in Konoha as the early morning began. It had been for over a week, going on ever since 2 days after Naruto and Jiraiya left. Tsunade had a horribly uneasy feeling about something, and the only pressing issue on her mind that could have been doing so at the moment was the situation that she had sent Naruto and Jiraiya into an Amage cure. While she hadn't expected any news back soon, that still didn't mean she wasn't worried. As she entered her office, Shizune gave her the basic rundown of the day that she listened to half-heartedly, still getting the gist of what she was meant to do that day. Upon finishing, the dark-haired attendant bowed to her and left the room, allowing Tsunade's mind to drift once again. Eventually, however, she felt the presence of an intruder in the office and stood up to prepare herself to defend against it, only for the intruder to be revealed as a small elderly female toad. Tsunade calmed down and retook her seat, sighing in relief. Damn nerves, she muttered to herself before addressing the toad. Yes, can I help you? She asked. Shima hopped onto Tsunade's desk and looked her in the eyes before uttering what she had come to say. Little Jiraiya and his apprentice are missing, she said somberly. Tsunade froze for a moment before speaking. How? Why? What happened to them? What do you mean missing? Shima shook her head. They wound up fighting with 2 members of Akatsuki. One of them happened to be the leader. The last thing I remember happening before I was sent away to return here to you was Jiraiya-chan losing his left arm. Pa stayed to help him, but he hasn't returned to Mt. Mayaboku either. Tsunade slumped back in her seat and looked up at the ceiling in an attempt to divert her tears from spilling. Tell me everything you can, the blonde woman said, trying to hide her pain behind a businesslike voice. Unknown location. Naruto's eyes opened to a dark room that was thoroughly unfamiliar to him. His mind started functioning in overdrive, giving himself a quick systems check. He felt fine for a guy that had been smashed by an invisible wall hard enough to be thrown for over 1.5 miles and had been impaled straight through. Why would the Akatsuki heal him? And why wasn't he bound? As a matter of fact, why was he even conscious? Did they really think he posed that little of a threat even after having been defeated? A living Naruto Uzumaki was a dangerous Naruto Uzumaki, and it was time for these fools to realize that. Let's see, nothing in the room that he could use as a weapon. Well, at least they weren't that arrogant, if nothing else. Fine, he didn't need a weapon, his hands were his weapons. After all, even if he failed again, they wouldn't kill him, they still needed him. No clothes except for a pair of boxers on his frame, his body was wrapped in bandages. He still couldn't get over the fact that they treated him. Why would they do that? Naruto quietly made his way to the door of his room and stuck himself to the ceiling right above it and waited patiently for anyone to enter so that he could begin his swift escape. After a decent amount of time waiting, the door slowly opened and shut before someone began taking steps inside of the room. Naruto quickly landed on the ground behind them, ignoring the pain in his torso, and wrapped his arms around the person's neck in a chokehold to quietly put them down. That would have been his course of action had the person he grabbed a hold of not replaced themselves in a kawarimi with a chair near his bed. I'm very glad I prepared that kawarimi before I entered the room, Naruto-senpai, or you might have killed me just now. Hearing a smooth female voice made him believe Konan had been the one in the room, but the added senpai to his name shook him of that notion. Only Sai ever called him senpai, but Sai sure as hell wasn't a woman. As a matter of fact, the only reason Sai called him Naruto-senpai was because he was en route. Route? Naruto asked, slumping against the closed door. That's right, Naruto-senpai. We are currently in a root hideout in Kawa no Kuni, River Country. We headed here after retrieving you and Jiraiya-sama from Amagekure. The female voice said once again informatively. You really shouldn't be out of bed. Naruto sent out a question that he needed answered. You said you retrieved me and Jiraiya. Does that mean he's alive? He said hopefully. Yes. The female said, getting Naruto to slide to the floor against the door and relieve his wounds were far more appalling than yours, however. Your entire skeletal frame was cracked, and you had a few ruptured organs to go with the stab wound through your torso. Naruto looked across the darkened room at the female who had taken a seat on his bed, and what of Erokyofu? The girl let out a sigh. Jiraiya-sama had a stab wound through his torso much like yourself that injured a few organs of his. His left arm was severed from his body at the shoulder, and his throat was crushed in battle. He is currently in a coma. We put him under so that he wouldn't know of our base. I'm sorry if you have a problem with that. Orders. I can give you the shot you need to take him out of it when it's time for him to leave. Naruto ran a hand down his face. How did you get us out? We should have been finished. There was no way you guys fought off that pain guy. He looked at her, trying to somehow get night vision to make out her features. I'm sorry, I don't even know your name. Sai-senpai has given me my old codename of Maki, as he said that you would find it the most familiar. You did spar with me often, Naruto-senpai, back before your unfortunate incident in Odogekure, she said. Naruto's hands felt along the walls until he finally hit the light switch and illuminated the room. His eyes slowly adjusted to the light before making out Maki's appearance. The Maki he remembered he never got to actually see. Her operational clothing was baggy, her hair had always been short, and she always wore her mask around him. He didn't even know she was a girl until Sai told him she was during their trip to Uzushigakure. Flashback, Naruto age 5, Danzo walked with a young Naruto through an underground root base in Konoha. Naruto, it is important for you to keep up appearances in the village so that it is not outright discovered that you are training with me, as you well know. Naruto nodded and kept silent as they walked. I have and will continue to oversee your training, but an important part of working as a shinobi is teamwork, and you will learn to work with others here. Okay, Danzo Gigi, Naruto said resolutely. Danzo looked at Naruto, hiding his ire at the jab at his age. He knew it was a form of endearment, but he was wrestling in his head over whether or not he wanted Naruto to see him that way to ensure his loyalty, or if he wanted Naruto to be like the rest of his soldiers. But for now he was just going to have to go with the status quo. Do you need another conditioning session with Dajimo? No, Danzo-sama, Naruto said blankly. Danzo could tell that he abhorred adding that particular honorific to anyone's name, but nothing worth forming was built in a day. Naruto would eventually get used to calling him Danzo-sama, or so he thought. Danzo led Naruto into a room that appeared to be a dojo of sorts, where there was a person his age sitting in the middle of the room. They had short black hair and a baggy black long-sleeve shirt and pants, as well as a plain white mask on their face, making Naruto wonder if he should put his on too. Before he could reach for his mask or ask about it, Danzo spoke. Begin, he said sharply. Naruto was almost caught off guard by his equally diminutive counterpart as they came at him from their seated position to attack him before he was even aware of what was occurring. After a short, mildly skilled back and forth of taijutsu between the two children, Danzo sharply ordered them to heal enough. He walked between them. Naruto, this is Maki. You will be working with Maki. Training eating missions. This person will be your partner unless I call for you personally. Do you understand? Naruto nodded. Maki, do you understand? You will work with Naruto here as your sole partner. Maki nodded and looked at Naruto through the mask's eye holes. Very good. End flashback. Now it was coming back to him. Maki was the only person he really got to call an acquaintance en route. He said acquaintance instead of friend because Maki never really spoke to him. He never saw Maki outside of the base unless they were busy, and even then Maki only spoke in short, low-syllable comments that quickly conveyed what needed to be said. And he never saw her without that damn mask they were all given. However, Danzo didn't reuse codenames for other people. If this girl was really the Maki he more or less grew up with, then the name was a definite indication of that. This Maki was right at his age. She was far smaller than him, as she didn't top out over 5 feet in height to his 5'7", but she had definitely grown out. She didn't wear baggy clothing anymore either. She wore tight black pants, black sandals, and much like Sai, wore a high-collared tight shirt, one sleeve long to go with the other arm that was sleeveless, that came to her stomach and zipped up. It was left unzipped enough to reveal part of her chest and the mesh shirt she wore. Her dark gray eyes were rather hardened, something he expected, as it was the same girl he worked with as a child. She still had short black hair, but as it now came down to her neck in order to go with a pair of long braids descending down her back, there was no disputing that she was most certainly a girl. She wasn't even wearing a mask, it was attached to her hip. Hello, Maki, Naruto said, trying to pick himself up off of the ground, but was now fully feeling the effect of his wounds. How have you been? He asked as the girl helped him up and back over to his bed. I have been fine, senpai, she responded, setting him down on his bed. Due to your unfortunate capture and subsequent sealing, Danzo-sama never truly saw it fit for me to go through the final stage of his emotional conditioning. And that was? Naruto asked as he tried to sit up, only to be pushed down by Maki's delicate hand. Her sharp gray eyes locked with his blue ones. A fight to the death between me and you. Wait, he seriously would have made Maki fight him back then? 8-year-old Naruto back then would have slaughtered an 8-year-old Maki. She was good enough to keep up with him in training, but a fight between them would have always ended with his victory. He was a Jinchuriki that was trained by the leader of the cell personally. She was just a little girl, a well-trained little girl, but still a little girl. I was never subjected to that part of the training. As anyone Danzo-sama would have made me fight would not have had that much of a bond with me, if there was even one at all. The same thing happened to Sai-senpai when his partner Shin died of a disease before their test could happen. Naruto nodded, wondering why Maki was keeping him from sitting up when he felt some blood rising from his throat. Maki shook her head and made a few hand seals before her hands began to glow green. Shaozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique. Honestly, senpai, you're still as stubborn as a mule. Naruto lay still on the bed as Maki gave him a touch-up to patch his injured organs up. You never answered my question, Maki. How did you get us out of there? Maki gave him a smile that seemed strange on her usually stern-looking face. We were there with you the entire time, senpai. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Senpai and myself, along with a platoon of root ninja. Why do you think the full force of AIM's military wasn't brought down to bear on you? Because we were there keeping the bulk of them away from you when you were discovered. You ended up causing quite a stir when you fought with that Akatsuki member all across the village. Naruto coughed up a little leftover blood. Danzo GG sent a platoon? He had 50 ninjas to spare to get me out of AIM? Maki shook her head. Well, why did he have them there? Maki wiped the blood away from his lip. We weren't actually there for you. Danzo-sama sent a platoon in to use the AIM civil war as a cover to assassinate Hanzo, but he was already dead. We didn't know the war was over until we got there. Killed by the man that defeated you and Jiraiya-sama Pain. Before we left you were discovered and Sai-senpai called an audible of sorts to get you out. It was actually successful, all things considered. Even though we didn't do it, Hanzo is dead and we only lost 13 men of the 55 we sent in. And you brought us here with you when you retreated from the village. Naruto said, but there was an elderly toad with arrow Kyofu. What happened to him? Maki stood up after depositing the syringe she promised Naruto on his bed by his side. He's still by Jiraiya-sama's bedside. He said he was waiting for you to wake up, and he isn't the only one, but at the moment you can go see him first. She walked towards the door and pointed towards a stand in the corner. There are fresh clothes for you over there. Yours were absolutely ruined. And she stopped and gave Naruto another smile. It really is good to see you again, senpai. I missed you. Naruto blinked in surprise. Missed me? She missed him? How? She barely spoke to him, and they weren't that close, at least to him. Hell, he didn't even know she was a girl for the longest time, so you still have your emotions? You're not a brick wall like Sai as well was until I got to him. It must have been a rude thing. They didn't get much time with people, so those that they actually spent time with they wound up bonding with until Danzo made them fight. I never finished emotional conditioning. Maki commented as she slipped her way out of the door and shut it behind her. Remember, Root is and always has been on your side, Naruto-senpai. She said simply as the door clicked shut. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Hamiko sat in front of the Hokage with a stern look on her face and shook her head resolutely. Naruto-sama isn't dead, Hokage-sama. Tsunade felt bad for the girl at first due to her seeming inability to accept that Naruto was caught by the Akatsuki, but this was getting ridiculous. Even Shima couldn't tell the girl otherwise. Hamiko, you have to accept that Jiraiya and Naruto are missing. I'll be here for you. You can get through this just as I can. Hamiko sighed. Master isn't dead or missing. I can ask him right now. She pulled part of her kimono down and placed 2 fingers on the tattoo on her shoulder, channeling chakra through it in bursts. Yes, he wasn't answering for a few days, and the feeling I got from our link told me something was wrong. But he answered me after I tried calling him when the throbbing feeling stopped. Tsunade hopped up from her desk as Shima looked at her in shock. Where is he? Is Jiraiya okay? What happened? What about Pa? Shima asked, is he all right? Hamiko frowned as she tried to sort out how to get that to him in coded format. After doing so, she spoke up and informed them, well, Jiraiya-sama's alive. He believes that this Pa person is too because he was with them the whole time before he went unconscious. He apparently doesn't know where he is, but when he gets his bearings he'll tell me, and I'll tell you. Hamiko knew where he was. He had told her, but she also knew that Naruto did not desire his ongoing relationship with Root to be known, so that he would have to deal with that. He is safe though. He assured me of that. He can move and he will tell me more when he gets the chance. Tsunade and Shima let out sighs of relief. I'm going to smack that brat and that pervert one when they get back here. She looked at Hamiko gratefully. Thank you for that, Hamiko. That was all I called you for. If you could bring Shizune in when you leave, that would be great. We have work to sort out. Hamiko smiled and stood with a bow before leaving. She was still worried about Naruto, and there was only one thing she could do when she was worried: work. He would communicate with her again soon enough. Kawa no Kuni, hidden root base. Naruto felt somewhat safe again with his gear back on his person. He had no shoes, but he had on a plain long-sleeved black shirt and black pants and had his sword slung over his back as normal as he walked the halls of the base without an escort. Unlike Orochimaru's bases, Danzo's weren't uniform. A root base would either be a small hideaway like the one Naruto used with Yujito and Kaminari no Kuni, or something like the one he was in, a full compound used as planning points and overall bases of operation for use in foreign excursions. No two were built the same, and there were no signs or anything to help you find anything, and Naruto had never been to this one. Fortunately, he was already in what he would label as the medical wing, and it didn't take him long to find Jiraiya's room with Fukasaku standing nearby looking at him. "You wanted to see me?" Naruto asked as he entered the room and shut the door behind him. Fukasaku looked at Naruto as he walked in and looked down at Jiraiya. "He's gonna be fine, they say." I don't rightly know who they is, but they kept Jiraiya-chan alive. Most of them had the Konoha symbol on their hide. They aren't trying to restrain me, and you don't seem to be nervous in the least here, so I suppose I shouldn't be either. How dash? Naruto didn't know how to word it as he saw how bad things looked during the fight with Pain. How is he for sure? Do you know? I told Tsunade-chan he was alive, but I don't know what exactly is wrong with him. Fukasaku sighed and moved closer to Naruto. "Well, as you could see before we got thrown like ants, he lost his left arm. Ain't nothing no one can do about that. His throat was crushed. It's going to take some time for him to regain speech. With proper medical treatment, he had a ton of damage to his internal organs, but I guess getting that beaten all those years ago from Tsunade was good for one thing, because he'll survive. He's just not gonna be in any kind of fighting shape for a while, if ever again. At least he's not dead," Naruto said as he dropped to his knees by Jiraiya's bed, feeling the pain in his knees, and placed his head on the bed. "At least he'll live to perv another day." The room settled into a comfortable silence. "How long have we been here?" 5 days. Fukasaku informed him. "They said you went and cracked every bone in your body. How did you go and manage that?" Naruto looked at the elderly toad. "The price you pay to use power you can't truly control. I can't use even 4 tails without using the Kitsune trigger, the thing you saw that turned me into the fox-looking thing. I can't use any actual ninjutsu when I do it, though. It's all power and speed, and it wasn't enough for that Pain guy. He maimed Aokyofu, and he beat me so fast you didn't know anything about him." "Well, Jiraiya-chan does, and I do too. So does Ma, and she's given her account to your Hokage now." Fukasaku reasoned. "That was the reason you went to AIM in the first place, ain't it? Mission accomplished. I could have beaten Konan if I could have gotten her one-on-one," Naruto said, "but Pain, I don't think me at full capacity could have beaten him. He was so fast, and there were so many of him. That one bald one was so strong. I never had a chance." Fukasaku nodded. "How do you feel now? Are you angry? Are you scared?" Frowning, Naruto shook his head in the negative. "I'm not mad. You'd think it would be weird, but I'm really not mad. Even after everything that he did to Aokyofu. He's alive, and I know he won't let this keep him down. But no matter what, I never took it personally. No matter how much of a bastard Pain is, he has his own goals. So do we. Me and Aokyofu, our goals just clashed. That's the reason that ninja exists, right? Being mad won't change anything. It won't make me stronger, it won't make him weaker, it won't give Aokyofu his arm back, it won't make me feel better about getting my ass handed to me, and it won't help me control more of Kyuubi's power. It'll just make it harder." "And the fear?" Fukasaku said. "No fear," Naruto said. He stood up slowly due to his injured skeletal frame. "What is there to be afraid of? I already know he can beat me. So all that there is to do now is find a way to get stronger than him, and I know it's possible, so that I never have to see someone like Aokyofu hurt fighting for me again. That's why he did all of this, took these wounds, because he's stronger than me and wanted to protect me. He must have given that bastard hell, though." Fukasaku smiled and chuckled. "Damn right he did. He took one of the bastard's bodies and got it to your Hokage. It won't take long and they'll figure out a way to beat him, kid." He looked at Jiraiya. "What do we do now?" Naruto started pacing around and thought, "Ugh, I can't go back to Konoha as I am. Not like this. Now that Pain knows I can't beat him, and now that he knows he can beat Aokyofu, he's going to be after me full blast now. He'll attack Konoha directly if I'm there, especially after all of the damage I did to AIM with one attack. I can't go back with you. I can go with you as far as Hai no Kuni or take him directly to Suna. Either or, they both work, but I'm not setting foot in Konoha again until I know I'm ready to fight Pain and win." Fukasaku took a moment to think about the options. "I have a better idea. You got a message to Tsunade, didn't you? Well, Ma should be with her. If you can get word to Ma to summon me back to Konoha, I can take Jiraiya-chan with me so we can treat him." Naruto looked at him in shock. "You can do that? I thought only humans could summon you, not the other way around." Fukasaku chuckled. "That's right, you've been learning how to work with the toads through Bunta's troublesome boy Gamakichi, haven't you? Well, you need to set up a contract with a toad that you want as your familiar. We toads can summon each other, but only a familiar can summon the human they are set to work with. Nothing we can do about that for now. Go ahead and chew Gamakichi out about that when you can and get that set up." "Damn it, Kichi," Naruto mumbled as he started sending out a message to Hamiko. "She should get it in a few minutes." Hamako-chan is reliable. Here, this should take him out of the coma by the time Tsunade-ba-chan gets to him. He ran a hand through his hair. Tell everyone that I'll be fine. I'll keep in touch through Hamako-chan, but they need to understand that I can't go back there right now. It's how this has to go. Fukasaku nodded. You gonna travel the world like your sensei did? Naruto gave Jiraiya the shot and let out a short laugh. No, I don't think I'll be going quite that far and wide like Aokyofu. I have a mission to do. Get strong enough to beat pain and keep Konoha safe. Tell Tsunade-ba-chan not to waste the resources coming after me. I wouldn't do this if I weren't sure I knew what I was doing. Once Gamakichi becomes your legitimate familiar, we can summon you to empty Mayaboku when you want it. He gave a knowing grin. I'm certain Jiraiya-chan will want to show you around the place soon. Can't wait. Naruto said as he walked out of the room. Make sure he takes care of himself and gets rest. One arm or not, I'm sure Konoha is going to need him. Please don't tell her what you saw here. It would cause a bunch of needless trouble. And if Tsunade-ba-chan gets all bent out of shape about me not coming back, tell her that I'm still in the middle of an ongoing mission that I'm choosing to continue at this time. Naruto shut the door behind him and let out a sigh. You'll really head out on your own, Naruto-senpai? Naruto turned to see Sai leaning against the wall right next to the room he had been in moments prior. Are you certain that would be the wisest course of action? Naruto shrugged. Well, put it like this. I could train in Konoha like I've been doing with a big beacon telling pain for sure where I am, get attacked by him in his leisure and have the village be destroyed in the fight, or I can leave without anyone knowing where I intend to go and do the same thing. I have a few places where I can go, Sai, trust me. He looked at the pale teen questioningly. So how did you save us back there? We were flying through the air. I can draw birds large enough to carry multiple people. Or did you forget? Sai gave him his strange smile. Well, be that as it may, Danzo-sama would like to speak to you now that you have recovered. Naruto stopped and turned to Sai. Danzo-GG is here? Sai nodded. For how long? He never leaves Konoha. He works right from there. I told him you were here after I flew you from AIM to our base. Sai led Naruto through the halls. He came here shortly after I sent it while you were still unconscious. Whatever happened to you almost killed you. Maki-san almost couldn't fix you even with the QB. I can feel it. Naruto said. I feel totally brittle, if you know what I'm saying. I don't think I could take a single punch without re-injuring something right now. Eventually, Sai led Naruto to a rather plain door with the root kanji on it. Man, this feels like deja vu. Sai knocked on the door and got a stern enter that he followed, bringing Naruto inside with him. Danzo sat inside of the rather Spartan setup of what was his office at this base, calmly looking over Naruto with almost piercingly stern expression that Naruto remembered from his youth. He hadn't seen that look up close and in person in 7 years. It was just like he was 8 again. It was actually good to know that despite everything that had happened, some things didn't change. Danzo was surrounded on both sides of his desk by members of Root. One was a black-haired man with a mask covering his face except for the lower half that had glasses built into the eyes. He wore the usual Root long-sleeved midriff-cut shirt, only he wore a red sash around his waist and an apron over his pants. Torian, the other, was a man with auburn-colored hair and a high ponytail that wore a red kimono shirt over his usual Root gear, for apparently in his absence they rose to a high enough point to be Danzo's bodyguards. Also inside of the room was Maki, standing at attention, who did not show any emotion on her face to his presence, but when he looked at her, Naruto could see in her eyes that she was happy to see him. Naruto. Danzo said, immediately getting Naruto's attention. It is good to see you alive and in one piece. How goes your final mission for me? He asked. Naruto wanted to roll his eyes as if he didn't know. Of course he knew. He was Danzo. Well, Danzo-GG. Naruto said, getting a glare out of Torian and Food, still finding it hilarious to see the diehards' desire to admonish him for a lack of formality, but despite them being 5 years older, he was still technically their superior when he was there. Despite their reaction, he didn't get any kind of reaction out of Danzo. Strange. Danzo must have actually missed being called that or something. I'm a jounin now. I know Tsunade-ba-chan personally, as she is technically related to me, and I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage, so I have a direct relation or relationship of some sort with 4 of the 5 Kage that have existed in Konoha's history. And now you have me, a man who worked side by side with the Nidaime Hokage and the man who almost became the Sandaime Hokage. Danzo said with a smirk. Naruto-kun, what would you say if I told you that I had this planned for you all along? To go for Hokage in my stead. Naruto blinked before speaking. I want to say that you're completely bluffing, but I'm not surprised honestly if that was the truth. Danzo's smirk dropped. No, it's true. I knew of your relation to the Yondaime. Most Jinchuriki are related to the village leader somehow, and you look just like him. The evidence was always there for anyone with the knowledge of what to look for. I always had you as my backup plan in case I was never able to secure the place, and I decided after it was deemed that Tsunade would become Hokage that it was time to let you know of my plans. He paused for a moment and made surefire eye contact with Naruto. Do you know how old I am, Naruto-kun? Naruto did quick math in his head. The Sandaime was 69 when he died and you're his age, so I would say you're at least 72. Danzo nodded. Even if I had taken the seat, how long would that have lasted? Any plan I put into motion at that point would have never seen completion before I finally died, leaving Konoha in a state of chaos due to whomever my successor would be not being knowledgeable on my politics. Everything I have done since I realized that I would never be able to condition you had been to prepare you. And when you were captured after your mission to Otogekure, I felt that my plans were all for nothing, but then you broke the seals placed on you just like you always broke mine. And the results ended with you being in a far better position for you to become Hokage. Then working your way from within our group, after all, starting from ground level is far more desirable than starting from among the roots. Naruto nodded as Danzo continued. You will have the support of Root no matter what throughout your endeavor for me. Sai is to replace me, as you know, and Maki, well, I hadn't had plans for her, but she is very skilled at medical jutsu, as you already know, due to her healing you, as well as a very skilled combatant. Maki bowed to Danzo after he finished complimenting her. You know Maki from your initial training. She was meant for something more than your emotional conditioning, however, just so you know, but it doesn't matter now. I was never going to have you two fight one another to the death. That got looks of shock from both Naruto and Maki, more so from Maki, as she had known of the final test for years and expected that to have been his and her fate had Naruto remained en route. I am aware of all of your victories in your career as well as your defeats. Danzo said, do not feel discouraged, that is a sign of weakness. This pain person was enough of a force even before your birth to take out an entire platoon of my shinobi as well as those of Hanzo. He has clearly only grown in strength since then. However, unlike my soldiers, you survived and you can learn from your defeat. He gestured at Sai and Maki. I offer the aid of Sai and Maki to travel with you during your expedition from Konoha. It would be far too dangerous for you to do this alone. Naruto frowned and turned to Sai. Were you aware of this? Sai nodded. And you're okay with coming with me? Once again Sai nodded, prompting Naruto to turn to Maki. Did you know of this too? Maki also nodded. Maki, you barely know me. Are you sure it's best for you to come with me? Maki once again nodded. It is my mission, Naruto-senpai. And I believe it would be good to work with you again, that is if you will allow me to. Naruto sighed in resignation before nodding his agreement. Then it is best if I come with you. Naruto looked at all of the current operatives in the room looking at him and finally let off a sweat drop. If I say no, you're just going to send them anyway and have them shadow me, aren't you? Danzo didn't even try denying it. That is correct. As I've said, and as you should be well aware of, you are far too valuable to the village to be left unguarded. Danzo sighed. Everyone except Naruto, please leave the room. All of the other operatives bowed to Danzo before making themselves scarce, leaving Naruto alone in the room with the man himself. The two spent a long time looking at each other before the old man spoke. I have never told you this personally, as I am not one for compliments, and I have never had a chance to speak to you face to face since your incident. But I have to say, Naruto-kun, you are my greatest success as the leader of Root. Naruto looked around to make sure everyone was out of the room before he responded to that. Danzo, GG, are you dying? Because you never told me that ever, even when I was actually working and running missions for you. Danzo did something that Naruto would have sworn was the precursor to the apocalypse right at that moment. He laughed. He honestly laughed. It wasn't for very long, but it was too long to be deemed anything else. Not a chuckle or any other synonym that implied a slight amount of humor, but actual laughter. Naruto had to silently make a hand seal to dispel a genjutsu to make sure he hadn't been caught by Akatsuki and placed under a genjutsu to keep him docile. I am not dying, Naruto-kun, I can assure you of that. If the Tsuchikage is still around these days, then I most certainly have plenty of time left. Danzo said, allowing his amusement to die down. It is true, however. You took to my training earnestly and kept your ability to fit into everyday situations outside of combat. He looked at the 15-year-old Jounin. My original intent was to enter you in the academy once you returned from your mission to Otogekure, but fate had other plans. Still, you have turned out just as well as I could have ever imagined, even with the 4 years lost to you. Naruto didn't know what to say. This was the man that was responsible for his life being the way it was now, the original catalyst for everything that shaped his outlook as a ninja. His first actual role model. Naruto dropped to one knee and did something he had never done outside of business. "Thank you, Danzo-sama," he said earnestly while in a bow. He had never bowed to anyone else in his entire life. He even hated doing it for Danzo before this, but no matter what, without Danzo he really had no idea as to where he would have ended up as a ninja. Naruto did not lift his head until Danzo stood in front of him, one hand on his cane and one on the blonde's head. Times are changing and becoming more and more tumultuous, Naruto-kun, you know this as well. Take care and prepare well. Sai and Maki will keep watch over you until you deem yourself fit to return. I have always been on your side. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's tower, Pain and all of his remaining bodies overlooked the remnants of AIM following the collective battles with Jiraiya and the one that caused more widespread destruction. Naruto, you will not escape for long. Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Enjoy your freedom for as long as you can. Our business is far from done. Konan stood by the side of the body of Yahiko looking at the village as well. The massive trench that was ripped through the greater part of the village from Naruto's Imari was seared into her memory. A Kawarimi with a paper clone and a Shunshin away from Naruto's attack as fast as she could muster almost wasn't enough to escape it as the shockwave of the attack's path blew her weightless paper body miles away from AIM. You had to know it would come to this, trying to use me and the others as active weapons. Konan had never seen a Jinchuriki actually cause damage at this scale in public whenever attempts to capture them were made. The Ichibi Jinchuriki was never involved in a full-scale battle with any Akatsuki force. The Nibi caused quite a bit of damage, but nothing on the scale that Naruto did. The Nanabi Jinchuriki barely fought back at all, as if she didn't care one way or the other. The Gobi Jinchuriki barely used his Biju's power except for his steam-based ninjutsu, and that fight took place in the mountainous range landscape of Tsuchi no Kuni. The Yanbi Jinchuriki was a very skilled, experienced shinobi that had managed to gain enough control over his respective Biju to use lava release, but again this person was nowhere near any populated areas when they were captured, nor did they directly activate a demonic form during the battle. The Rokubi was ambushed and quickly taken down with little trouble, and the Sanbai was captured on the water away from land. The point was, even though Jinchuriki were used as secret weapons in wars for years, even though it was the goal of Akatsuki to capture the Biju, even though they knew of each Jinchuriki that were still in existence with their Biju Naruto Uzumaki Sabaku, Nogari Yujito Nai, and Karabi of Kumogakure, they had never faced one that was willing to actually use a wide-scale attack in the middle of any city before. She had never seen the actual destruction a motivated Jinchuriki could cause. Your little master plan isn't so good when it's being practiced on you, is it? This is what the end result was supposed to be. Konan thought to herself, no. The real thing is supposed to be far worse than this, and the thought of that is chilling. Konan's original goal alongside Yahiko and Nagato was to bring peace to AIM. And they had actually done it. It took years, it cost Yahiko his life, but eventually it was done. When did it stretch to doing so with the world? When did the end result of the master plan turn to be so destructive? It occurred the day Yahiko died. The day Nagato changed his name. The day Pain was born. Konan. Pain's voice got her attention. We will remain here until I have prepared the new body for my animal path. Then we will begin the hunt for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in earnest. Until then, send word to the remaining members to keep their eyes open for him and do not hesitate to engage him. As you wish, Nagato. Konan said, walking deeper into the tower as the bodies of Pain continued looking out at AIM. Can peace be achieved this way? And if so, how many lives will be lost like this in the process? With the weapons in the hands of every nation, how many times will it be used? Will there be anyone left to actually exist peacefully with? Konohagakure no Sato, Konoha Hospital, is that brat insane? Was the roar that echoed through the building out onto the streets from the one woman everyone in the village had heard yell at least once, Tsunade, he expects me to just leave him alone by himself with Akatsuki out there? Tsunade expressed nothing but relief when Jiraiya was found to be alive and quickly rushed him to the hospital, where he was swiftly admitted and treated, and then she actually listened to what Fukasaku had reported to her from Naruto. Needless to say, she was not very pleased. Instead of staying here where we can protect him, he's staying out there where he's in jeopardy. Fukasaku didn't respond to the slug princess's anger over the matter. He simply conveyed Naruto's message back to her. He thinks it's the right thing to do, all things considered. He doesn't want Pain looking here for him before he's ready to handle the man himself. And I think it's between you and him. But the youngin said to tell you when you got all twisted up about this that he was continuing an ongoing mission that you gave him and he never finished. Tsunade looked at the toad strangely until realization hit her. Oh, that sneaky little, he was talking about the mission with Jiraiya to see if Kumo would assist them against the threat of the Akatsuki. The original intention was to venture to all of the 5 great nations or any place that would be willing to assist. It was something for Jiraiya to get Naruto out of the village with for about a month, but the attack from Haiden and Kakuzu put a wrench in that plan and cut it short. However, Tsunade had never officially closed the mission. It was still open. Naruto knew it, and as far as it went with him, he might as well have been on something akin to Jiraiya's long-term information gathering mission with the freedom the parameters of that mission granted him. Damn, that was good. She looked at Fukasaku with half-lidded eyes. I don't suppose he told you where he was going so that I could send a team to intercept or at least assist him. Fukasaku grinned at Tsunade. There was something about that kid Naruto that he was sincerely starting to like. Nope. I don't even rightly know where you got Ma to summon me from, to tell you the truth, so I'm no help there either. As the tick marks formed on Tsunade's head, he realized what it was. That little tadpole is just as gutsy as Jiraiya-chan. Half as crazy too. A series of weak strained laughs came from Jiraiya's bed. Tsunade turned to the injured man who, even hooked up to so many machines, was still smirking at her for Naruto getting one over on her. Oh, shut up, you pervert. Keep laughing and I'm going to get you better just so I can beat you up and put you back in here. Due to his inability to speak, Jiraiya weakly lifted his one arm, pointed at Tsunade, drew a heart in the air with his hand, and pointed back at himself. Tsunade gave him a small smile. Doesn't mean I still don't want to kick your ass for worrying me. Fukasaku cut in between the 2 old teammates. I should let Jiraiya-chan get his rest, but the second he's able, I want him to summon me. We have a lot to go over about Pain, about his student, and about how we're going to get his student ready. Jiraiya nodded slightly, but firmly. I think you should let the boy be for now, Tsunade. He's no fool. This is something he feels he has to do. Kawa no Kuni, hidden root base. Naruto walked to the exit of the root base, flanked by Sai and Maki, as he was outfitted in root gear similar to theirs. He wore the high-collared zip-up root shirt that cut off at his midriff with no sleeves and a pair of black gloves on his hands. He had his left arm taped up to the shoulder and his right arm exposing his correspondence tattoo with Hamiko. He had on black pants that, once they reached his shins, bunched up into a pair of white greaves that guarded that part of his legs above his black shinobi sandals. His sword was still on his back and his Heidi 8 was still prominent on his forehead, but he also had a plain white mask attached to his hip. He looked at the members of Root that stopped in the middle of their own activities as they passed him in the hall and bowed to him. Why are they bowing to me? A lot of them shouldn't even know who I am. Maki looked at him with no discernible expression. Why should they not bow to the man that is to become Hokage? Especially when he is one of us. Naruto gave her a deadpan look but refrained from speaking as they exited the base that Naruto found to be set in a groove in the wall of a river canyon. The 3 shinobi made their way out of the canyon and stopped in the middle of the surrounding forest. Sai looking to Naruto expectantly, Maki doing the same. Where are we going, Naruto-senpai? He asked. Naruto sighed. Until Aokyofu is well enough to find me and help me with my strategy against Pain, I can't sit on my hands and wait for him to come to me. I need to find out how to better control the Kyuubi's chakra. I never had a chance to speak on it with other Jinchuriki before, so we're going to do that. First to Suna, then to Kiri, then to Kumo. Those places should have the information I need to figure this out. Sai nodded and pulled out his drawing scroll when Naruto stayed his hand, confusing him. What's wrong? Naruto explained his reaction. We shouldn't travel conspicuously. We're trying to divert attention away from us so we can move freely. Flying would be faster, but we'd be easy prey. Maki moved to speak. Naruto-senpai, you're still hurt. If Sai-senpai creates an ink bird for us to travel with, you can rest and recover faster. Naruto shook his head. Maki, that would put too much attention on us. Suna is a day's trip from here on foot if we move the way we should. Seeing that neither of them were giving off any sort of reaction to what he was saying, he rolled his eyes. If you see me slowing down because of my injuries, you have permission to stop me and do things your way until we get to Suna, okay? Yes, senpai, was the unilateral response from both Sai and Maki. Naruto looked at them both before shaking his head and walking along, motioning for them to follow. I am going to work some personality into you both before I go back to Konoha, I swear. Let's get moving. Maki's eyes narrowed on Naruto's back, taking offense to his comment on her personality as she and Sai followed. I have personality, Naruto-senpai. Naruto let out a short laugh. Yeah, I guess since I've seen you again, you've said more to me than you did in almost 3 years when we were kids, but your personality is only mildly better than Psycho Eyes. He turned around and looked at Sai's dull expression before turning to Maki, who had one that was much the same, but there was a spark of annoyance in her eyes that she couldn't hide. It's a work in progress. Now come on. Let's get to Suna before my luck runs out again. With that, they all took off into the trees, heading west towards Sunagakure. Unknown location, Otogekure Base. Sasuke sat alone in the middle of a training room. The defeated bodies of multiple Odo shinobi laying around. I know how to find you, Itachi. He said to himself, breathing in mild exhaustion as he caught his breath from his most recent training session. I know that you're looking for the Jinchuriki of the world for your own goals. All I have to do is capture them myself and wait for you to come to me. Sasuke clenched his fist as lightning chakra circulated through it. Orochimaru can't stop me. You won't stop me. Nothing will stop me. You can't hide from me forever. It's almost time for me to find you and take my revenge. Just wait a little while longer, Itachi. The cursed seal spread across his face and entire body. Just wait a little while longer and I promise you your life will be mine. Chapter 40. The Seeds of the Root. Kaze no Kuni, Team Naruto. A group of 3 lightly cloaked figures wandered through the desert, heading towards the hidden village in the unforgiving terrain. A bastion of relief for the travelers that they moved towards quickly to get out of the sun. Why are we wearing this extra equipment if we're running, Naruto-senpai? Sai asked curiously as he and Maki followed behind the blonde leader, keeping pace with him. Because Psycho-High. Naruto began to explain. While I don't really need it, you most definitely do. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You're as white as the paper you draw on. If you're out in this sun for even an hour, you're going to be lobster red, and I don't need you losing any fights we get into because of your nasty sunburn. Maki looked over at her 2 superiors before speaking her own mind. What about me, Naruto-senpai? I'm not as pale as Sai-senpai is, and I'm still wearing a cloak too. Naruto grinned at her. Well, there's no way I'm letting the female member of our little group chance getting sunburned. You're too pretty to get that complexion all beat up by the sun, Maki. His grin dropped as he saw the dome structure of Sunagekure coming into sight. Okay, be cool. You guys are both registered, right? I know Sai is, but how about you, Maki? Maki nodded. Yes, senpai, I'm a registered Konoha ninja number 920018. Should I put on my Hide 8 now? Yes, that would be best, at least for now. Naruto said as he saw Maki retrieve the accessory and tie it around her neck. Gaara may trust me, but we're still foreign ninja, and you all need to be identified as Konoha ninja lest we look way more suspicious than we already do. The only bad thing is if this gets back to Tsunade-bachan. She's going to wonder where I got you 2 from. Sai gave him his smile. No, she shouldn't look too much into it, senpai. Danzo-sama has worked out a deal that places me as your usual teammate in order to protect you. I am sure he has, or will explain. Maki the same way. Naruto returned the smile with one of his own as he looked at his 2 subordinates. We're golden then. Alright, get ready for some scrutinizing looks. Don't attract a ruckus and remember to get some rest and get your materials together quickly for in case of Akatsuki attack or if we have to leave suddenly. The smile he shot back at them actually put a small one on Maki's face. Don't cause a ruckus, Naruto-senpai? That doesn't sound like you. I remember during that mission we had to that noble's mansion in Kuminari no Kuni when you dash. Okay, Maki. Naruto replied, rather disgruntled at the turn of the conversation as he turned forward with narrowed eyes. I don't need you reminding me of how I got out of there. I remember. I was there. And you didn't help me either, so you don't get to judge my robbery plan when you didn't even have a part in it. As you wish, senpai. Maki replied automatically to stanch his ire, but looking at her face he could see the mirth in her eyes. She really did miss having him back. But that also meant that she was going to take to razzying him every now and then. Putting the thought out of his mind, Naruto focused on the mission. She could do what she wanted as long as she knew how to work. Besides, talking to someone that would answer back with some bite every now and then was way better than getting Sai's monotonic responses. He might be able to take the edge off and have some fun verbally sparring with her. It didn't really hurt that she was rather cute too. Cammy, how did he not notice she was a girl? He must have missed a few remedial detail noticing lectures back in the day. Konohagakure no Sato, Konoha Hospital. Tsunade had been periodically checking on Jiraiya ever since he had been admitted to the hospital. He was out of critical condition, but he had still suffered grievous wounds that required him to remain in the hospital. Breathing on his own was still a horrible chore due to the injuries to the throat that he had suffered at the hands of pain, forcing him to remain hooked up to a machine to assist him with the necessary process as well as an apparatus to provide him with nutrition due to his inability to even properly swallow food. That wasn't even mentioning his most glaring injury that would hinder him forever, his missing left arm that had been severed at the shoulder. She walked through her teammate's room, engaging him in conversation during some downtime in her daily schedule. So you have no idea where the brat is going either? She asked Jiraiya while adjusting his blinds for him. She turned to face him and saw him shake his head in the negative. Both of you weren't enough to take down this pain person? Jiraiya shook his head and looked at her as if he wanted to say more, prompting a frown to grace the Godame Hokage's features. I need to get you something to write with until you can speak again. She looked outside of the window. It's been 3 days since you were brought back. Do you even have any idea what he's out there to do? Jiraiya again shook his head, wishing he could speak to Tsunade, but in his current condition that was impossible. His apprentice had taken it upon himself to stay away from Konoha for the time being and leave himself surrounded by the wolves of the Akatsuki. He needed to be able to somehow tell Tsunade all that he had seen and what he had learned about pain. He needed to find Naruto and start getting him ready for an inevitable second encounter with pain. He needed to do all of these things, but he simply couldn't because he was stuck in this damned hospital bed for the time being. Tsunade let out a sigh. Well, if anything comes up we can still speak with him through Hamiko if the need arises. We're going to have you up and at him in no time, you old goat. She said with a smile. I still need you around here. You aren't getting off that easily. So Naruto isn't coming back? A voice said with a sigh from the entrance of the room. Eyes turned there to see Kakashi leaning against the door frame. Do you want to send someone after him? If so, I'm volunteering. Tsunade shook her head. No, the brat isn't deserting. He's just taking advantage of a loophole. She let out a small laugh. I guess he did deserve a real vacation after all anyway. But no, I'm not going to send anyone after him. He'll come back when he finds what he wants. I'll be sending out the pervert to go find him when he's all healed up anyway. Kakashi gave her an ice smile. Well, in that case, I volunteer to escort Jiraiya-sama when he goes looking for him. Tsunade nodded to him, getting Kakashi to give a thumbs up. Great. When it's time to go, give me a call and I'll be right there. Jiraiya let out a muffled laugh as Tsunade rolled her eyes. You'll be there 3 hours late like always. She put her hands on her hips. I'll inform you on when Jiraiya will be ready to leave. All right then. Kakashi said, pulling out his Ika book and turning to leave. In the meantime, I have to lay low and duck the inevitable stream of questions that will follow everyone learning that the kid isn't dead, and keep the fact that I'll be looking for him soon to myself. Until then. He gave a wave and disappeared from the doorway in a puff of smoke. Sunagekyo no Sato, village streets. Naruto led his 2 companions through Suna's streets when Sai tapped him discreetly. We're being watched, senpai. He said quietly. We're foreign and we didn't sneak in, Sai. Naruto responded back to him. Of course they're going to watch us. Does it matter? Are you supposed to be doing anything illegal while you're here? Sai shook his head. Our only objectives are to keep you safe, Naruto-senpai. Other than that, we have no other mission parameters to adhere to. Danzo-sama was very lenient with the orders upon handing us this mission. Naruto nodded and looked at the female member of the team. Maki, remind me to fight you later to get a picture of what you can do. I know you're a good medic, which is good because I think we're going to need you sooner or later. Maki nodded to him and looked around. What's the matter? We may be allies, but this village tried to destroy Konoha 3 years ago, senpai. Maki said softly so as not to alert any of the shinobi or villagers around them. The current Kazekage tried to kill you. How do you trust him? Naruto smiled at Maki. I beat him and showed him that simply existing to kill everyone wasn't the way to be strong. I told him that I fought for Konoha well. He must have taken that to heart. He looked towards the Kazekage Tower and continued to lead his group. Let's see if Gaara can help me out with this. I need more knockout power if I'm going to fight Pain. Maki followed the leader of the hastily assembled team dutifully. This Pain, what is he like? Do you know what he can do in battle? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. There were 6 of him and they beat the piss out of me and those eyes. Kyubi called them Rinnegan and it seemed really freaked out by them. I need to have a little chat with it when I get the chance. Well, there you are. Naruto and company looked up on a nearby roof to see Kankuro grinning down at him. Gaara heard you were in the village and sent me to escort you the rest of the way to his office. What, you don't know how to let someone know you're coming? Naruto shook his head. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Kankuro jumped down to the ground and shook hands with Naruto. It's good to see you again. How's your family? He asked as Kankuro began leading them through the streets to the tower. Kankuro let out a chuckle. Well, Gaara's well, he's Gaara. I don't really know how to specify any better than that. Temari just got back from Konoha on another diplomatic mission and she's pissed at you again. I had a mission, Naruto said, sweat dropping at knowing how much Temari disliked looking for him and not finding him. How can she be mad at me for that? Kankuro's laughter grew more pronounced. No, she's not pissed at you for that. She's pissed because she heard that you had gotten killed and then heard that you had just disappeared and weren't coming back to Konoha. As a matter of fact, she didn't get here that much sooner than you did, so you have Kankuro looked at the position of the sun. You have 4 hours until she wakes up from her nap after getting back to come up with a good defense. Naruto's face had a downcast look. Believe me, I had a very good reason as to why those things happened. I need to talk to Gaara about it though. You can listen up when you get us there, because you should know too. Kankuro noticed the serious tone and look on Naruto's face and realized whatever he had to talk to Gaara about had to be something of a big deal. So who are these guys with you? He said, looking at Naruto's cloaked escorts. Naruto looked back at them and gestured for them to put their hoods down. The guy is named Sai. The girl's name is Maki. They're my team while I'm on this little mission of mine. He said, settling into a comfortable silence that left him alone with his thoughts. I need more control over Kyuubi's power, and not just with the use of the trigger. It's a shortcut that does more harm than good in the long run. He heard the Kyuubi cackle inside of his mind. You call the trigger a shortcut that does more harm than good, but you should know that you're the only Jinchuriki that has ever used my chakra to this extent. Feel proud to have made it this far. The last 2 before you were unwilling to use my power the way you have. Bullshit. Naruto said in his head as the entrance to Gaara's daily place of work came into sight. You've told me that you had other containers before. You're saying that I'm the only one that's used you? No. Others have tried. Kyuubi corrected him. My first Jinchuriki used the bare minimum of my chakra, barely enough to use a single tail. The second one was much the same. She couldn't go past 4 tails either without losing control. No one else ever tried figuring out a way to fully control me. Maybe I need more access to the chakra. Naruto thought to himself. It got easier to access when Aokyofu loosened the seal, and I eventually got control over it. Maybe if I can do it again, I can get access to more and learn how to control it. Naruto decided to run this thought by someone else when he channeled chakra to his correspondence tattoo with Hamiko. His answer came quickly and angrily. If the pulsing intensity from his arm was any indication, so stupid. Even if you were advanced enough to deal with the workings of the seal opening, it would be bad. Unless you think you can fight and beat the demon right now. Naruto frowned at the response, but figured she had to know what she was talking about. For over a year, her favorite thing to do was ask him questions about and study the seal on his belly. I can't even loosen it to access more? It's not supposed to be loosened, only tightened in case it ever started influencing you. When Jiraiya-sama did that to allow you more access, he just made it easier for the demon to control you. Hamiko returned to him. It doesn't matter. You can't do it on your own, even with me instructing you on what to do. You need a certain key to the seal that I can't duplicate. Your father was brilliant, Naruto-sama. Naruto decided to break conversation as they entered Gaara's office. Okay, thank you, Hamiko-chan. I'll talk to you soon, okay? I am at your service, Naruto-sama. I'll see if Jiraiya-sama knows anything more of your seal when I get the chance. Be safe. With that, their connection was broken just as Naruto stood face to face with Gaara wearing his Kazekage robes. Naruto, it is good to see you. Gaara said in his usual monotone. You had many people in Konoha, and even here, fearing for your safety, including myself. He crossed his hands over one another and set them on his desk in a businesslike manner. How have things been? Placing his hands in his pockets, Naruto began to speak to the red-haired fellow Jinchuriki. I wish I could say that things are good, but I'd be lying to you, and we don't need that. I just got a serious wake-up call, and I need your help, Gaara. Gaara didn't let the surprise show on his face, but hearing Naruto ask for his help caught him off guard. Even though they were friends, hidden villages rarely asked for help from one another. However, Gaara didn't believe that this was an official order. Something more of a personal request, and as long as it didn't put his village in jeopardy, he would gladly help Naruto out. What is it that you need? Naruto decided to get straight to the heart of the matter. No need beating around the bush, I'll just say it. 3 years ago you were more or less insane, no offense. None taken. Gaara replied, I am not very proud of that chapter of my life, but it did happen and I cannot simply pretend it didn't exist. Nodding at Gaara's point, Naruto continued, I didn't bring that up to just talk about it, it's just to make a point. You used to be the worst case scenario for a Jinchuriki, and now you're the Kazekage. To do that you needed the trust of a vast majority of your village, and to do that you had to prove that you were no longer under the will of the Ichibi. He took a deep breath and finished verbalizing his thought. I want to know how you got full control of Ichibi no Shikaku. Kankuro looked from Naruto to his brother as Gaara simply stared at the foreign blonde before giving him his answer. I can't do that, Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh. Village secret? Fine, that's all right. It was worth a shot. Thanks anyway for at least hearing me out. No, Naruto, he really can't. Kankuro said, stopping him. He's not saying that because it's some huge advantage for Suna, he really can't. The raised eyebrow of Naruto pressed Gaara to address his confusion. I do not have full control of Shikaku. Though I can suppress it once I begin. If I use either of the forms I used against you during the invasion of Konoha, Shikaku's will become more dominant and the chance of me causing damage to innocents and those that I intend to keep safe. Now I can use parts of Shikaku's limbs to attack, but I do not have control of my demon. I'd call that control. Naruto replied glumly, and you can go all out with it if you have to. I can't. How did you do it? Gaara thought about it for a moment. The seal that keeps the demon inside of me is more closely knit to my own person than yours is, I would wager. After all, the demon was sealed within me months before I was even born. You told me it was putting you afterwards. It is still a rather foreign entity within you as opposed to me, as it truly always has been there. Naruto nodded in understanding. So how did you beat the Ichibi for control? Gaara closed his eyes thoughtfully. I often had to battle the Ichibi to force it from my psyche, to keep it from constantly trying to influence my thoughts. A deadpan look came over Naruto's face. You're talking about hypothetically fighting it, aren't you? Like willing it out of your mind? Gaara blinked in confusion, but nodded nonetheless. Damn, I was talking about literally fighting it. I'm going to have to open the seal and fight the Kyuubi to get full control. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room until Kankuro voiced the thoughts of both him and his brother and even Naruto's root comrades at the moment. Well, that sucks. Gaara picked up where his brother had so eloquently left off. I am sorry, I cannot be of more help to you, Naruto. Why did you even decide to seek me out anyway? Naruto sighed and put his arms up behind his head. For 3 reasons. 1, I can't go home not as I am. That would be a requiem for an ass-kicking after what I just got through doing. 2, all of the other major hidden villages have their own Jinchuriki. I figured that Suna would be one of the ones that had a good handle on how to train theirs. Clearly, I was wrong because you did it all on your own. The 3rd reason was to warn you. Warn me? Gaara said. Warn me of what? Naruto gave him a serious look. Warn you about the man that beat me and Jiraiya at the very same time. Not just beat us, he destroyed us. It was as if he was barely trying. The leader of Akatsuki Pain. He saw the looks of shock on Gaara and Kankuro's faces at hearing that Jiraiya had been destroyed while Naruto had been there to assist. He has 6 bodies, all of them strong. I don't know too much more, but I swear when I do you're going to be the first to know, Gaara. You're still just as much a target as me. Be prepared. Gaara nodded. I will be, Naruto. I am not the Kazekage for nothing, and I will begin training in preparation for an attack from the Akatsuki. You are free to stay here before leaving. Where are you going next? East. Naruto replied. Far east, back through Hai no Kuni. We'll stay the night and leave tomorrow morning. Thank you, Gaara. After that point, Kankuro led Naruto and company through his own family's lodgings to give them a place to shack up in for the night. Sai moved closer to the blonde leader and spoke. We're going to be heading back through Hai no Kuni, Naruto-senpai? Is that a good idea? Naruto shrugged. Why not? We have to if we're going to get to either Mizu no Kuni or Kaminari no Kuni. We'll keep to the south to stay far away from Konoha and out of their view. You guys can get through a country unnoticed, can't you? The path taken through the house of the powerful siblings began seeming familiar to Naruto when Kankuro suddenly called out, Temari. Hey sis, I'm back. He turned with a grin on his face once he saw the wheels and Naruto's head begin to turn. Come on, you've got to be awake by now. I'm up, Kankuro. Temari replied from behind the door. What's the matter? Nothing's the matter. He said cryptically, I just thought there would be someone out here that you would want to see. He saw Naruto turn around on his heel to run and with a quick movement of his fingertips tripped Naruto with a chakra string. Deja vu. The day we met. The puppeteer thought fondly. Kankuro, don't do this. Naruto said swiftly, pulling himself to his feet. I gave you Sasori's extra bodies. That gave the puppeteer some pause, but before he could say anything the door cracked open to reveal the curious face of Temari, who looked out at the hall before settling on Naruto. Hey Temari-chan. How have you been the last few months? Temari's door slowly opened wider, putting the young woman completely in the doorway, where she then put her hands on her hips and waited expectantly. You need to have a damn good excuse as to why you didn't go back to Konoha after what I heard happened to you and Jiraiya-sama. Naruto looked at his team go with Kankuro to the room. I'll catch up with you in a minute. He looked at Temari. Yes, as a matter of fact I do. Can I come in? I've wanted to talk to you for a while anyway. He said. She smiled at him and moved aside, allowing him to enter her room and close the door. Kankuro shook his head with a smirk and continued leading the two-root ninja through his house. I should be pissed about what my sister is going to do to that guy, but I just can't bring myself to hate him. He's just too good of a guy for as long as I've known him. Sai looked at Kankuro. Naruto-senpai and Temari-san are in a relationship? Kankuro stroked his chin and thought, well, no, I wouldn't say that. I will say that aside from the climate, the guy is half the reason she likes going to Konoha so much, though. One time she came back with the biggest smile on her face that traveling all that way shouldn't have given her, and asking about the kid got a bigger one out of her. Sai's face never changed expressions even when he comprehended what he was being told. So Senpai and Temari-san are going to dash? Probably. Kankuro said with a distasteful expression, could we just not talk about it? Even though I'm okay with it, she's still my sister. It's gross. He looked at both Sai and Maki like, how would you like it if I started talking about how hot your little sister here is? Come on, dude, it's just not appropriate. Sai looked at Maki and then back to Kankuro. I don't see what relation has to do with the attractiveness of one sibling. Besides, Maki is not my sister, she's my teammate on this mission, same as Naruto-senpai. Kankuro looked at Maki for a moment and turned back forward, shaking his head. No, she's not. That girl isn't anything close to being similar to Naruto. Sai gave Kankuro a pleasant smile. Whatever you say, make-up boy. As Kankuro fumed at the fact that Naruto's teammate had a smart-ass attitude, Maki frowned at the thought of Naruto having relations of a physical nature with a foreign kunoichi. What if she's been able to seduce secrets out of senpai? She apparently does this every so often, so why else would she? I need to have a talk with him later about this. She thought determinedly to herself. The next day, gates of Sunagakure, Naruto and his two teammates stood at the outskirts of the village as Kankuro and Temari stood with them to bid them farewell. Temari frowned and gave Naruto a hug. I wish you could stay for longer this time, but with what you told me last night, you're right, you need to keep moving. Yes, I'm sure you wish she could stay, Kankuro said, grinning until Temari took her fan off of her back and brandished it threateningly, getting her brother to back off, holding his hands up defensively. When she turned away to leave him alone, he gave thumbs up to Naruto. You see? Every time she's around you, she calms down. You should move to Suna. He didn't escape Temari's wrath twice, as this time she caught him right on top of the head with her makeshift club. Temari sneered down at her pleasantly unconscious brother before looking up at Naruto and crew. It was good to have you here again, Naruto-kun dash. I'll bet it was. Another stomp to her smart aleck brother silenced him and let her continue speaking. You really should be at home in Konoha more often. I don't think any ninja cuts the pace that you do with work. Naruto shifted the sword around on his back. There's a lot for me to do, Temari-chan. I've got to find a way to put this pain guy down, and I can't do it training in Konoha. Even the new jutsu you helped me finish the last time we were together wouldn't have done a thing. Did you use that? She asked him dangerously, getting Naruto to frantically shake his head. No good, because you know it tears your arm apart. Just be careful out there. She gave him a small smile. I don't think I can convince you to let me go. Ask Gaara to send you off with an escort, could I? Sai and Maki are more than enough, Temari-chan. Naruto said, putting a hand on her cheek. It's going to be fine, just worry about keeping Gaara and your tactless brother in line, okay? He gave her a kiss and turned, motioning to the others to follow him. As his figure grew smaller and smaller on the horizon before finally disappearing in the hazy lines of the desert, Temari let out a sigh that the now standing Kankuro rolled his eyes at. And here we go again with your hangdog look as you watch him leave. For the love of Kami, why don't you just tell the guy that you're in love with him already? You've had sex like 3ti dash. Once again, he was cut off with a shot from Temari's fan, who didn't have her heart in it from the frown on her face. Shut up, Kankuro. 3 days later, undisclosed location, Orochimaru's base. Sasuke walked into the lab of the base and looked around. Noting that no one was there, he walked over to a massive vat of water that he immediately slashed open with the sword on his person, letting it spill out onto the ground. The water quickly began to take a human form, the form of a teen boy with white hair, purple eyes, and shark-like teeth. Not that I'm not happy to be out of that vat, but what do you want, Sasuke? I'm taking out Orochimaru and you're coming with me. Sasuke said plainly, of course you could always turn me down and I'll put you back in that tank to be experimented on. The choice is your Suigetsu. Suigetsu stroked his chin and thought go with you and get back at the asshole that put me here in the first place, as well as get the chance to actually start looking for the swords, or stay here and let Orochimaru's favorite ass slave keep poking and prodding at me. He gave Sasuke a toothy grin. Get me some clothes and you've got yourself a running mate for the time being. Sasuke threw him some clothes and began walking away. Hurry up and get dressed. We're doing this now. Suigetsu looked at back of the retreating Uchiha and shrugged before beginning to get dressed, and if you see Kabuto wandering about any time before we get to Orochimaru, feel free to show him how much you appreciated all of the hospitality. Suigetsu let a feral smirk cross his features. I have a feeling that this is going to work out just fine. With Naruto and company, somewhere in Hino Kuni, in the middle of a forest, Naruto stood waiting in place while Sai sat on a tree branch above, using his free time to draw for a little while, as long as he had the time to take a break. Naruto had his eyes scanning the trees around him, trying to find any sign of their third squad member. She's rather good at keeping herself out of view. That's a good trait for a Metagnin to have. Alright Maki, now let's see how you fight. The sound of a beautiful voice singing filled the area and quickly reached the ears of Naruto and Sai, who somehow found their eyes starting to grow heavier. Sai quickly noted what was happening and was able to categorize it: Kikoku no Yuta, Song of the Siren. Let's see how Naruto-senpai is able to deal with this. Naruto grit his teeth as he began feeling drowsy. This was the kind of genjutsu that the Kyuubi had trouble dispelling for him, the most ones that had to do with his hearing. Did she know that about him? No one knew that about him. Naruto pulled out his sword and a kunai and began grinding the two blades against one another to produce a horrible noise that broke Maki's control over him. A flurry of shuriken flew from a hidden position and forced Naruto to throw his kunai at them to block, as well as use his sword to deflect them. Even so, one still managed to nick his shoulder. Son of a bitch. She can do Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu? Sneaky wench. A kunai flew from the woods, coming straight for his head that he batted from the sky. However, when he moved to swing at it, a glare from the weapon caught him right in the eyes. It didn't initially stun Naruto, but once a figure that he had designated as Maki flew from the underbrush at him, he couldn't focus his eyes on her directly lest his vision be filled with an intense light that kept him from keeping his eyes on her. Hearing her draw her tanto from the scabbard gave him all of the warning he needed to get his ninjato from his sheath on his back and block before directing a retaliatory swipe at the girl. He couldn't look right at her. Genjutsu skills are centered around the parts that I'm not good at dispelling. They aren't so much along the lines of being physical as they're more perceptive. They don't alter reality, they alter my own perspective. Kyuubi can't help me with these. I know how to fight you, Naruto-senpai. That's right, keep talking, sweetie. Naruto thought to himself as he blocked another attack from her sword and shoved her off. Give me an idea of where you are and I'll only need one shot to finish you. I watched you train and work for years. My own style of combat is meant to support your weaknesses. Maki said as she bypassed Naruto's guard after he blocked her slash and punched him in the face. You are more of a juggernaut meant to destroy your opponents in one shot. I am more subtle. Before she could move in with another slash attempt, she wound up getting kicked right in the body and sent flying by his one-hit power she had been referencing. That's enough, Maki. Naruto said as he walked over to her with his eyes closed. I know what you can do now. And I hope that the you talking to me thing was just because this was a spar and not a real fight. Maki picked herself up and muttered Kai to return Naruto's vision to him. Yes, Naruto-senpai, but it was mostly because I know you. Still, habits like that translate over into combat as well. I will work on that. She rubbed the place where Naruto kicked her and winced slightly. It really is good to see you fight more accurately towards the way you used to again. There was a time where I wanted to beat the old Naruto-senpai out of you. Naruto gave her a puzzled look. What? Beat the old me out of me? But you've only seen me like this or when I was en route. Maki shook her head and activated Shaozen Jutsu, Mystical Palm Jutsu, to heal the small injury that Naruto inflicted on her while she kept talking. Actually, I've been there all along. When you were sealed, Danzo-sama had me keep watch over you in the academy. He put me in the same time as you and I even graduated with you. Naruto looked intently at Maki as she smiled up at him after she finished healing herself. Naruto walked around her a few times. I don't remember. Why don't I remember? Because I'm good at my job, senpai. She said, winking at him. I honestly tried to talk to you a few times, but you were obsessed with that Sakura girl all through school and kept getting held back after class, and that's when you weren't skipping. She said with a pronounced scowl on her face. Then Danzo-sama instructed me not to interact with you. He said that you wouldn't remember us anyway and would talk about it maybe even to the Hokage. He really started paying attention to you once you were sealed. He put a hand on Maki's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Well, now I'm here. You can talk to me all you want, okay? Maki gave him a bright smile in response. Naruto-senpai. Sai said as he stood up. We have company. The pale ninja drew his tanto from his back in preparation. Akatsuki? Maki asked, keeping her own tanto at the ready as she went back to back against Naruto, who had his own sword still out. Which one is it? An influx of information from Kage Bunshin sentries entered Naruto's head, not Akatsuki. He said, answering her previous query, but there are around 9-10. Wow, really? There are like 21 of these guys. Sai jumped down and formed a tight triangle formation with the others. Who is it attacking us? If it isn't an agent of Akatsuki, could it be someone from Otogekura? You have a lot of enemies, Naruto-senpai. Naruto shook his head. Nope, not them either. An explosion echoed into the distance, and now it's not 21 anymore, it's just 17 now. Sai and Maki looked at him for clarification. Kekai Hojin, barrier encampment method. The sounds of people rushing through the forest around them got closer and closer. Get ready for a fight. A bunch of shinobi wearing demon masks, fully armed to the teeth and holding large kunai-like swords, emerged all around Naruto, Sai, and Maki. Sai looked around, trying to gauge the current threat level. Who are these people? He asked hypothetically, not expecting to get an answer, especially not from both of his teammates at the same time. Prajna Group. Naruto and Maki both said before looking at each other and nodding in agreement. Naruto decided to take the moment to explain to his hapless third colleague Yemi and Maki were among the root agents that Danzojiji dispatched to take out a whole regiment of these guys back in the day. Naruto blinked and looked at the female of the team. Damn it, that means we failed that mission, doesn't it? That depends. Maki said thoughtfully, it depends on whether or not these are the last of them or not. If it is, then we can finish the mission right now. Sai understood, so they're here for revenge. To simply kill us or use us to locate Danzo-sama. He shook his head. It wouldn't matter anyway. He never comes out into the open, so unless they're willing to infiltrate Konoha to look for him, they'll never find him. Naruto cracked his neck. Yeah, well, tell them that after they're done trying to kill us, and hurry up. I'd like to finish this up and get moving again, and no explosions, please. You just used explosives about 2 minutes ago, Naruto-senpai. Maki supplied with a smirk. Naruto looked at the ninjas surrounding them with a twitching eye. Maki, I missed you and I love you, so I'm not going to take out my aggression from that unnecessarily snide comment on you. That's what these guys are for. Undisclosed location, Orochimaru's base. Sasuke and Suigetsu had made their way through Orochimaru's base with no so much as a peep from any of Orochimaru's men, mostly because it was Sasuke and no one was to touch Sasuke. It was maddening. He wondered how he would have ever gotten stronger if he hadn't been able to force Orochimaru to give him actual missions to test himself with. Suigetsu looked over at the raven-haired Avenger. So, are you sure you can win? I mean, I don't care either way, because if this doesn't work, you're going to be a Sasuke trenchcoat for Orochimaru, and I'm going to be either dead or back in that vat, but you seem confident. Sasuke scoffed. He can't beat me. He's hiding it, but you can see that his body is breaking down. As he is the dope could take him out, that's probably why he didn't attack him and the Kazekage when we had the chance in Suna. They reached a set of large doors. Stay out here. No one comes in until one of us comes out. Suigetsu looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? I mean, if we were both in there, we could have a better shot at putting him down with less of a fight. Sasuke put his hand up in front of the door and looked at Suigetsu coldly. No one comes in until one of us comes out. If I can't beat him, then all of this is meaningless and I'll never beat Itachi. Sasuke formed a beam of lightning in his hand and pointed it at the door, extending it and piercing through it. He then pulled out his sword and cut through the rest of the door before stepping inside, where he found Orochimaru in his bed, blocking the attack from Sasuke from hitting his vital spots. Orochimaru glared at Sasuke. I knew it would come to this. Sasuke simply looked at Orochimaru impassively. I don't have anything else to learn from you. And you won't be seeing any mercy from me even if you beg for it. His cursed seal began to spread over his body. Chapter 41. Where there is shadow, there is light. Sasuke stared at Orochimaru impassively as he held his jutsu, puncturing the man's arms that he had placed up as a defense. Orochimaru, you're weaker than me. There's no point in sacrificing my body to you anymore. Big words from the leftover Uchiha. Orochimaru taunted as he glared dangerously at Sasuke, his own blood staining his face. Sasuke smirked. If I hadn't been so weak, I never would have come to you in the first place, now would I? The only reason you wanted me was because you couldn't take Itachi, right, Mr. Sannin? The world might have considered you a genius, but you're nowhere near the level of an Uchiha. Before us, the greatest genius in the universe barely comes off as average. Orochimaru laughed maliciously. The only thing you're good for are your eyes, boy. If you truly believe that you're my equal, then go back and fight Naruto-kun again and prove your skill. Oh, that's right, you lost to him once and ran away from him without even fighting the second time. My eyes, huh? Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes at Orochimaru's jab at him. As someone that carries the famous name Uchiha, from my point of view, your attempts to obtain our power are so disgusting they're almost funny. The way you keep saturating yourself with drugs and switching bodies, your methods are pointless. Do you even have a true goal anymore? You claim to seek the reason behind existence, and yet all you do is make petty attempts to play God with people's lives. He drew his sword. You sicken me. He moved in at the disabled Orochimaru to finish him off with his blade. However, when he got close, the snake-summoning shinobi opened his mouth as a long white figure burst from his body that turned out to be a massive white snake comprised of smaller white snakes. Sasuke turned around and faced off with the grotesque figure. So your true form is a scaly white serpent. You experimented on your own body because you wanted to take over others so badly, and now you're a pathetic shell of your former self. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru hissed threateningly, give me your body. He dove at Sasuke as the young Uchiha jumped over his first attack, allowing the bed Orochimaru had been in to be rendered to splinters. Some of the smaller snakes lunged at the airborne Sasuke, however he cut through them and slid along the ground upon landing his back against a wall. Orochimaru turned on him with a hiss and sent an entire wave of snakes at Sasuke as an attack. Sasuke immediately pulled the top of his shirt back, freeing his upper body, and activated the level 2 transformation of his cursed seal. Though the snake dreams of soaring through the sky, it is forever doomed to crawl on its belly. Sasuke was surrounded and engulfed by the attack as his skin color turned dark brown and the star marking appeared on his face. But immediately upon being overwhelmed, the snakes exploded in blood, revealing the fully transformed Sasuke, complete with his wing-like hands fully grown from his back. You'll have your chance to fly, snake in the talons of a hawk. Orochimaru simply lunged at his young quarry once more. Sasuke. With Naruto and company, Naruto, Maki, and Sai stood back to back as all of the shinobi of the Prajna group were radiating killing intent. So Naruto said, directing his eyes at Maki, if me and Sai were to break out of this and get some space away from these guys, could you keep up with us? Don't patronize me, senpai. Maki said with some aggravation in her voice, if you're going to go, then go. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't keep up. With that, all three teens utilized their own Shenshin to escape being boxed in by the enemy. Naruto in a gusty cyclone, Sai in a swirl of ink, and Maki in a burst of light. The Prajna group shinobi all turned to pursue the split-up force of 3 root ninja. However, a trio of kunai corralled 4 of them, separating them from their comrades who ran off into the forest to chase the younger opponents who threw the weapons. Raitun Denkai, lightning release electric field. A dome of electricity formed around the grounded kunai that trapped the 4 separated Prajna ninja. Checkmate. Raitun Denki Hokai, lightning release electric implosion. The electric prison brightened and began crackling loudly before the entire dome receded, revealing the burned, blackened remains of the 4 men. Naruto appeared from a hiding place and confirmed his kills. You all shouldn't have made that so personal. Missions with more destruction are carried out all the time for stupider reasons. You shouldn't have allowed it to consume you. With as many of you as there were left, you all should have tried to simply live instead of trying to take revenge against us. He stood up, shaking his head. Killing us wouldn't have done anything anyway. So long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good. 4 more down, 13 to go. He took off back into the woods to assist the rest of his team. With Sai, the 7 Prajna group ninja bearing down on Sai turned their long kunai downwards and leapt through the air, 3 landing in front of him to cut him off, 4 landing behind him, and all impaled him with their kunai. The twisted look of pain on Sai's face began to melt as he turned to ink, revealing himself to be an ink clone. Sumi Nagashi, ink flush. From the ground, ink snakes formed and caught the men around their legs and arms, trapping them from using their kunai to escape. Now then, Chujugiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. A roar from an area of surrounding trees preceded a group of 3 ink lions coming from the woods, intent on attacking the trapped men. 2 of them were able to get loose, freeing their arms enough to cut themselves loose. However, their comrades were not so lucky, as they wound up being caught and brutally mauled by the lions. 2 men were killed as the lions went right for their throats and ended it there, while the 3rd lion began clawing and biting at the other trapped men, wounding them too heavily to allow them to keep fighting. One of the wounded had the bone of their arm around the elbow exposed from the attack. The 2 able-bodied Prajna group members took advantage of their partners distracting the lions with their own bodies to cut them down. However, this allowed Sai to move from the shadows and cut one of them down with his tanto. The other man angrily attacked Sai with his elongated kunai that was blocked by the pale teen. Die, you root scum. For all of my comrades. He attempted to poke Sai in his vulnerable eyes while they were up close and wound up getting his 2 fingers blocked down the middle by the back knife edge of Sai's hand. You probably don't even feel anything. That's not true. Sai stressed, plainly moving his own hand so that he could grasp a hold of the man's extended fingers and quickly break them, allowing him to power through the man's weaponized attack and cut into the side of the masked man's neck, killing him and dropping him to the ground in a heap. I feel annoyance for having my team be sidetracked by you. With that, he looked back at the men that were still wounded and let out a sigh. They weren't going to be able to get anyone to treat their wounds. One of them had their guts falling out, a belly wound for Kami's sake. Sai walked over to them with his tanto still brandished. I am sorry for your misfortune. I would not have killed you had you not attacked my team, but my mission is to protect Naruto-senpai from all threats, and you are threats. He lifted his tanto overhead and began finishing them off. With Maki was actually very faster than Sai on foot, truthfully. The trouble they had in catching up to her forced the 6 attacking Prajna group members to split up, half to continue the pursuit, the other half to find a way to cut her off. Eventually, this plan seemed to work as they found themselves gaining on the girl, who looked back over her shoulder at them as she continued to run away through the elevated branches of the woods. A sun glare through the treetops hit them in the face, and almost immediately it appeared that Maki had been rejoined by Naruto and Sai as they were all running side by side in the same direction in front of them. Seeing all three in one place inspired the pursuit team of 3 to push harder and catch the seemingly slower group all at once, which they did. Attempting to finish them off from behind, all 3 turned in the air and blocked the strikes before they all fell to the ground and rolled, breaking away to a standoff against each other 3-on-3 with blades all drawn, staring at each other, although for some reason the Root kids had looks of fear and confusion on their faces. What the hell are you doing? Naruto yelled at them. What's your problem? Our problem is you 3 brats. One of the Prajna group yelled. Everything that we've been through is your fault, and now you're all going to die out here. With that, the 2 groups began fighting one another, though one side seemed rather reluctant to do so. Maki moved back through the foliage as she heard the sounds of the fighting ringing out. Watashi no Yujin no Teki, enemy of my friend. Her genjutsu was used to fool the lagging pursuit force into thinking that their faster allies that had broken off and tried chasing her from the side was herself, Naruto, and Sai, allowing her to escape undetected. If everything worked out properly, they would kill each other and she wouldn't even need to draw her sword. Maybe she could use this as an opportunity to find Sai and Naruto dash. Raitun Kaksen no Jutsu, lightning release livewire jutsu. Visible lines of electricity flew over the ground towards the clashing Prajna group fighters, catching the enchanted members of the group off guard, something that was also fatal for their other partners as they were in direct contact with them. The jutsu hit them and electrocuted them all, finishing them off as Naruto and Sai landed nearby, and that's 17 of 17. Maki. He called out, that's all of them, you can come out. Maki did as instructed and looked over at the corpses of the deceased assailants. You could have been more subtle about it, Naruto-senpai. She said, almost pouting at how he finished things off. I put all of that effort into constructing that genjutsu for them to do damage to themselves, and you just swoop in and take them out while they're not looking. She crossed her arms over her chest, no respect for the more restrained shinobi arts. Same as always. A small smile came to her lips. Naruto shook his head as he confirmed the kills. Only a root ninja would be able to smile at me after we just got through doing something like this, he said, though a smile of his own started peeking through. Actually, not really, because he's not smiling about anything. He finished, pointing at Sai. Should we begin traveling faster now, Naruto-senpai? Sai asked, prepared to draw a bird or 2 to fly them away, or would you like to risk being attacked again by random enemies? Naruto gave Sai a dry look. Again, we're going all over the High no Kuni countryside to get to the east coast. The entire point of this is to not get caught moving around by anyone so that no one knows where we are. You can fly when we get to the coast, maybe. He looked between Sai and Maki. Is anyone hurt? Tired? Anything? Both shook their heads in the negative. Well then, let's get moving again. The team took off through the woods, following behind Naruto as Maki eventually decided to ask a question. So Naruto-senpai, where is it that you want us to head to? Any destination on the coast in particular? Naruto nodded. Yeah, we're going to Nami no Kuni, since Sai doesn't have the chakra to have his creatures take us all the way across the ocean straight out from here. He furrowed his brow at that point. Maybe I should call Hamiko-chan too. While we're there in Nami no Kuni, there might be something in Yuzushiyogakure that we missed in our combination of bad to worse situations, or something that she wants. Sai almost felt like cringing at the memory of the incident. Are we going to have to fall off of a building into a whirlpool or fight another giant statue and Akatsuki members? He asked. Kami, I hope not, Naruto said in response. Don't even make jokes like that, Psycho High. It's hard to tell if you're serious or not, and I don't need you jinxing us. Maki raised a delicate eyebrow in interest. I'm going to see your ancestral home? You're actually going to show it to me? Naruto nodded and grinned back at her. Well, you were going to see it eventually if I remained en route, so why not show you now? My life is in your hands and yours is in mine. We should be able to trust each other. He turned back ahead and continued to lead. And I trust you, Maki, I always did. Gray eyes looked at Naruto's back before a smile came to Maki's face. Before she could say anything to Naruto's side, abruptly spoke, I trust you as well, Maki-san. Maki blinked in confusion before responding, thank you, Sai-senpai. Sasuke versus Orochimaru. Sasuke stood over the bloody segmented body of Orochimaru's serpent form as he allowed his cursed seal level 2 form to recede. That was too easy. He said to no one in particular, I guess it's time to go get Suigetsu now. As he turned to leave, he doubled over as a sudden foreign feeling entered his system. Finally feeling the effects, are we? Orochimaru said as his body reformed and he rose back up. The fumes of these white snakes can even taint the air with their paralyzing venom. Sasuke took note of the horrid stench that came from the blood staining the floor. I am undying and you're just a whelp with jutsu too weak to kill me, and now you're mine. He dove at Sasuke and swallowed him whole just as he activated his Sharingan. Instead of finding himself in Orochimaru's stomach, he found himself in some wide area with walls that seemed an eternity away and a fleshy floor. What is this place? An alternate dimension inside of me. Orochimaru said as his form emerged from the flesh-covered floor, and the place where I carry out my soul transfer ritual. It has already begun. Snakes began emerging from the ground and began immersing Sasuke among them. He looked around and saw the bodies of others. Orochimaru grinned victoriously as Sasuke became less and less visible within the fleshy cocoon that his ritual was creating. Sasuke, however, was still as calm as ever, his Sharingan active and seemingly staring a hole right through him. He could feel himself caught in a paralysis genjutsu. It's happening again. Just like before. He thought, getting more and more excited at the prospect of taking Sasuke's body to the point of laughing maniacally. Those eyes will be mine. He moved toward Sasuke and began merging bodies until Sasuke effortlessly broke free of his bonds, still with an impassive look on his face. This can't be happening. I created this dimension, there's no way. This can't be, this is my dash. Sasuke cut him off coldly. Orochimaru, against my eyes, none of your jutsu. He stopped and let out a short laugh. Actually, you know the rest. After all, you've heard it before. The entire dimension began to collapse around them both. Even Orochimaru himself found himself being eaten away at. I refuse to let this happen. I will not die here. I am Orochimaru. I am immortal. Destined to discover the true meaning behind everything, to take control of everything in the world. He roared at Sasuke as the entire dimension went dark. The sounds of combat from Orochimaru's room stopped. After a few moments of no sound whatsoever, Suigetsu peeked his head into the room and saw Sasuke standing over the dead corpse of Orochimaru's serpent form. Yo, is it over? Sasuke didn't answer, and after getting fed up with the silence, he walked into the room, not really caring one way or the other. Yeah, it's over. It looks over, he said, stepping over Orochimaru's dead body. Kabuto appeared at the doorway and looking into the room, stunned into silence before Sasuke and Suigetsu left. Suigetsu taking the stunned look on Kabuto's face with much humor. As they began walking away down the hall, he had to ask the question he had running through his head, which one are you? Sasuke and Suigetsu stopped, both turning around with smirks on their faces as Sasuke spoke. Which one do you think? Sasuke used his Sharingan to place Kabuto in a genjutsu and replay the scenes of the conflict. Kabuto stepped back in abject horror. Orochimaru-sama is dead. He then looked intently at Sasuke. No, it's more like dash. I've taken over. Sasuke finished for him as he continued to walk away alongside Suigetsu. Suigetsu had thought about killing Kabuto for keeping him trapped in that tank for so long, but figured that he would be nothing more than a simpering mark on his own. Without Orochimaru, he would be swallowed up by the multiple enemies he had made since becoming Orochimaru's right-hand man. With that in mind, he spoke to Sasuke. So what's next? Where are we going now? We need to get 2 more people. Sasuke answered him, Jugo in the north and Karen in the south. Suigetsu mumbled in complaint, do we have to? I kind of can't stand those 2. I don't think we'll ever get along. Sasuke scoffed and narrowed his eyes. I just need the 3 of you to cooperate. I don't need you to like each other. Suigetsu rolled his eyes. Well, you did save me, so I guess if that's what you want, I'll go along with it. But why them? What do you think of them? They need to learn how to shut up. Sasuke said plainly, just like someone else I'm speaking to at the moment. Suigetsu laughed slightly before suddenly appearing behind Sasuke with a finger to the side of his head. All right, leader boy, let's get a few things straight. You're not in charge because you took Orochimaru down. Everyone was after him, and the way that they kept moving me when that squad of Konoha ANBU kept finding us told me that he didn't have that much time left anyway. You taking him down is just a result of you having damn near unlimited free swings at him. You could pick your shot at any time. What's your point? Sasuke asked impatiently. Suigetsu stared at Sasuke, who seemed to not be able to care any less about his predicament. I'm just kidding. Man, your heart rate didn't even change. That's enough for me. That win was no fluke. He stepped away from Sasuke. I've always heard rumors about how strong you were. Your squad beat my old senpai Zabuza, didn't they? But can I make a quick detour? There's somewhere I want to go before we get the others. 2 days later, Konohagakure no Sato, Jiraiya sat comfortably in the living room of Naruto's new home that he had yet to see yet. He had to say Hamiko had actually done a fantastic job in picking it out and furbishing it as well. It was a very comfortable atmosphere, to say the least. Of course, that was probably because the perpetual ball of energy and kinetic motion Naruto was currently out. A semicircle of large couches sat in a pit-like living room that was well lit. There would probably have been way more things than the few knickknacks and things that came from the old apartment, but she was probably waiting on him to get back before filling the place up. Oh, he would have loved the place. It was built on the side of the Hokage Monument Mountain with a groove cut out by earth ninjutsu specialists. The entrance to the place was on the top of the mountain and descended to the actual building. He was sure that the vast majority of his bounty check and a few of his A-rank mission payments that he never spent went into the place, but it was worth it to the old toad sage. Maybe when the kid came back he could convince him to let him get a room. Yes, that would work. The kid would have to let his poor old handicapped sensei stay with him, wouldn't he? I hope that the tea is not too strong or hot for your throat, Jiraiya-sama. Hamiko called out as she entered the room and set down a tray of tea with 2 cups on the coffee table in front of the couch. How are your injuries? Jiraiya smiled gratefully as the girl poured him a drink. He spoke in a raspy, soft voice. It should be fine. And I'm not dead, so I can't really complain about my wounds. They'll heal. I'll miss the arm, though. He fake sniffled. I miss that sweet arm of mine. Hamiko giggled and handed him his tea. Well, it's nice to hear that Naruto-sama sensei is all right. I have asked you here for another reason, though. She said as she took a seat nearby. He's worried about fighting the person that defeated both of you. He says that the 4 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra he can draw on won't be enough to beat this pain. I'm supposed to ask you about any way he can find to access more because he cannot control any more than he currently has been using. She took a sip and narrowed her eyes at him. Also know that loosening his seal is not an answer. That was a terrible idea, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya gave a deadpan look at Hamiko. Hindsight is 20/20. I knew that roughly a day after I did it, but I couldn't tighten it back up even with the key. The key, Hamiko said in thought as she took another sip. What exactly is the key, Jiraiya-sama? I know that there is one, but I don't know anything more than that. She frowned cutely. It's puzzling that I do not know about this key when Naruto-sama's seal itself is so heavily based off of Yuzurishi Ogakure's sealing styles. I cannot duplicate it even if I thought it would be a good idea to do so. Jiraiya chuckled hoarsely with his injured throat and took a sip of his own tea before speaking. Well, I didn't design it, as I'm sure you know. Do you know of Naruto's lineage? Hamiko nodded. Of course you do. There's no way he would have failed to mention that to you. Well, Minato was actually better than me at Fuinjutsu. He was closer to your level, beyond you, I would say. Hamiko simply smiled at him. Are you admitting I'm better than you? She let out a short laugh when Jiraiya glowered at her. I'm not surprised that Yandame-sama was better than me. Master Seal is incredible. It used to be my favorite thing to do, to just examine it until I learned all that I could from it. She noticed Jiraiya writing something down in a notebook that suddenly appeared on his lap. Really? You're recording this? Jiraiya nodded with a lecherous grin on his face. The Gaki has been a treasure trove of potential research since the day I've met him. That examining his seal thing has tons of potential in my next book. Hamiko's eyes twitched, but she had to be a good host to her master's master. Well, what do you surmise we should do? Master's coded description of the small conflict with pain and what you've told me has me somewhat concerned. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. After I've fully recovered, I'm going to find Naruto and have him proceed with the final thing I have to truly teach him. After this, he truly will not need me anymore for anything. We have the information necessary to beat pain. I learned his secret during the fight and gave it to Tsunade. The body I brought has also been analyzed. All there is to do now is to tell Naruto himself and get him ready. He won't lose again. His eyes widened when he saw Hamiko pull down the shoulder of one side of her kimono. She ran her fingers over the tattoo she used to communicate with Naruto and looked up at Jiraiya. I can give Naruto-sama this information now if you'll relay it through me. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed Jiraiya leering at her more exposed cleavage. Jiraiya-sama. Huh? He replied intelligently before realizing that he had been caught staring. He regained his composure before speaking. You know, dear, technically you're closer to my age than the Gakis. Why not spend some time with me and we can reminisce over the good old days? He finished wagging his eyebrows at her. She gave him a dry look that lasted over a minute before speaking. There are so many reasons why I'm upset with what you just said, but there's really not much that I can do to you even with you missing an arm, so I'm telling Naruto-sama you said that and he can deal with you when he gets home. As she began to channel chakra to her seal, she smirked when she saw Jiraiya's face pale. Nami no Kuni, Great Naruto Bridge. Sasuke and Suigetsu stood on the mainland just before getting onto the bridge. It would have been a rush of nostalgia for Sasuke had he not seen what the bridge was called. Actually, seeing it made him want to laugh a bit. Suigetsu noticed the young Uchiha staring intently at the name of the bridge and spoke after taking a sip from a bottle of water. So what do you think, Sasuke? Sasuke smirked and walked along the bridge. I don't think I care. Now let's get moving. Zabuza and Haku's gravesite, two simple unmarked graves, were the only indicators of any importance to the area of the hill overlooking the Great Naruto Bridge. One of the graves had a massive cleaver behind it with a circle and a semicircle cut into it. I never thought it would be all the way out here. Suigetsu said as he walked over to the sword and grabbed a hold of it. I'll be taking that, Zabuza-senpai. He freed it from the ground and held it in a battle stance. The blade once wielded by the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Man, it's heavy. Sasuke watched as Suigetsu set it back into the ground and fixed a strap around it and unscrewed the long handle of the sword. And you? Can you actually use that thing? Suigetsu smirked. The swords used by the 7 swordsmen of the mist are passed down from one generation to the next. I trained my ass off to be able to stand among them. With a weapon like this I could probably beat even you. He shrugged and threw it over his back. Well, since Jugo's going to be joining us, I figured I might need it. Sasuke had an amused look on his face. Well, let's go. I've got what I came for. We're still going south, right? Yep. Sasuke said as he turned to leave the gravesite. Come on. We've still got a lot of ground to cover. Nami no Kuni, with Naruto, Sai, and Maki. Naruto hadn't stopped in to see Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami this time around in this country because it was really better that less people knew where he was and how to find him. Thus Naruto and his fellow root teens simply took to walking their way through the countryside with Naruto leading them. A quick run-through of Uzushigakure on the north side of the nation led to them finding nothing and wasting a day, which prompted Naruto to have them hustle to the eastern port, the closest one in the direction of Mizu no Kuni, so that Sai could fly them there. Of course, the most famous port was the once little town near the home of Tazuna, and this led to Maki having many questions for him. So you beat Zabuza Momochi as a genin? Even as your stupid self? Hey, Naruto said defensively as he and his team walked through the village heading to the port. And Kakashi-sensei beat Zabuza, I beat Haku. For having all of my skills locked up, I was still better than most genin. Not me. Maki replied cheerfully, I would have been in that Chunin exam that year with you too, but my team wasn't that good. She lifted her arm and made a fist at him. If I had been in that Chunin exam, I would have gone right after you because I would have been allowed to legally beat you up. I really disliked the sealed version of you. It made me so angry to see you like that. She shook her head pitifully. I've said it before, you have no idea how much I missed you, senpai. Naruto grinned at her. Sorry for almost dying, Maki-chan. I got sealed, but wouldn't you have been more upset if I had died? She crossed her arms across her chest and looked down. I should have been there. I could have helped you. You would have been killed. Naruto asserted firmly. We were the same age, but we were not built the same. You would have died if we had been caught. That run to the border is still the single most difficult thing I have ever done in my entire life. You wouldn't have made it. You didn't have the stamina. I was your support, senpai. Maki said sadly. I was the one that was supposed to be your assistance. I was the only ally you had in the middle of the most terrible conditions a ninja could be sent into, and I was sitting at home while you were running for your life and losing your personality. Sai hadn't said anything, but he knew that if anyone was going to cheer her up and bring some bright surroundings to his team, it was going to be him, because Sai sure as hell wasn't going to do it even if he had been making a concerted effort in Konoha to get along with Naruto's graduating class and friends. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. I told you already not to worry about that. If me leaving you alone like that was really so lonely for you, I'm sorry, Maki-chan. But you can get to know me now. We can get to be friends now the way we could have been when we were kids if you would have said more than 5 words at a time to me. Maki turned away from her team leader with a rather sheepish look on her face. I didn't know what to say to you. I was just a little girl. What did we have to talk about? All we did was train and fight and do missions. Naruto laughed at the expression on her face, getting her to blush. Someone missed a few emotional conditioning classes, didn't she? Naruto tried to ruffle her hair, prompting her to take a swing at him. Well, I'm helping Sai get a life, and I think that it's going to be way easier to help you get one. You're sweet and actually have a sense of humor that doesn't make me think I'm talking to a brick wall. Sai. He turned towards the teen in question, who didn't seem to even care about the conversation. Sai turned towards Naruto with his forced-looking smile. I'm sorry, senpai, did you say something? Naruto gave him a deadpan look and pointed at him. You do not take personality pointers from Kakashi-sensei. That only works if you have boatloads of charisma to back it up with. You obviously don't. He then let off a sigh. It's a shame that you don't respect your senpai, Sai. I do respect you. Sai said admittedly. Do you want me to go to the mission procedure way of addressing you? Naruto was quick to turn that option down. No. Hell no. Speak the way you want to. This is fine. I was just messing with you, Sai. Sai actually gave him a real smile this time. I was messing with you too, Naruto-senpai. Maki actually laughed a little at the stunned expression on Naruto's face as it morphed into a grin. Did Sai just make a joke? A non-sarcastic, non-biting joke? I'm so proud of my Kohai. You're actually starting to come along a little bit. He placed an arm over his shoulder and whispered into his ear. Now the next step is to attempt to actively hook you up with a woman. Sai simply blinked blankly in confusion. With Sasuke and Suigetsu, seas south of Nami no Kuni, Sasuke and Suigetsu were walking on the surface of the water at a rather leisurely pace for being in the middle of the ocean. Mind if I ask you something? Suigetsu said to Sasuke, a curious tint in his voice. Sasuke shrugged. Go for it. Taking that as his cue, Suigetsu threw his question out there. Why are you rounding all of us up anyway? Sasuke didn't really see the harm in letting him know what he needed him and the others for, so he answered him, I've got a certain plan I want to carry out. It would be way smoother if I had a full platoon because the targets are notoriously powerful. So why me? Suigetsu wondered. I've been planning this for a long time. Sasuke admitted to his sword-wielding ally, I had you all picked out a long time ago. You all have traits that can help me deal with the most irksome of the opponents I plan on going after. Hey, I got you. Suigetsu said as he took one of the multiple water bottles strapped to himself off for a sip. So why Karen? She's totally devoted to Orochimaru, unlike the rest of us. She's the last person I'd try convincing to go along if I were you. We were both experimented on a lot, and plus she's got a shitty attitude. Sasuke looked over at his teammate. For the time being, I'll admit that there are plenty of strong shinobi that I could have recruited easily, but she's got unique abilities, and I need her help. Suigetsu chuckled as an island came into sight for them both. Well, she's unique, I'll give her that. With Naruto, Sai, and Maki, seas heading towards Mizu no Kuni, why are we coming to this country, Naruto-senpai? Maki asked as she held onto Naruto's torso. She and Naruto were riding atop a single of Sai's birds as the artistic ninja himself led the way on his own ride. Do you really think that coming here will help you learn anything about your Biju? Naruto frowned. It might and it might not. It serves two purposes. I need to keep moving and make it difficult to find me and track me down, and I need to find out what I can about controlling the Kyuubi. He looked back at the girl clinging to him tightly. You know that the Yondaime Mizuki was Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Sanbai no Kaede game, three-tailed giant turtle. Well, he's dead, so now I'm going to try and speak to the Godaime Mizuki under the guise of my mission of diplomacy. Sai turned around as he continued steering his bird. So this is basically espionage? Naruto shook his head. Hell no, we're not risking that here. We're miles away from home on a damn island, isolated from any potential safe haven by an entire ocean. What's wrong with you? He asked indignantly to Sai, who shrugged and turned back around. We're just going to try to convince them to help us out and maybe even join the alliance against Akatsuki. No spying or any kind of underhanded activities. Sometimes being straightforward is the best way to get something. Apparently Kirigakure had been extremely receptive when Konoha had reached out to them years ago. Naruto himself had never been to the village, as that had been when he had diverted his own destination towards Uzushiogakure and had fought Deidara and Sasori. But the point was the groundwork had been laid down already for Naruto to attempt to finish building the relationship between the two villages. He was very young, but as the recently revealed Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the student of Jiraiya, and a Jounin-level shinobi, he should have had enough prestige to his name to warrant a meeting with the Mizukage. And if he didn't then, he could always reveal that last little secret of himself that he had yet to expose, but he still couldn't care any less about it. Maybe being the Yondaime Hokage's son would grease the wheels enough to get his foot in the door. He hadn't used his old man's fame since he found out about it, and the people that actually knew about it could be counted on two hands, and they weren't exactly going to shout it from the rooftops themselves. No one in the elemental nations was aware of this yet. Maybe it was time for a little nepotism based from his lineage for once. Politics were a bitch. Why did he want to be Hokage again? Oh yeah, because Danzo entrusted it to him, damn it. He was a fighter, not a politician. Tell him to storm a fortress, fine. Tell him to coerce information that could be construed as tightly kept with nothing more than his words and personality. He was going to have a little bit of a harder time with that one. Oh well, at least during his stay, he might be able to finish the next thing he was training on. Had he mastered it before his battle against Konan, he might have been able to finish her off and get to Jiraiya faster. Then none of this would have been necessary. If he had to abruptly leave this place, then he knew he could hunker down in Kumobukuro for a while, since the entire village owed him some serious gratitude for how he saved Yujito and beat 2 invading Akatsuki members in the process. Sai spoke up after hearing Naruto's plan of action. Right, or we can grab a high-ranking Kiri ninja, get the information from him, get Maki-san to make him think the entire interrogation was a dream, put him back where we got him, and leave. Naruto rolled his eyes. There are about 7 different problems that could start because of that, the least pressing of which being that we die and the shot of an alliance is screwed forever. Stop thinking like a Black Ops specialist and start thinking like Danzo Gigi. If I could get over to your bird without falling into the ocean, I would slap you. What do you mean, think like Danzo-sama, Naruto-senpai? Maki asked him. Naruto smiled. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. We're not going to do that. That's stupid, when we could just talk to someone and get the same information that way, minus the torture and prolonged chase across the entire country. Maybe I can sweeten the deal for them too, give them an incentive to help us a service for another. Danzo Gigi style diplomacy. The wheels in Naruto's brain were turning, trying to come up with an argument to allow Kiri to assist them. With Sasuke and Suigetsu, Orochimaru's Southern Island base, the 2 young shinobi walked through the halls of the base, a prison where many of Orochimaru's more prominent prospects for experimentation were kept. As they walked, some of the prisoners took note of the clan crest on the back of Sasuke's clothing. That Sasuke Uchiha, what's he doing here without Orochimaru? The rumor must be true. Another prisoner said excitedly, yeah. He beat Orochimaru and came to free us. A more cynical prisoner shot the man's hopes down. Get real, you idiot. There's no way Orochimaru is dead. Eventually, the 2 were stopped by a girl their age, with red eyes and red hair, one side rather short, pointy, and unkempt, the other side long, straight, and combed. She had glasses, a zip-up lavender top with the bottom unzipped to reveal her belly button, and short black shorts. She also wore long black thigh-level stockings and sandals. I knew it. She said, "You're alone, Sasuke, so it's true." Suigetsu looked between Sasuke and the girl with an annoyed expression. "Oh, so I guess I'm not here now or something. Anyway, Sasuke's got a proposition for you. Can we sit somewhere and talk? Walking all this way after so long stuck in a tank is murder on the legs, and I don't feel like standing around while you 2 talk." After she led them to her office and the 2 travelers were able to take a seat, Sasuke got right to the point. "Come with me, Karen, I need you." "What?" she said in shock. "Why do I need to go anywhere? I'm in charge of this place." Sasuke leaned back in his seat. "Orochimaru is out of the picture now. Who would you be keeping watch of this place for?" Karen frowned. "Well, what's going to happen to all of the prisoners?" Sasuke gestured his head towards Suigetsu. "Suigetsu, go free all of the prisoners." He ignored the look on Karen's face. Suigetsu stood up and walked out of the room, still acting like the boss. "Don't you dare!" Karen shouted at Suigetsu, who was at the door. However, he was ignoring her all the way. "What possible reason would you have to keep them around?" Sasuke asked her. "There's no reason to keep them around." "I still refuse," Karen said vehemently, no willing to budge on the matter at all. "Besides, it's not like I'm under any obligation to follow you around. Why would I even go?" Sasuke let out a sigh. "Fine, if you feel that strongly, then I'll go get someone else." Before he could get up to leave, Karen moved to shut the door as Suigetsu had since left the room. "I'll come," she said, her attitude doing a complete 180 from before. She took off her glasses in front of a confused, but still rather uncaring Sasuke and sat next to him, her face not too far from his. "If you really need my help, I'll go with you," Sasuke turned towards her, and this was brought on how? You changed your mind pretty quickly. I'm tired of standing guard over this place, she said rather breathily as the sounds of someone turning a locked doorknob let her know that Suigetsu was back. Knowing this, she decided to go for the kill as she leaned her body against Sasuke. Will you back off, damn it? Sasuke said as he placed an arm between them. Karen kept trying to scoot closer. Come on, we don't have to take stupid Suigetsu either. All we need is each other. Suddenly the door was slashed open, revealing Suigetsu with Kubikirabuchu. Come on Sasuke, let's go. Karen clearly doesn't want to go with us. Actually, she changed her mind. Sasuke informed him. I did not. She frantically backpedaled. I just need to go in the same direction you two are going. It's purely coincidental. Once again, her change in demeanor forced Sasuke to raise an eyebrow in wonder. Lucky us then. Suigetsu quipped as he placed the large sword of his back onto his back. I guess you'll be with us for a little while then. So that means that Jugo is the last one we need to get. Jugo? Karen repeated in surprise. You're taking him along too? He's in the North Hideout. I know where he is. Sasuke said as he finally stood up. It's time to go get him. Karen shook her head. You know that if that's where we're going to be dead the second we walk in. I've only seen it on one of Orochimaru's maps. Suigetsu said as they both began following Sasuke outside. Is it really that dangerous? Karen placed a hand on her hip. The North Hideout is no ordinary place. It was the main area for Orochimaru's experimentation. It's nothing more than a nest of horrible, unnatural monsters. Suigetsu smirked and took one of his water bottles off. Sounds like a blast to me. He said before taking a drink. It doesn't matter what we think about it anyway. Sasuke here's already decided on who he wants and how he's going to get them. We're here, aren't we? Karen shook her head again. I really don't like this. Jugo is not a normal person. None of us are normal. Sasuke commented absently. I don't care how off-balance the guy is as long as he can do his job, and I can assure you he can do his job just fine. Kirigakure no Sato, Mizuki's office, a robed figure sat at the desk in the room as a Kiri ninja knocked and entered Mizuki-sama. There are guests waiting at the main gate. A group of ninja from Konohagakure are here for what the leader called a diplomatic meeting with you of great importance. What are your orders? A diplomatic group from Konoha? A female's voice said from underneath the robes and hat as a smirk came to a pair of lips covered with dark blue lipstick. And we never even received a message from them this time. How rude. The Mizukage let out a small laugh. It doesn't matter. I'll allow them in to see me. Just send Ao and Chujuru in just in case. The Kiri ninja bowed to her before leaving the room, swiftly shutting the door behind him and leaving her alone. I wonder what this could be all about, she said to herself as she prepared for a meeting with the foreign shinobi. Chapter 42 Diplomatic Vulnerability. Naruto and his support Maki and Sai sat in a waiting room inside of what Naruto deemed as the building that the office of the Mizukage was situated. While they were all being watched like hawks by a squad of Kiri ninja, he couldn't be bothered to be offended or unnerved by that fact. They were strange foreigners who were all shinobi, and one of them was a known Jinchuriki. It would be suspicious if they weren't watched at all. Sai was simply drawing to pass the time, and Maki was simply sitting patiently with her cheeks in her hands. Maki turned her gray eyes to Naruto and decided to try and engage her captain in a conversation. So Naruto-senpai, what was it like? Having all of your skills sealed away. I couldn't imagine it, she said miserably as she thought about it. You were nothing like the senpai that worked with me after it happened. Naruto looked at his hands and flexed his fists. In the academy I was never able to focus because I had already learned all of that stuff. My brain knew that I knew all of that stuff already, it just wasn't able to access that knowledge properly, and it tuned it out. That's why it was so hard for me to learn the basic ninjutsu in the academy. Well, there was also the fact that I had too much chakra for the bunshin. He noticed her raptly listening to his every word. It isn't really a big deal, Maki-chan. Did you really miss me that much? A frown crossed her face as she turned away from him. You were the only constant I had in my life when I was a little girl, period. Even though you don't think so, I felt really close to you. I knew you better than anyone, even though you don't think you knew me. And then you were gone, and then you come back, only I can't see you let you know who I am. It felt terrible. You were the only person I knew. You didn't need me anyway. Naruto said confidently as he put a hand on her shoulder. Look at you. You turned out to be a great ninja. Even without me there, you still became awesome. It was still all you, she said bitterly. I kept training and got stronger so that by the time we became Genin, I could destroy you in the Chunin exams and see if I could bring the old senpai back. After the exams that led to the invasion, when you unsealed yourself, I kept training so that I could work with you one day after finding out how strong you were and how far ahead of me you still were, but you never came back to root, and then I learned that you couldn't return. Sai took this moment to cut in. Naruto-senpai's mission and responsibilities kept him from returning Maki-san. If he had returned, chances are he would have returned to being your partner, but you didn't get promoted to Chunin until Senpai began taking the mission to sack Orochimaru's bases. I had to meet with him in secret until recently. The door to the office opened up to reveal a man with blue hair and an eye patch over his right eye. He had earrings of talismans in each ear and wore striped brown pants and shirt with a long green robe over them. He looked over at the three teens from Konoha and motioned them over. The Mizukage is ready to see you now. Please follow me. The three young root ninja all stood and followed him inside of the office where the doors shut behind them. The man that had allowed them entrance took his place on one side of the fully robed Mizukage. On the other side of the fully concealed figure stood a boy that seemed around the age of the Konoha ninja in attendance. He had short blue hair, glasses, and headphone-looking appendages on his ears. He wore a blue striped shirt and white and black camouflaged pants with a holster across his chest, holding a bandaged sword on his back. Naruto and his entourage bowed to the Mizukage until a feminine voice spoke. Please rise, Konoha ninja. I'm honestly curious as to why you came all this way unannounced like this and to be a well-known Jinchuriki. It's quite a surprise to see Naruto Uzumaki here. The Mizukage removed the hat, actually getting the two visiting males Naruto and Sai to blink. While most people wouldn't have figured their single blinks for much to Maki, that was the equivalent of both of their jaws hitting the floor. I am Mei Terumi, the Godame Mizukage. She's hot, Naruto thought to himself, keeping his game face on and keeping his eyes from wandering lest he start an international incident before he even got to say anything. She's really hot. And she isn't pulling the Tsunade-bachan Henji either. Naruto stepped forward and bowed to her once again. It's an honor to meet you, Mizukage-sama. I have to say it's kind of strange for people to know who am I before I ever meet them. I don't know if I really like it yet. The Mizukage gave him a pleasant smile. Well, you'll have to get used to it. The stronger you get, the more famous you get. It seems as if Konoha is always producing high-caliber quality shinobi, no matter what age it is, one of peace or strife. The man that had led them into the office scoffed at that, and they send up three baby-faced brats for a diplomatic mission. I have to wonder if you three even have what it takes to follow through with any arrangement you get into with Mizukage-sama. Kami knows how flighty you kids are about things like this. Don't waste her time with some spontaneous engagement. Aome said, turning to him with a pleasant smile on her face. Shut up or I'll kill you. The man went slack-jawed and began to stammer before going silent. Okay, Naruto thought to himself, I'll believe that this is the Mizukage. I could feel that she was actually serious about that one. Turning back to the three Konoha ninja standing in front of her desk, Maid got back on topic. I'm certain that these three wouldn't be here if they weren't able to carry out whatever purpose they came here with. Now I was told that you requested an audience with me. What can I do for you? Naruto cleared his throat before finally getting down to the crux of the reason they were there. Well, Mizukage-sama, I'll just get right to the point. You know that I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Every hidden village should know by now. He got a nod from her. What do you know about the group called Akatsuki? The boy at her side spoke up that Kisame-senpai is one of the members. Just that fact alone makes them dangerous. Chujuru is right. Mei said, and then there is the rumor that Akatsuki was created in Kirigakure as well, and I am well aware of their goal of obtaining Biju for some reason. They have taken the Sanbai and the Rokubi from our nation already. Naruto nodded grimly. So they definitely have the Sanbai, the Rokubi, the Nanabai, the Gobi, and the Yanbi. Only 4 of us left now. He said as he mentally broke down the scenario before returning to the conversation. Recently, I fought the leader of Akatsuki. A man named Pain. Mei was listening with immersed interest. You fought the leader of the group? This also got the attention of the 2 men in the room slated to protect her. What happened? What can you tell me? Heaving a deep sigh as he remembered his most crushing defeat, Naruto ran a hand through his hair. He destroyed me. He absolutely took me apart and wounded Jiraiya of the Sannin in the process. He beat us both. And I know what they want all of the Biju for. He looked the Mizukage in the eye as he recited the next part. The Biju are to be used as a massive kenjutsu that will be given, sold, or whatever to a village who will use it to attack another. This will go back and forth. People who suffered the attack will fear the power that was used against them for years until the same power becomes available to them, which they'll use in retaliation due to their hatred against the ones that attacked them. And this is how the world will be forever. I don't think I have to tell you what a stupid idea that is. Mei frowned thoughtfully. It was a terrible idea. She knew firsthand due to Kiri's history that fear of power only makes people retaliate violently against the prospect of it being used. That kind of fear is what fanned the flames of the bloodline extermination times. Do you know where this person Pain is? Naruto nodded. Amegakure no Sato. But I'm not strong enough to fight him myself. Jiraiya wasn't strong enough to fight him himself. He has a strange technique and nothing but raw power and skill. I've never come face to face with anyone like him ever. I don't know of anyone that can stand against him, and the shinobi under his command are fanatical. Fighting him in aim is the same thing as fighting pretty much the whole village, and the village is a death trap. I wouldn't fight there again if I could help it. It's not suitable terrain that most of us would be used to. As she mulled over everything that Naruto had just told her, she leveled her gaze on the blonde, scar-faced shinobi. So would I be right to assume that you're lobbying for an alliance of sorts to invade Amegakure no Sato and end the Akatsuki threat, Uzumaki-kun? Naruto shook his head. No, we don't have any plans to go to war directly with Amegakure. We just have the issue with Akatsuki. If we can cut off the head, so to speak, then the organization will fall. Unless you actually want to help, I'm not going to suggest that, but we already have a loose alliance against them with Suna and Kumo. And IWA? She asked. Do you have any arrangement with them yet? No. Naruto said, frowning as he remembered the old man that had turned it down. He shot it down as soon as we brought it up after they attacked during the latest Chunin exams held in Suna. He said something like, these affairs need to be handled domestically. He wasn't open to any kind of communication past what we already had, and then we don't have any reason really as to why you join us either. You already lost yours, so unless you want revenge or anything, I don't think you'd want to get into this as well. Mei smiled at Naruto apologetically. I want to thank you for the information you gave us on Akatsuki and their leader, but you're right. A war or an alliance of this sort right now for no real gain or purpose wouldn't be in Kirigakure's best interest. I'm sorry. Naruto returned her smile with one of his own. That's okay. I didn't really expect you guys to just be willing to step into this like that, but maybe there's another way you can help me. If I'm going to be fighting Pain again when he finally decides to come for me himself, I'm going to need to be better than I am. Is there any way that you could point me towards the method that your Jinchuriki used towards getting better control? Ao sighed. That would be impossible, kid. Utakata, the last Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, fled from the village and took the secrets of how to control his Biju with him. We never found him, and apparently he's been captured because the trail had never been as cold as it currently is. A total loss on all fronts. Then Naruto said, mostly to himself, you guys don't have anything to help? Mei answered him, the only person that could possibly train a Jinchuriki in how to harness their power is another Jinchuriki. Each Biju is also different. I don't believe any kind of process we had would have been useful for you, Uzumaki-kun. Your Biju is by far the most dangerous and powerful. Compared to the Kyubi, the Sanbai and the Rokubi are remarkably docile in nature. I can only imagine what you feel when you begin to use its power. Apparently what she was saying was that each village had their own way to train their own Jinchuriki. Understandable, except for the part where he was never given any damn set way to train his control with the Kyubi. The only way he had managed to enact and gain more control was to meditate and gain a rapport of sorts with the creature stuck inside of his body. Through years of hard-nosed physical training and mental conditioning, Naruto had tempered his body and spirit to withstand the harmful effects of the Kyubi's caustic chakra cloak up to a four-tailed level, but this was apparently his glass ceiling of sorts, since he could go no further after 2 years of hard work, and nothing seemed to be able to give him the answer except for that way. The way Jiraiya told him he would have to use to get complete control. So I really am going to have to fight the Kyubi to get full control. He thought to himself grimly, I guess there's no workaround this time. Naruto shook off his bitter thoughts of how nothing he did could ever be easy and bowed to the Mizuki. Well, thank you for allowing us to speak with you, Mizuki-sama. Sorry that in the end we weren't able to get anything done. We'll be on our way at first notice. Wait a moment, Mei said as Naruto looked up from his bow. There could be something you could do that would allow us to broker an alliance with Konoha to prove that you all are trustworthy, if nothing else. I'll be sending to your village and informing them of this if you choose to accept. Naruto looked at his team and got a pair of nods from them both. I assume you all accept. If it could get them another ally against the Akatsuki, then Naruto would at the very least have to listen. A single request could ensure a powerful bond for years to come against a powerful enemy. If it's something we can do, then we'll hear you out before we decide. Wonderful. Mei said, as you are aware, our village is famous for housing the 7 most powerful swordsmen in the world. Well, the only sword we have in our possession today is the one held by Chijuru here, Hiramakerii. I'm well aware of your Team 7 taking on and defeating Zabuza Momochi years ago. Surely you know of what happened to his sword Kubakirabuchu. Naruto nodded. It should still be where we left it. We placed it to mark his gravesite. No one else but one of our team should know where it is. Do you want me to get it for you? That seemed like a simple enough task for them to do. It belonged to them anyway, and Naruto had already beaten the guy that used it once. It would take training for anyone else to use that weapon. Besides, it was to make an ally out of an entire hidden village. The brightly smiling Mizuki motioned for the boy standing next to her to come forward. That would be wonderful, and if you could take Chujuru with you to verify the weapon's authenticity. She looked up at Chujuru. Can you do that for me, please? The boy blushed brightly at her and stammered out a reply. Oh, why, yeah, of course, Mizuki-sama, you can count on me. All right, then we have a deal. Naruto said, looking at his team. We're going back to Nami no Kuni to grab Zabuza's sword for the Mizuki as a good faith gesture. He turned back towards her and extended his hand. It was nice speaking with you, Mizuki-sama. I hope this begins something great between our villages. He then lowered his hand and bowed. Oh, I'm sorry, trying to shake your hand like I'm a Kage. Mei giggled and stood up, pushing Naruto's head up with her finger. That's okay, Uzumaki-kun. It's nice to see a shinobi like you that has no problem with foreign ninja. And you didn't even bring up this village's dark past like other diplomats have. I thank you for that. It's no problem. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Now, if it'll get our villages in a better relationship, I'll get you Zabuza's old sword back. That's a promise. Elsewhere, Orochimaru's northern hidden base, just forget it. A man shouted inside of a prison behind a great iron door. I'm not going with you. The only person that could keep me under control when I had the urge to kill was Kimimaro. I'm not going anywhere without him. Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Karen stood outside of the door as the figure from within that was speaking had run inside and shut the door behind himself. Suigetsu spoke up. Kimimaro was from the Kagaya clan, right? Karen nodded. Yeah, he and Jugo were Orochimaru's favorite subjects. They stayed here as subjects for human experimentation from the day this place was built. Kimimaro was the only subject I had ever dealt with that I could work on without fear of resistance or violence. And he was so strong. I heard he was the only one that could stop Jugo's rampages without getting hurt. Yes, Suigetsu said before looking over at Sasuke. But isn't he Dash? Jugo. Sasuke said to the man behind the door. Kimimaro is dead. He died fighting for my sake 3 years ago so that I could escape from a powerful shinobi and continue on my own path. Then that means there was silence from Jugo before the iron door slowly opened and he saw Sasuke standing there staring at him. You're Sasuke Uchiha. He stood for a moment before walking outside of the cell. Jugo was a young man that towered over everyone standing there. He had spiky orange hair and wore the prison garb of the others, a plain gray shirt and pants. You said that Kimimaro died fighting against someone for you. Who was this person? Outside of the base, Sasuke had the 3 people he had amassed systematically standing in a line in front of him. Getting all 3 of you here completes the first part of my plan. It's time I actually explained what I've gathered you all for. I'm going to kill Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki, and I want you all to help. Suigetsu raised his hand. I don't want to stop you while you're on a roll, but I totally knew it. Ignoring her, Sasuke turned to the female of the group. Karen, you said that you had other business to attend to. So what are you going to do? Well, now that you mention it, it's nothing urgent. Karen said, pushing her fingers together shyly. I can deal with it at any time. Cut the bullshit and be honest for once. Suigetsu said before smirking at her. Say something more along the lines of, I want to be at Sasuke's side forever and ever. Something like that. Karen defensively snapped at him while adjusting her glasses. That's not it at all. Why would you even suggest something like that? Because I'm right. The young swordsman said, continuing to tease the girl. Look at you, you're so flustered you just want to rip my mouth off to keep me from talking right now, don't you? I know the truth anyway. A long time ago you did something to Sasuke Dash. He was cut off when a punch from Karen destroyed his head. Sasuke shook his head. Suigetsu, stop messing with Karen. I told you cooperate with everyone. Suigetsu chuckled as his head reformed from its watery state to normal. My bad. Sorry, Karen, but for the record, I plan on sticking close to Sasuke here. One of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Kisame Hashigaki is with Itachi, and I plan on taking his sword for myself too. The red-haired girl shook her head. All you're doing is gathering swords? That's so lame. Suigetsu glared over at her, but held his tongue before turning to the largest member of the team. So Jugo, now that you're free, what are you going to do now? Jugo reflected for a moment before talking. Kimimaro said Sasuke's existence was like his own being reborn. Kimimaro sacrificed his life in battle to protect him. I need to see for myself how strong of a shinobi he is for myself, and I need to confront the person strong enough to take Kimimaro down. Well, then it's settled. Sasuke said, getting things all centered together. From now on we all move as one, and from now on our group will be known as Hibi. This team only has one purpose: we're to search for Itachi Uchiha, and we will find him by any means necessary. Nami no Kuni, Zabuza's gravesite, Naruto stood still as a statue with his squad, and Chujuru with him staring at the groove in the ground that used to house Zabuza's blade. I know exactly where it is, he said coldly. Only 3 other people besides him knew of this place, without a shadow of a doubt, and 2 of them were in Konoha. Neither of them would come all the way out there to take the sword, even if they were able to leave. Where? Chujuru asked him. He had followed them all this way, and Naruto seemed to believe that they would just grab it here, and he could return it to the Mizukage no sweat. From the way Naruto just spoke, it was clear that this wasn't what he had expected, and he wasn't happy about the surprise whatsoever. Naruto touched the tattoo on his arm. I got some news from my dear sweet helper Hamiko the other day while we were on the ship coming here. Orochimaru is dead. That got a gasp from Maki and a look of surprise from Sai. Apparently Sasuke killed him and freed some prisoners on an island not far from here. That's what Erosin spies told him, and he told Hamiko-chan. He was here and he took the sword. Sai moved forward and took a good look at the pair of graves. So what do we do now, Naruto-senpai? Naruto frowned. I made a promise, and I can't just leave the Mizukage waiting like this. That's bad politics to set a treaty and an alliance to. Naruto shook his head. Okay, we're making a detour. I know exactly what he's going to do, and I'm going to go kick his ass and get the sword back. Sai raised an eyebrow at his leader's seemingly gung-ho attitude towards getting this done. He could see his point, though. He had made a promise to deliver something to the leader of a powerful nation. This was actually a very precarious situation. Sai now had to start respecting Danzo's ability to make politics seem so effortless now. Naruto hadn't done a bad job at all. It was just that now he was backed into a corner because of a circumstance beyond his control, and that was why he was angry. This was supposed to be simple. Sasuke Uchiha beat Orochimaru by himself, Maki said to herself, as if she was trying to comprehend the information. Senpai, you're going to go after him after knowing that he could defeat a powerful shinobi like Orochimaru alone? Naruto looked at Maki and smiled at her. It wasn't that she didn't believe in him. It was common knowledge that Orochimaru was a bad man. Jiraiya even believed to the day of his injury that if he and Orochimaru fought, the end result could only have been them killing one another at best for him. But due to the hellish mission that left him sealed 7 years ago, Naruto knew more about Orochimaru's weaknesses than any man alive, a weakness he had shared in the past with those he felt needed to know. Anko Tenzo, when he was on the mission to attack Orochimaru's bases, Jiraiya and Tayuya, so that she could get a laugh out of it, he didn't beat the Orochimaru that got famous throughout years of war and beating the greatest shinobi of his era, Maki-chan. Sasuke beat Orochimaru when he was sick and dying. He needed to switch bodies or he would have been dead very soon, and apparently he was weak enough that Sasuke could put him down without much effort. I could have beaten Orochimaru like that just as easily, and he couldn't take my body either. The Kyuubi would have happily seen to that. A look of understanding came across the raven-haired female's face. So the Uchiha isn't overwhelmingly strong, he's just lucky, or he's very good at picking his spots. Either or. Naruto said, but he has to be strong too even to pull that much off, since he was able to just waltz on out of there afterwards. He looked towards Chujuru. I know it's a pain, but if you could return to the Mizukage and tell her we don't have the sword, but we're going to get it very soon. I promised I'd bring her back one of your village's swords, and I plan on doing that. Chujuru gave Naruto a reassuring smile. I will. And I'm sure she'll understand. The Mizukage is a very kind person. The swords are national treasures of Kirigakure. If you can return even one, I'm sure she'll be ecstatic to set a treaty with Konoha. Naruto nodded. Tell her to send a message to my Hokage to tell her what's going on, and I'll send a message to my helper to do the same. I don't need to keep moving under the radar anymore. As a matter of fact, if Akatsuki can find me, that would be all the better. Now it would keep me from having to look. Look for what? Sai asked. The person Sasuke's looking for. Naruto said as he started walking away from the gravesite. Sasuke's real target is coincidentally someone that's going to be looking for me once he realizes I'm out and away from Konoha with no real guard, since the knowledge of you two is sparse. Itachi Uchiha and his partner Kisame Hashigaki. Chujuru looked at Naruto with slight fear in his eyes. You're going to intentionally look for Kisame-senpai? You do know how strong he is, don't you? Yeah. Naruto said before he tried to calm the Kiri ninja down, but we're not looking to pick a fight with them, we're going to wait until Sasuke finds them, and then I'm going to take Kubakiributsu and maybe Kisame's sword too afterwards. Besides, you know how important the Sharingan is. We can't just leave Sasuke to roam Itachi either. If it comes down to it, we'll have to take them both out. Sai and Maki nodded before locking eyes and agreeing on the same thought. We need to send a message to Danzo-sama as well about this. Naruto sighed and shifted the sword on his back as he looked over the two ninja on his team. Are you two ready for this? Sorry, I didn't really want to drag you into any Akatsuki business like this. Sai gave Naruto a smile that actually seemed genuine. Naruto-senpai, anything involving you until you feel you can return to Konoha is our business. Anything that you feel is appropriate is our job to assist you with. Naruto's eyes locked with Maki, who blushed lightly at being looked at so intently by her senior. What Sai-senpai said. Anything that you think we should do will be with you all the way. I won't back down on supporting you so soon after finding you again. She said with the utmost sincerity, I've been working all this time so that you don't have to carry me the way you did when we were kids. I'm not going to let you down. She blinked when she found Naruto's hand atop her head. Good. Naruto said to the most junior member of the team, I know you won't. Now let's go work this out. One Uchiha or another, we're going to have to find and fight one of them. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower, he's going to what? The yell that echoed through the Hokage Tower was shared by both Tsunade and Sakura, who had been there working in the office with her sensei that day. Tsunade slammed her hands on the desk. Ugh, damn it, Brett. I think now would be the appropriate time to send Jiraiya out to get him if he wasn't still working through his injuries. If Jiraiya found himself catching up to Naruto while the boy had actually found Itachi, Uchiha, or Sasuke and his team, Jiraiya would be hard-pressed to defend himself against them at the moment. He was still getting one-handed seals down for his jutsu. Sakura had a rather hopeful look on her face after hearing the news from Hamiko. Naruto's going to look for Sasuke-kun? Hamiko nodded. Sasuke or Itachi. Whichever one he believes it will be easier to locate. He says that it doesn't matter if anyone can find him now, but he said that if anyone plans on searching for him, make sure that they can take care of themselves. He said he doesn't feel like being a hero and getting himself killed over someone meant to protect him. Sakura looked over from the girl that had deemed herself as Naruto's servant to Tsunade. Tsunade, sure, I have to go. If Naruto can find Sasuke-kun, then this is a chance to bring him back, isn't it? Tsunade didn't answer. She just looked over at Hamiko, who was using her tattoo to speak with Naruto through their code. He says he's very, very confident that he can find either one of them. And if he can get Itachi, it would only be a matter of time before Sasuke came for his brother if he didn't get Sasuke first. And he's doing this because? Tsunade asked the white-haired girl, is this an opportunity that he sees, or is it because of something else? Hamiko smiled wryly at the Hokage. Honestly, it's more of a three birds with one stone kind of thing for if he plays his cards right. She walked over to the Hokage's side. Naruto-sama is an opportunist. He's an opportunist that takes advantage of the tiniest opening that the world gives him, and he attacks it with enough crushing force to make it work for him. Sakura frowned as she tried to put together what Hamiko was talking about. I'm not sure I follow you. A small laugh came from Hamiko as she thought of a way to explain things. Okay, Naruto-sama can't come back to Konoha because he believes that if he is here, the village will be attacked sooner or later. While he's been gone, he's been trying to find a way to get better control of the Kyuubi. He's been trying to strengthen and set up new alliances for Konoha, and now he's going after two of the most important Nugenin in Konoha, as well as attempting to obtain one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist's swords to solidify a relationship with Kiri. And you know he's been training too. Tsunade's eyes widened as she remembered hearing reports about how Naruto had taken to training, and she had also experienced how he trained firsthand in Suna. A smirk came to her face. So tell me if there's been any significant improvement since the last time we've heard from him. Hamiko began to walk out of the room and stopped at the door. He says that it's done. It's been done since before he fought Pain. It just damages his arm too much to use. I need to tell this to Jiraiya-sama as well now. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Sakura-san. And Naruto-sama says hello, Tsunade-bachan. She said with a giggle as she saw Tsunade. As Hamiko then left the office in a poised and elegant fashion, Sakura turned to Tsunade. So what do we do now, Tsunade? Sure. Are we going to go find Naruto now? Tsunade thought about it for a moment before coming to a decision on the matter. She had been uneasy about allowing Naruto to roam from the start, but now that he was about to stir up a hornet's nest of attention, it was best that there were allies somewhere around him when it all started going down. Get me Kakashi. He's not going with Jiraiya, but tell him he's going to need to get a team together that should be ready to move quickly once he gives Hamiko his general location, and tell him what it's for. And make sure to assert the fact that you're going with him no matter what, Sakura. She said with a smile. Kakashi won't be that hard to convince if you're adamant about it. Sakura returned the smile to the female Hokage. Yes, sure, show. She said before eagerly setting out to find the old sensei of the now fractured Team 7. Undisclosed location, inside of a cave. Deidara stood up shaking himself out after the sealing of yet another Biju that had been captured by Akatsuki. So let's see. What's next? Should I go after that Kyuubi Jinchuriki brat that I owe a receipt to, or should I go after that Sasuke Uchiha kid for taking away my shot at Orochimaru? A man wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange spiral mask stood up and chimed in at that point. Why would you want to go after the guy that beat you down so bad last time and killed my predecessor Deidara-senpai? He seems like he would be scary strong. He didn't beat me down badly, Toby. Deidara said with a slight growl in his voice, and it's because he beat Sasori no Dana that I want to fight him and the guy that was with him, the artist. He shouldn't be too difficult to find. After his failed little mission against Leader Sama, we know a few places where he isn't. Southern area of Hai no Kuni. After being flown from Nami no Kuni by Sai and departing from Chijuru to allow the young man to send word to the Mizukage about the current plan of action, Naruto, Sai, and Maki found themselves in a small safe house hidden in a deeply forested area of a rather remote part of the country in the dark of night. So Maki started as the small fire in the single room in the center of the house kept the trio warm and moderately comfortable. Do you think we'll be able to find one group or the other easily enough? Sai nodded yes. When we were in Nami no Kuni, we were able to get news that Sasuke Uchiha and a companion were sighted heading south towards the coast. Then we heard from some prisoners that had been freed from Orochimaru's southern island base that he had gone north. We need to start heading towards the center of the country. Naruto looked over at the deeply pale-skinned root operative across the fire. Why do you say that, Sai? Naruto asked, honestly wanting to know why Sai felt this way. Wouldn't he want to go further away from the village he left than hang around it? Sai smiled and wagged his finger at the commander of the squad. It may not be my specific specialty, but I'm better at tracking than both of you, and the thing about tracking is to know your target. Itachi Uchiha was slated to be the one sent after you for the same reason that Sasuke will stay around this country for the time being. Especially if he's looking for Itachi. The Uchiha clan had a number of hideouts and strongholds in Hai no Kuni. A smirk came to Naruto's face. So he'll stay here since there are so many places for him to base his search off of. Maki looked between the two who seemed to be on the same page. Naruto-senpai, what do you know about Sasuke Uchiha? I only know what everyone knows from when he was in the academy, which is nothing relevant. Naruto took on a thoughtful pose as he tried to explain his view on who Sasuke was. Well, he's angry. I don't really blame him after what happened to his clan. But he's got a lot of darkness in him, more than all of us, I would say. As of now, I'd say he still has morals, and he is still redeemable. That's why I didn't shoot down Sakura's dreams of bringing him back after he left, but his mind isn't right, and the second that things break down around him, he'll go off the deep end. Naruto then muttered lowly with an angry look on his face, and he'll take a good chunk of the world with him. At first I wanted to kill him because if Orochimaru got his body we would all be screwed, but now I might be able to drag him home alive. I will still kill him though if I have to. Those eyes of his are too dangerous to be left to roam. Maki and Sai nodded in agreement. The Sharingan was the single most dangerous eye-based Kekkei Genkai in all of the ninja world. Everyone knew it, there was no need to deny it. Everyone was aware of the simple fact that the Sharingan could turn a mediocre shinobi into a high-level force. Danzo had drilled them endlessly on the Sharingan after Itachi Uchiha went rogue. It was required learning for all of Root. Raising her hand, Maki spoke softly to the others. Well then, I think I'll be next to useless against either Sasuke or Itachi. My strongest suit is Genjutsu, and nothing I have is really that good to go up against the Sharingan, especially Itachi's Tsukuyami. That's okay. Naruto said I'll be fighting whichever Uchiha we come up against myself. I need you two to be able to neutralize either Itachi or Sasuke's escort. He then heaved a deep sigh. I am going to hate fighting either of them, but I can't make you two do it. Maki moved over to Naruto with a worried look on her face. Senpai, you aren't the best at Genjutsu, and the Sharingan is kind of going to be you coming face to face with your Achilles heel, so to speak. Yeah, Naruto said with a humorless smile. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to work that one out yet. But I know I can beat Sasuke or Itachi. I've beaten Sasuke before, and I've only gotten stronger, and I'm not nearly as weak as I was when I last met Itachi. Don't you worry about me, Maki-chan. I've got a few new aces for them. Even though we've been moving all over, I never stopped training. Don't you underestimate the power of those wicked eyes, boy. The Kyuubi warned Naruto suddenly, if you're going to fight the older brother, even the younger one, you do not activate my power, do you understand? You're going to be stingy at a time like this? Naruto questioned his demonic tenant. I know you're pissed about the fight with Pain and Aim, but I'm about to possibly go toe-to-toe with one of the stories that Danzo told me when I was a kid to try to scare me shitless, Itachi Uchiha, and you're telling me that you're not going to help Dash? Shut up, boy. The Kyuubi snapped back in return, getting Naruto to visibly cringe, alarming his teammates. You will shut up and you will listen to me. If you fight the elder Uchiha and use my chakra, you will be more susceptible to falling under their influence. I have been remiss to tell you this in the past, but I have been under the control of those with that wretched aunt before Madara Uchiha, the patriarch of the clan in your village. Naruto listened to the short explanation of Kyuubi's past with Madara Uchiha and his battle against the Shodaime Hokage, which led to his sealing inside of Naruto's ancestor Mito Uzumaki. He finally addressed his team after hearing everything, and the Kyuubi went silent. Apparently, I'm screwed against Sharingan-based Genjutsu because of the Kyuubi. I can't use its chakra and make eye contact, or I'm as good as done even against Sasuke. It looks like I need to find a workaround, and until then? Sai asked. We can't just stay here for too long. If we're to hunt after the Uchiha, then we need to move soon. Nothing's changed, you guys. Naruto said, assuaging Sai's fears to losing a trail. We're still going after them. We still have to. I just have to come up with something on the fly to fight them. And I can't use the Kyuubi, but then I wasn't really planning on that anyway. He then narrowed his eyes, and now my crack team of Kagebunshin sentries have an intruder. All drawing their respective swords, the team left the house to engage whoever it was that was trespassing. Once they were outside, they kept their eyes on the darkened wilderness as Sai tried to get some more information. Who is it, senpai? I don't know. Naruto responded. Whoever it is, they're taking my Kagebunshin down before they can be identified, but the trail they're moving in is coming this way. Naruto stepped forward, his heirloom sword at the ready to fight. Whoever you are, you can either leave now or we'll just put you down here. Naruto-kun, is that any way to greet someone you haven't seen in so long? A hooded Kabuto emerged from the shadows, moving towards Naruto and his group. I thought we were friends. Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto said, not relinquishing his stance in case of aggression. I should probably kill you to mop up any last dregs of leadership to Orochimaru's forces here, and now it would save me the trouble of hunting you later or having Anko do it, but you're here for a reason. What do you want? Kabuto smirked at Naruto through his hood. To help you out. You're searching for Sasuke Uchiha. I want Sasuke Uchiha dead. He destroyed Orochimaru-sama, the only person that I've ever respected completely in this world of ours. And I should shake his hand for that reason. Naruto said, interrupting Kabuto. You're really not convincing me to stay my blade, Kabuto. Get to the reason you're here already. You can't beat Sasuke-kun, Kabuto said, laughing slightly, getting Maki to bristle at how he was trying to belittle Naruto like this. No matter how good you are, Sasuke-kun can match anything you're capable of, and of course he has the Sharingan. You know you can't beat him, and yet I hear you're going after him and Itachi. Death wish, maybe? That should be what I'm asking you. Naruto said carefully, you know that I'm here and you came here anyway. I don't know how you found me, I don't know how you found out what I'm after, and I don't know how you think insulting me and trying to get into my head is going to end well for you, but if this is the only reason you're here, I might as well make your trip worth someone's while and kill you. I didn't come to fight you, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said as he slowly walked forward. I came here to offer you the same thing that Orochimaru offered your first benefactor so many years ago. Danzo Shimura's greatest treasure and power. Of course, this was before he attempted to betray us by sending you into our base afterwards. Do you know what I'm talking about? Not really surprising, Naruto thought to himself as he kept his eyes firmly on Kabuto. Danzo Gigi always was a pretty underhanded dealer and had reputations over his backdoor agreements with others, and Orochimaru was our enemy. Of course, he sent me in after getting whatever he wanted from him. I probably destroyed whatever he got when I ran away from Odo. He then spoke up, not really, but why make a deal with me when you know I can just kill you here? Do you really think that anything you have can keep me from wanting to extract my pound of flesh from you, spy? You don't have enough leverage in the world to get me to grant you any kind of amnesty. Kabuto chuckled slightly. I know that. You know everything about Akatsuki, I know, and everything about Oda Gekiru's forces have been splintered and fractured upon Orochimaru-sama's death. All you have to do about them is cut off the loose ends. I'm not going back to them, however, there's no more reason. I've simply come to give you something I've kept since Orochimaru's run-in with Danzo 8 years ago, and probably the real reason he sent you in to infiltrate. Kabuto reached into his cloak and pulled something out. The shock and surprise on the faces of all three rude teens couldn't have been covered up. How? Naruto said in disbelief. How could you dash? Why did you dash? If Orochimaru had this, then why did he dash? In Kabuto's hand was a jar containing a preserved Sharingan. Kabuto set the jar on the ground, surprised. I see. This is something left over from the surgery I did on Danzo years ago. I never showed this to Orochimaru-sama. If he had known of this, he would have tried to implant it into his body. The risks were too great for me to do so, but he wouldn't have cared, which is why I kept it from him and why he pursued Sasuke-kun so intently. But that risk wouldn't have as great of an effect on you, Naruto, if it would affect you at all. Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered someone else rather close to him with a Sharingan and realized what Kabuto was talking about. Are you telling me that you want me to dash? I didn't tell you anything, Naruto-kun. Kabuto said as if he had won a game of wits or something of the sort. I merely made a suggestion to you. It's up to you what you do with this. I'm simply providing the goods. I can't tell the recipient what to do once the goods are in their possession. Just make sure that Sasuke-kun suffers if you see him, and thank you. Naruto found a reason to look up from the Sharingan on the ground as he watched Kabuto slink away into the shadow of the trees. You're thanking me? For what? Kabuto's voice was still clear as day as he stopped just short of completely shrouding his body in the dark. Because watching the way you found your own place in the world has inspired me, Naruto-kun. The Jinchuriki, the former pawn of Root, the former dead last idiot. And here you are now in control of your own destiny and on the fast track to the top of the shinobi world. You and me aren't so different. We both just wanted to know who we were, what we were meant to do in this life, and I've finally found out what I'm to do. He pulled his head down. I'm going to surpass Orochimaru-sama, and I'm starting by integrating his remains into my body. Maki flinched as she saw the left side of Kabuto's face and his left arm. The arm was white and scaly, and his left eye resembled Orochimaru's. How? Why would you do something like that to yourself? I couldn't imagine. Kabuto laughed at her question. Orochimaru-sama was a living symbol of reincarnation, and now he lives on inside of me as a reminder of who I must surpass. Another laugh came from him as he looked at his own new features. Still, I can feel the remains trying to take over my body even as we speak. He then slipped back into the darkness. I'm counting on you, Naruto-kun. Consider this a gesture of good faith between two representatives of the future. In a matter of seconds, Kabuto's presence was gone, and the attention of all three remaining ninja went back to the jar on the ground. Naruto walked forward and picked it up. Danzo GG, and I need to have another talk about a lot of things. A lot of things. He pulled out a sealing scroll and opened it, setting it on the open scroll to seal it up for storage and safety until then. Naruto-senpai, Maki said, keeping him from putting the Sharingan eye away. I can examine the eye for you to see if anything is wrong with it. I'm very skilled medically. In fact, she started sounding nervous as she continued to talk. If you want me to, I can implant the eye for you. She said lowly, you should think about it if nothing else. It could give you just what you need as an edge against either of the Uchiha brothers, and with the sheer amount of raw chakra that you have, there wouldn't be any non-Uchiha blooded user that could do the things you could with training. Even without training. Is she right? Naruto thought to himself. A Sharingan. Danzo GG has won apparently. The Kyuubi said that the Sharingan was able to enact control over it. There are so many reasons why I should do it. Plus the fact that I actually can get away with it. No one in Konoha has seen my injuries from fighting pain. I'll keep it covered just like Kakashi-sensei does. But is it the right thing to do? Sai moved towards Naruto, who had been as still as a statue since Maki spoke to him about implanting the eye, and put a hand on his shoulder, getting Naruto to look at him instead of down at the eye on the sealing scroll. Naruto-senpai, are you okay? Naruto's eyes panned from Sai to down at the Sharingan eye as he finally sealed it in the scroll, rolled it up, and placed it in his pocket. Everyone get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very busy day. It's time to get moving soon, he said as he went back inside of the house, only stopping to make more Kage Bunshin to replace the sentries that had been dispelled prior to meeting Kabuto. Sai watched his back as he retreated inside. Maki did as well with a worried look on her face. She turned towards Sai. Did I say something wrong? Is he angry at me, Sai-senpai? I just thought that it would help. If he had the Sharingan, he would be so powerful. He knows that too. Yes, he does. Sai nodded as he walked towards the door. And he's not mad at you. He knows how good he would be with the Sharingan, but there are moral reasons along with all kinds of other reasons as to why he's hesitant. Maki-san. Just give him some time. The ideas in his head are swimming right now along with everything else he's dealing with at the moment. Eventually, too much is too much for anyone. He needs time to rest and think. The two underling root shinobi went inside and saw Naruto sitting against the far wall just staring into space. Sai went off to prepare his sleeping arrangements for the night and Maki walked over to Naruto, plopping down next to him closely. She just sat quietly next to him as he kept looking off away at nothing. Maki eventually turned towards him and began to speak. "You know, you were my hero when I just started en route. I was an orphan like you, and you were so strong I could never match anything you did. You were the best of our age, even a ton of the adults were wary of you. At first I didn't understand why Danzo-sama made me your partner, and I kind of resented you for it. And when you would try to talk to me I thought you were trying to be condescending. That's why I never said anything more than I had to." Naruto snorted in amusement, but kept quiet as he still remained with his eyes staring ahead at nothing in particular. Maki took his silence as a sign to continue. "But I did wind up caring for you. How could I not? You ended up saving me and getting hurt so many times because I couldn't fight. When we went with all of the others and took out the Prajna group you got so hurt." She put a hand on his arm. "I looked at the scars on your body when I patched you up after we got you out of aim. Most of them are because of me, because I was weak. But the point is you were always right, and everything you ever told me to do as my senpai and as a ninja ended up being for the best and the right thing to do." Naruto turned his head towards her. "This is kind of different, Maki-chan. I'm thinking of taking out my own eye and replacing it with the eye of a dead man from a near-extinct clan solely for the ability to win one fight. This is pretty huge, and there's no right answer here. Either way, bad things are going to happen, and I'm trying to think of whether or not it's worth it. The point is I know that whatever you decide to do is going to be the right thing for you, us, and everyone in Konoha." She smiled at him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato." Naruto let off a small laugh. "And just what did I do to make you believe in me so much, Maki-chan?" Maki pulled her knees to her chest. "You don't have the time to hear all of my reasons, senpai." Naruto gestured for her to continue speaking. "Well, go ahead and try me. We've got all night. I'm not going to sleep with all of this stuff on my brain. Maybe you can calm me down?" "Come on," he said to her considerately. "I'm pretty sure I could use the company right now." Chapter 43. The Man Who Would Be King. Naruto, age 7, in the rather dark underground bunker of the Konoha-based root hideout, the training of a young operative could be seen taking place. Though it was a very subtle practice, it was still clear from the sweat dripping down the boy's face that he was hard at work. "Come on," Naruto thought to himself as he stared intensely at the leaf in his hand. "Just split the leaf. It can't be as hard as Danzo-jiji made it sound. He isn't going to teach you any more wine jutsu until you can do this." Naruto kept focusing on the leaf as hard as he possibly could. "Thinner, sharper, separate your chakra into two and grind them together." He then felt eyes on his from across the room and noticed that his masked partner Maki had stopped training with hand seal speed to stare at him working on his elemental training. "Focus kit," Kyubi rumbled in his mind. It had been around a year since Naruto had first met with the Kyubi, and while the fox was rather ornery and ill-tempered more often than not, he surmised that things could have been worse. Danzo wanted him to establish a rapport of sorts with the demon before he could actively begin trying to train with the chakra, and in order to establish a relationship of sorts, Naruto went ahead and came to a series of compromises with the massive being. One was that it would be aware of Naruto's surroundings and could actively communicate with him, which it did from time to time. "So your partner wants to watch you train? Who cares? You are working on a rather high-level task at the moment. It must seem rather impressive." "Yeah, right," Naruto said mentally as he tried to get back to cutting the leaf in his hand with his chakra. "I would agree with you if Maki ever said more than one sentence to me a day. Does the guy really hate me that much?" "I hate you that much," Kyubi said to him in a helpful tone. "You hate everyone that much?" Naruto replied dryly. "If I have to hear how you would eat Minato Namikaze and shove those Sealed Kunai of his up his ass again, I swear I'm going to mute you. I'm busy." "I suppose you have a point," Kyubi replied with a heavy sigh. "After all, I don't want my container to be so weak that taking over his body would be child's play, no pun intended." The Kyubi whipped its tails around inside of its destroyed Konoha mindscape. "I expect a challenge out of you when the time comes." "Whatever," Naruto thought to the beast inside of him. "Danzo-jiji gave me this exercise to complete. It's been 3 months since he told me to do it. I will finish it even if I black out trying." He then returned his focus to his work at hand. "Come on, grind the chakra together, sharper, thinner," gasped Naruto. Turned around when he heard Maki gasp. Looking back at his leaf, he saw what had prompted that uncharacteristic outburst. He had actually cut it the way he had been trying to for months prior to this. A smile came to the boy's face that he quickly rid himself of as he picked up another leaf and proved that it wasn't a fluke by cutting that one as well and again, each time faster than the last. After repeating the process 12 times, he finally turned to Maki, who turned away from him and continued working on Hanseal's Maki. Naruto said, not getting a response at first. Maki. He said louder this time, finally getting the plain masked shinobi to turn around. I'm going to go tell Danzo-jiji that I finished the exercise he gave me. Do you want to spar with swords when we get back? You need to get more melee training anyway. Maki simply stared at him from behind the white mask before looking away slightly and nodding. Naruto rolled his eyes. I wish you weren't so weird that you won't talk to me, Maki. It gets boring in here with no one to talk to. We're too old for emotional conditioning anyway, so they can't do anything to us anyway. He moved closer and tried to look through Maki's mask's eye holes. They didn't break you like everybody else, did they? Maki didn't give him a reply. Fine, he said in defeat as he left the room. Time to get back to work. I'll be back in a minute and then we can fight. Maki simply watched his back as he left before turning to the pile of leaves he had been working with. Picking one up, Maki tried to recreate what Naruto did, only succeeding in pushing plain chakra through it. Why are you so strong, senpai? You make the rest of us look so weak. End flashback. Naruto still sitting against the wall of their safe house with Maki looked at her strangely. That's it. That's why you believe in me so much, because I split a leaf when I was 7? No, Naruto-senpai. Maki said rather irritably before settling down. It's because you were always the best. You were always 10 steps ahead of every single one of us, and it never seemed like you could fail at anything. And even when you did, you always got up and did it anyway, as if you were trying to stick it to the world or something. Naruto looked at Maki before sighing. I felt that way because of how people treated me, Maki-chan. Maki tilted her head in confusion. I lived outside of the hideouts and bases, Maki. I had to keep up appearances around Konoha so that the Sandaime wouldn't know what I was doing. Well, I had to interact with people too, and I learned really quickly that no one believed in me. He looked at his hands before clenching them into fists. I could beat the shit out of a genin when I was 6. I was going on missions that they wouldn't see for a year at least when I was 6, but no one thought anything of me. To them I was a nuisance, a waste of space. They thought I was a nobody and I couldn't show them that I wasn't. So why did you work so hard? Maki wondered. She had been asking herself that for years. Because there was one person who believed in me. Naruto said Danzo-jiji believed in me. And I know that I was just a pawn to him, just a piece in the overall game that was keeping Konoha safe and strong, but he never sugarcoated it and tried to manipulate me. All I wanted was for someone to know that I was a good ninja, and he knew that I was by the time that I was sealed. That was why I fought Maki-chan, because he believed in me enough to train me enough to give me the ninjutsu that I still use today, enough to put me in charge of you even though we were both just kids. I understand, Maki said, grabbing a hold of his hand. That's kind of why I worked so hard too. She said with a smile, I wanted you to believe in me the way I believed in you. I wanted to be of use to you. You were the only person I knew, senpai. And I didn't want to be as much of a burden as I was when I was assigned to be your partner. I almost got you killed so many times. You were 6 years old and my trainee. He reasoned to her while thinking to himself about something he had never questioned back when it happened. Why the hell did Danzo give me a damn trainee that was my age when we were both kids? Were his forces that depleted? You were 7 and the most dangerous of our generation by far. No one else even came close at the time. She replied, I couldn't even beat a regular genin when I was 6, but when you left for that year, I had never trained so hard before in my life. I was going to challenge you to a spar when you came back and surprise you, and then we could have been friends the way I always wanted to be once I knew that I was close to your level. She let out a small laugh. Honestly, you scared me when we were kids, senpai. How the fuck did I scare you? Naruto asked her incredulously. I didn't scare anybody, not even the people I was meant to kill. Maki said, and then you killed them and it didn't matter what they thought of you anymore. Do I need to bring up the textbook clusterfuck that we both know as simply Kuminari no Kuni again as reference? She said as she started to explain a lone noble's manor on the top of an isolated mountain. You go in alone to retrieve a Kumo Hijitsu scroll and reparations that were part of an ongoing operation to take monetary compensation that Konoha wasn't given for the Hyuga incident. You get caught by the lord of the manor himself and you fight your way out through over 50 armed samurai and leave not a single one of them alive. She gave him a deadpan look with her cloudy gray eyes. I watched you do it firsthand through binoculars, but I still saw it all. It was scary. You were a very scary person, Naruto-senpai. Were? Naruto asked, raising his scarred eyebrow. When you left, I missed you more than I was scared of you. Maki said softly before narrowing her eyes, and then when I first saw you again, I don't think I was ever so angry in my entire life. I saw red. All I wanted to do was beat the hell out of you. The only reason I didn't was because I was enrolled in the academy under Danzo-sama's influence and backing, and if I had gotten in trouble it would have reflected on him and I would have been punished. Flashback, Naruto, age 8, Irika stood at the front of the classroom going over a lecture on the board, and that's the principle behind the ranking system in the hidden villages. Some villages may have special squads and whatnot, but every ninja is labeled with these rankings. He looked around to find that everyone in the class was paying rapt attention and writing down notes on what he had written and had been saying, with the exception of one sleeping little blonde boy. With a tick mark formed on his head, Irika broke off a small piece of chalk in his hand. Maki, sitting not far at all from Naruto, 1 row back and 4 seats down, clenched her fists under the desk as she watched Irika toss the chalk up and down in his hand. You aren't going to let him do this, are you, senpai? Wake up. Catch it. Let him know you're not really sleeping. For Kami's sake, throw something at him. When he throws it at you, do something. Wake up, Naruto. Irika yelled as he let fly with the chalk, bouncing it off of the forehead of the sleeping whiskered boy. Naruto's head snapped up as he looked around in a confused manner. Welcome back, glad you could join us. Now could you please tell me what you'll be ranked in the ninja system after you graduate the academy? Naruto grinned widely and spoke up loudly. Hokage, of course. I'm going right to the top, Irika-sensei. What else would I be? The exuberant little boy was confused at the snickers and whispers of the other children around him. What? I will be. You have to be a genin first, Naruto. Irika said, shaking his head at the boy honestly. This stuff is important. Please stay awake in class. I'm teaching you all of these things for a reason. Naruto tilted his head. What? I don't get it, Irika-sensei. How can any of this help us when it's time to kick ass? Watch your mouth. The Chunin teacher warned him, and being a ninja isn't just about kicking ass. There's a time and a place for that, and the rest of the time you need to use your head. How are you going to be any kind of ninja if you don't even know how the ranks work? Maki couldn't even stomach looking at Naruto. Whatever had happened to him after his last mission had really messed him up. Danzo wasn't saying anything, and he was the only one that could have possibly known. Still, she was told not to approach him. All she knew was that this wasn't her Naruto-senpai. He wouldn't have played at being this stupid on his worst day. He would have caught that chalk in his hand without even lifting his head. And he damn sure wouldn't have sounded so stupid trying to answer a question that both of them learned the answer to on the first day of their training. But there was nothing she could do. The most she was allowed to do was to observe him, and if this is what Naruto had become, then she was certain that she wouldn't even do that unless she was actually forced to. Maki didn't pay attention to the rest of Irika's lecture. She knew all of that anyway. She simply spent the rest of class glaring at Naruto and wishing that he would just come to her after class and say he was joking and he was playing a part of some sort. He never did. And it continued along the same vein for the next 4 years. End flashback. Naruto frowned at having the memories of his academy years drudged up. If his 7-year-old self had met his 8-year-old self, he would have kicked his own ass into gear. It was embarrassing and still pissed him off to this day. He could only imagine how Maki felt. The only person she knew, someone she basically looked up to for years, turned into a remedial wreck, and there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even try to help him, even if she could stomach being around that shadow of himself because of orders. Looking at his face every single day and watching him do nothing but screw up again and again must have been akin to laughing in her face for 4 years straight. She was conditioned damnably good if she could take that for as long as she did. And that's when you definitely weren't scared of me anymore? Naruto asked, getting a nod out of Maki. I guess you wouldn't have been. You could have killed that version of me with one hand tied behind your back. I thought about stabbing you with a pencil about 3 times a month. She said, getting a strange look out of Naruto. What? You and I both know that no one would have caught me if I did it. And I didn't say I'd have killed you, just stabbed you. Because that's so much better. Naruto said sarcastically, getting a pout out of Maki, putting a smile back on his face. Well, that's over. As much as I'd love to admit that none of that ever happened, it did, and I've had to live it down ever since. I had to beat 8 of my classmates' asses back to back, along with 2 more experienced genin, to get people to start taking me seriously. Maki giggled. I saw that too. You were angry that day, Naruto-senpai. Have an axe to grind, did you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Honestly, that's when I believed that you were back, and as strange as it sounds, when you finished beating them all, I couldn't get the smile off of my face for the rest of the day. My genin squad didn't understand why, and they thought I was weird, but then again, I never bothered to explain. I couldn't. And that's when I truly started believing in you. Then? That sounded strange to Naruto. All I did was fight. How did that make you believe in me? Because you actually came back. Maki explained to him I thought you were gone and that the Naruto Uzumaki that was there through the academy was going to be there for life. And then you just popped back in and didn't miss a beat. You actually seemed ridiculously stronger than you were when you left, and I figured if you could return from having every aspect of your personality, skills, and overall memory forcefully sealed away, then there wasn't anything that could stop you, if you wanted something done. She lay her head on his shoulder and allowed herself to close her eyes happily when he didn't push her off or complain. Naruto just smiled at the younger girl and set his head on hers as he decided to drift off to sleep along with her. Maybe you're right, Maki-chan. I'm not sure which choice is the right one, or even if there is a right and wrong in this case. There never really is. As a ninja, everything we do is a shade of gray. What may be good to one person could be downright demonic to another elsewhere. I just have to trust my gut on this one and hope that it's not the wrong choice for me, you, and all of us. Laughs. And if you believe in me that much, then I can't let my sweet little Kohai down by being a flake now, can I? Later that night, Naruto's mindscape, Naruto entered to a rather familiar scene, the Kyuubi lying down in the middle of a completely eradicated Konoha. Every single time he came inside of his mindscape and saw this, it only inspired him to get stronger. There was no way he was going to allow this to happen to his village for real. If the Kyuubi knew how much seeing this actually encouraged him, it would probably stop doing it. But when Naruto was actually in front of him trying to speak, it never seemed to pick up on how Naruto was trying to keep himself from becoming angry at the sight of the ruined village. After seeing it a few hundred times over the course of his life, Naruto had come to develop a rather black humor over the subject, but all he wanted to do was shove a futon Rasengan right down the Kyuubi's throat, each time he had to watch it eradicate a sector of the village with one of its powerful Imari attacks. As Naruto neared the beast, it stopped in its destruction to tower over Naruto. The two simply locked eyes for the longest time, not saying a single word. The Kyuubi honestly had more respect for Naruto than any other human it had ever come across. None of its previous Jinchuriki had taken to the process and the responsibility the way Naruto had. He didn't bother trying to be something he wasn't. Normal. He didn't bother trying to hold the power at bay and simply hold it inside. No, he intended to use it as an advantage over his enemies instead of looking at it as a curse. This was the purest incarnation of a shinobi that it had ever been forced to be around, though he would never tell Naruto this to his face. The Kyuubi sat down on its haunches, laying its head down on the ground to get itself as close to eye level as it possibly could. Naruto finally spoke up to the demon that made him look like nothing more than an insect in comparison. I'm guessing that you already know why I'm here. Before I make a final decision, I just want to hear what you have to say. Say what you will about how you want to devour me, but you've always been my closest confidant. You've always been my closest ally. You helped keep me from breaking when I was en route. The Kyuubi bared its teeth in a rather chilling smirk that would have unnerved any other shinobi and paralyzed them with fear. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, boy. I needed you to keep me alive, and fighting your will to survive would have been the same as fighting against myself. Besides, no host of mine would ever possibly be allowed to be the mindless drone of another. The amused look then dropped from the creature's face. Yes, I know why you are here. I have to say I'm surprised you came to me. I fully expected you to simply take the eye and then come in here with intent to yoke me into submission. Naruto chuckled humorlessly. Come on now. Do you really think that me with a Sharingan would make that much of a difference with my Genjutsu, that I could just flat out beat you with it? I wake Maki up and could put that eye in right now, and tomorrow morning when I woke up I would still be laughable at it. Just when I think I have this puny human child all figured out, the Kyuubi thought to itself as it looked at its diminutive host. You obviously know what I want to say. I want you to crush that eye and do a primitive war dance on it, or better yet, I would love for you to find one of the last remaining Uchiha and force feed it to them personally, but we both know that even if you didn't take the eye you wouldn't simply destroy it. Naruto gave it a nod, agreeing with its statement. The Kyuubi growled lowly in thought as to what it wanted to say about the topic at hand. I want an honest answer from you. Naruto said firmly, eyes reflecting nothing but the pure seriousness that his voice conveyed. None of your goddamn mind game shit, no more ducking my questions and blowing me off. If you never answer anything else I ever asked you until the day we kick the shit out of each other for full control over the other, you're going to answer this question right now. He could feel the ill intent just flickering off of the Kyuubi like heat from a flame, but to hell with that. At the moment it could be as angry and pissy as it wanted to be after they were done. As a matter of me defeating the enemies after Migari, Yugi-chan, and Karabi. As a matter of me defending Konoha the way I swore I would to Danzojiji when I took his last mission to me. Do you think I should take the Sharingan for myself? No. It said, plainly looking away from Naruto in a bored manner. Now leave. Don't give me that bullshit. Naruto snapped at the Kyuubi defiantly as a crack of thunder and lightning signified Naruto's mood and mental state. The wind began to pick up as well, representing his two elements. This isn't about you and me. This isn't even about you and the Uchiha clan that you seem to have a gripe with. Pretend that we didn't have to fight. Pretend that you only knew me in passing and knew what I was up against and what I had to deal with in my miserable battlefield life. I want you to fucking tell me in your honest opinion, and I really want you to think as hard as your fuzzy-wuzzy cutesy-watsy head can. If you were me, is it a good idea for me to have the Sharingan? Yes or no? It should have just turned around and slapped him with its tails. It wouldn't have done a single thing to him, but still it might have worked in theory. It should have told him to get the fuck out again. It should have started a fight right then and there and tried to forcibly influence him the way it hadn't tried to in almost 10 years. But the Kyuubi did none of these things. It simply stared at Naruto for the longest time, taking all that Naruto had said and truly taking the time to answer his question. I can't answer that question for you, Ninjan. It is your choice in the end. If you really are to be Hokage the way you intend to be, then you need to be able to answer these questions on your own, because the decisions for you will only grow harder and harder in the future if you survive that long. Naruto nodded and turned to leave the mindscape when he heard the Kyuubi speak again. When you and I fight, no Sharingan. No matter what you decide in the end. This is my only request to you. Naruto didn't even bother turning back around as he kept walking away and fading out of the mindscape. I'll think about it, he said offhandedly, not hinting one way or the other on the matter. Kyuubi smirked again as Naruto disappeared from his mind. Damn brat. The next day, gates of Konohagakure no Sato, Kakashi stood ready to leave on his mission at the gate with Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade there to see the squad off. Jiraiya walked up to his fellow white-haired male and set his only existing hand on his shoulder before speaking in a still rather gravelly voice. It's still going to be a little while before I'm ready to do anything like train the Gaki. I've only been rehabbing for around a few weeks. Just make sure that you keep him safe when you find him, okay? Kakashi nodded. You've got it, Jiraiya-sama. Hey, if anything, I'm certain he'll probably find us somehow when he's in the most trouble. Don't worry about it. If he told you all of these things, then he's not hiding anymore. He shouldn't be that hard to find now. Tsunade stepped forward next. Good luck, Kakashi. Keep Sakura safe and make sure she doesn't try anything stupid on this mission. Kami knows that if Naruto really is searching for an Uchiha, he'll probably end up running into one or the other somehow. I don't want her losing her head over this, she said, sneaking a glance at the pink-haired medic who looked ready for anything. Nodding again to his leader, Kakashi turned to his squad. All right, everyone. There are reasons I picked all of you for this mission, but now's not the time to dwell on that. The squad he selected of Niji Kiba, with Akamaru, Tayuya, Sakura, and Shikamaru stared at him, all each with their own determination for the mission. The primary mission is to find Naruto Uzumaki. The secondary mission is to assist him in whatever matter currently has his attention at the moment. He is not an enemy, however. Be prepared for combat against anyone he has deemed his target to be. There is also a very good chance that we will be facing off against Akatsuki on this mission. You've all been informed about who these people are, and any further questions can be answered by Naruto himself once he is found. Any questions? He got a unanimous shake of heads in the negative from everyone right then. Let's go find ourselves a blonde kid, he said before rushing off in a blur to be followed by everyone else. Tsunade looked down the road where they had set out before turning to Jiraiya. You know that foreboding feeling I had before you and Naruto went off to Amagakure? She asked him, getting Jiraiya to look at her curiously. I think I'm getting it again. I didn't know you were clairvoyant, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya said with a grin, getting a glare out of the large-chested blonde woman. It'll be fine. Even if you have that feeling, he's still going to make it back. Since that sense of yours only seems to work on men you care and about, and look at me, I made it back just fine, and the brat is tougher than me. The kid might wind up a little banged up, but when is he not getting put in the hospital for something? Shizune picked up Tonton from the ground and held the small pig tight to her chest. I really hope that you're right and Tsunade-sama is wrong about this, Jiraiya-sama. We all do, Shizune, Jiraiya said before turning around to head back inside of the village. With Team Kakashi, Tayuya looked around to all of the people she had been dispatched on this mission with before choosing to speak up to Kakashi. So, can I ask you why you decided to pick all of us for this mission? Not that I care about it too fucking much, but I'm a new Tokubetsu Jounin, so why would you want me? Tayuya still wore her black hat with bandages on the sides, but her clothing itself was now different. She wore a tight mesh bodysuit like Anko, only hers had long sleeves and went all the way down her legs to her black sandals. Over that she wore a sleeveless tan top that was cut to show her cleavage and short to show her stomach and a light purple skirt. You all have your roles on this squad, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he turned around and looked at her. For example, you have genjutsu expertise that the others don't have, which will be important if we come across the Sharingan and in case we find anyone with the whereabouts of either Naruto, Sasuke, or Itachi and they don't feel too forthcoming with the information, you can persuade them. I hear that you're Enko's favorite pet project at the ANBU torture and interrogation department. Crazy bitch, Tayuya muttered rather miserably. I had to kickstart learning a jutsu that I didn't know just so I could keep her the fuck away from me. Training my ass, that was pure torture. Kakashi smiled at her and continued his explanation. Sakura is our medic, of course, and being that she has been on a team with both Naruto and Sasuke, she has personal stake in this. She knows them better than anyone else. He stopped when he heard Tayuya scoff and smirk. Well, she knows them better than most people. He gestured towards Kiba. Kiba is our tracker, and he has a personal stake in this as well. Naruto is his friend, and Sasuke escaped from their squad when he left Konoha. Same for Niji, except he will be our eyes and basic sensor. Shikamaru has personal stake in this as well, and in case of combat his battle plans will be second to none and invaluable to us. Understood, Tayuya said, now figuring how this all tied together. So where is Uzumaki? Kakashi answered her question brightly. We have no earthly idea. Tayuya almost tripped and fell at the cavalier tone of how Kakashi had said that all we know is that he's in High no Kuni. But we know that no matter where he is, he's going to be causing some fireworks soon. He said he was done hiding, which means he's going to start something soon. Once we catch wind of him, he won't be too difficult to locate. Kiba chuckled slightly. I'm not too sure about that actually. The guy can hide from us inside of Konoha if he really wants to hide. Now he has the entire country as his playground. Niji shook his head. He can hide from you because you're afraid to go into the forest of death. Shut up, Kiba said, turning his gaze away from the others as Akamaru let out a few canine snickers of amusement. But yeah, even when he goes in there, he made me try to look for him in there once. Akamaru and I looked for almost 12 hours. All we found were tons of his clones all over the place, and then he turned up at that Ichiraku ramen stand he's at all the time. It's maddening when you want to find the guy. He's never around. This might be tough. Shikamaru took that moment to add his own input to the situation. What do we do if we come across Sasuke first? That's simple, Kakashi said as he pulled out Sasuke's old Heidi 8 that had been scratched out when he left to go to Orochimaru. We defeat him ourselves and save Naruto the trouble, since that's one of the reasons he's still in High no Kuni to begin with. Tayuya looked and noticed the look on Sakura's face. You'd better be focused on this, Pinky. I'd really like this to be the last time I have to deal with the Uchiha prick. The last time wasn't very delightful, if you would fucking recall the beatdown that Uzumaki put on me. Sakura looked over at her fellow kunoichi's scrutinizing gaze and gave a firm nod. I'm ready for whatever happens. I've been training for this for years. With Naruto and company, with the new day ahead of them, Naruto once again led his team north into High no Kuni in search of Sasuke or Itachi. The next town we reach, we need to start searching around for intel. I'll drop some clones here, have them hinge, and we'll keep going. We'll have a dragnet of sorts over the region by the end of the day. I will leave behind some of my ink creatures as well, Naruto-senpai. Sai said helpfully to the blonde leader. They can help your Kage Bunshin with gathering information and speed up the process. Good idea, Naruto said, acknowledging how helpful that could be to narrowing down a general area faster. Make some, and I'll make some clones, and then we can take to the air and look from up there. After both shinobi had made their amount of scouting, entities, Sai formed a pair of large ink birds, and once again the trio flew above the forests of High no Kuni. Maki held on to Naruto from behind as Sai flew next to their bird on his own, leading the two of them along. What are we looking for exactly, Naruto-senpai? Naruto grinned back at her as he sat down firmly on the bird and allowed Sai to steer them both with his own. Well, we're looking for a lot of things, in particular Maki-chan. Kubikirabuchu is a very specific sword. People will know if they've seen it. Akatsuki attire is very specific. People will also know if they've seen it. And then Kisame Hashigaki himself is very specific. He's blue and has those gill markings on his face. If someone saw him, they'd damn sure remember where it was. Sai spoke up from where he was flying nearby. It's all a matter of how secluded they're trying to be while traveling. Finding Sasuke Uchiha should be far easier than finding Itachi Uchiha by comparison, though. Itachi would be used to concealing his movements and moving under the radar. I wish we had an Inuzuka, though. Naruto said regretfully, if Kiba were here we'd be making great time on this. Better than we would be right now. Maki sighed into his back. It can't be helped, Naruto-senpai. Danzo-sama doesn't even have an Inuzuka to work with en route, so unless you headed back to Konoha and asked for one you couldn't get one. Speaking of Konoha, Naruto had a thought. Wait, how am I going to explain you guys away when we go home? Sai, I might be able to, but Maki-chan, I don't think I'll be able to. Roots officially disbanded. I don't know. Maki said, but we can't say anything about Danzo-sama anyway to someone not cleared to know anything. She stuck out her tongue and revealed a seal near the back of it taking the shape of 3 solid lines and 2 broken lines. Sai-senpai has one too. Naruto snapped his fingers as he remembered the seal. Oh yeah, Danzo-gg tried to put that thing on me 3 different times, but I just broke it each time. I was enough of a pawn at the time. Me having that seal didn't benefit me at all. Kyuubi's chakra overpowered it when I wanted it gone. Naruto-senpai really is strong. Maki thought to herself, so what are we going to do now? I'm going to search the ground. Naruto said, getting Maki to let go of her grip around his waist before he stood up on the bird. Sai, you're in charge of Maki. When you find anything and can't find me, just head back to the first village we came to before and wait for me or look for me. Naruto then jumped off of the bird and fell towards the trees below. Naruto-senpai. Maki and Sai both looked as their leader fell to the ground below. Before Sai could direct his birds to go catch him, Naruto yelled out a jutsu. Futon Kaze Wakiakaru, wind release, wind burst. Naruto's body was upright as he seemingly stopped for a second in the air from an air bubble that formed under one of his feet before falling again and repeating the process until he safely fell through the canopy. I'll see you guys soon. Maki stared at the area in the forest that he fell to with a twitch to her eye. I'm going to put a horrible falling genjutsu on him once he gets back. He just did that to get a reaction out of us. Sai said as he had by now gotten over Naruto's attempt at rather dark humor. Naruto-senpai believes that scaring his friends like that is funny. He tried to explain the concept of scaring his friends to me once, but I don't think I understood it right because he beat me up after I booby-trapped his apartment. That had to have been somewhat alarming, right? Maki turned and gave Sai a dry look. Sai-senpai, Danzo-sama really should have put you on a Genin squad after Shinsen passed away. She let out a sigh. Don't worry. If Naruto-senpai is trying to teach you social things, then I guess I'll have to help as well. My future boss can't be socially inept or we'd all be dead. She then saw Sai giving her his strange smile. That smile is going to have to be the first thing to go. As soon as Naruto fell through the canopy of the trees, he took off in a dead sprint through the ground level of the forest. All 3 of them shouldn't be in the air for something like this, and since he had the best stamina, he was the one best suited for taking the ground route. The memories of a dispelled clone informed him that he needed to head northwest, and head northwest he did. One of Sai's smaller, faster birds was already en route to find its creator and Maki to inform them as well. Thusly, Naruto just had to head to the town indicated in the direction. At the edge of the forest, Naruto came to a stop at a massive gorge spanning an entire mile across. My ass, I have to cross this now. He shouted angrily at nature for sticking a damn gorge in his way. Fuck it. Naruto said before charging down the sheer cliff face. How dare a natural formation get in the way of him trying to get to where he was going? It was times like this that he was really jealous of guys like Sai that could fly. At the bottom of the gorge lay a very wide river, almost the entire span of the ravine. Running across it and beginning his ascent up the other side, there was no one there except for him and the few birds he could see flying in the distance. He ignored them until the sound of wings flapping grew abnormally close to him, and that was when he was able to notice the plain white color of the avian animals that were coming right at him. Son of a dash. Katsu. The birds hit the wall that Naruto had been attached to at full speed and exploded on contact in fiery blasts. Chunks of the cliff wall fell to the ground with Naruto among them. Deidara flew above the crash site on a large clay bird with Toby riding as well. You found one, yeah. And you got him, Deidara-senpai. Be quiet, Toby. Deidara said, adjusting the scope on his left eye with a battle-hungry smile on his face. He's not dead. I can't kill him anyway, but I can blow off a few limbs. He'll survive it. No, that wasn't nearly enough to put the Kyuubi kid down. He's way better than that. His smile grew larger as he saw the rocks at the bottom of the gorge shift about, revealing Naruto to his view once more. You see? Naruto cast the last of the rocks off of his body and stood back up with a growl. Looking up in the air, he saw Deidara and some weird guy in a mask with an orange spiral on it. Fine. I guess I can kill one more of you before looking for Sasuke. Thin out the numbers, so to speak. Toby pointed down at Naruto. Deidara-senpai, he looks mad. Such a scary face. You should be relatively afraid of him, Toby. Deidara said this guy beat Haiden, killed Kakuzu and Sasori no Dana. He even fought Leader Sama and got away in one piece. He really is quite a spectacular Jinchuriki. Very powerful. I know from personal experience he's incredibly dangerous. Naruto stood at the ready as his brain worked out his current situation as quickly as it could. Okay, he's flying again. First order of business is to shoot that damn bird down for me to even have a fight chance of hitting him directly. I can handle that, but that other guy, I don't know the first thing about him. He could be even stronger than Deidara is. Deidara had the mouths in the palms of his hands eat more clay and form more bird sculptures. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Let's catch up on. I'll start off with C1 so you can remember the fear you felt at my art back in Yuzushiogakure. The birds flew off at Naruto and grew in size, preparing for their suicide bombing attempts to take him out. Last time I didn't have the tools I needed to fight you, but this time I do. Naruto said as he began running along the rocky area and atop the river in the gorge. I don't need to cut you down with my sword alone anymore. I have actual ranged ninjutsu that I can use now. He thought to himself as he reached into his supply pouch and pulled out a single shuriken, throwing it at the birds as he made 5 hand seals rapidly. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The aerial weaponry turned from 1 to over a dozen and cut through the clay birds, clipping their wings and bringing them down into the water where they detonated prematurely. Deidara watched Naruto dispatch his feeling out explosives easily. It looks like someone's learned some new tricks since the last time we had it out on. He looked at his mysterious partner Toby. Get off the bird. This one is mine. You might get in the way if the fight gets as out of hand as I'm expecting. Go keep watch on the perimeter and make sure no one else interferes with the capture of the QB Jinchuriki. Are you sure Deidara sent Dash? Toby tried to ask, unsure of Deidara's order. Just listen to me and leave before I explode some clay on you instead of him on. Deidara snapped at him. This brat and I have a bone to pick. He remembers how he ran and hid in fear of my art the last time around. Naruto pulled out even more long-range weapons and took aim at Deidara as he saw the other one jump from his bird to the top of the gorge, leaving the battlefield altogether. The young blonde shinobi was simply waiting for the opportune moment to make his next move on the dangerous noob. Be patient. Deidara isn't stupid and fighting from a distance is his specialty. I still need to close the distance to put a hurt on him, but I can at least hold my own from here. He thought analytically as he removed the plain white mask from his waist and placed it securely over his face. Strange mask on, Deidara commented as he watched Naruto cover his scarred face with the rather plain piece of porcelain. Pretty weird seeing something like that on a guy like you. What does it mean? Umbu? Fully decked out in nostalgic root gear, Naruto scoffed and slowly drew the Senenki no Kin from its sheath on his back as he spoke lowly. You wish it meant just ANBU. Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Tsunade sat at her desk going through her daily busy work as per usual. She barely had it in her to go out and train for her designated period of time, so she decided that she might as well get Shizune off of her back for the time being by catching up with everything that required her attention. A knock on the door alerted her and seemed to be a welcome reprieve from the monotony of her day. You may enter. That was until she saw who it was that had decided to pay her a visit. Danzo. The bandaged old man shut the door before he walked around her office, taking in the sights of the place where each Hokage had done their jobs dutifully even to this day. I hope now isn't a bad time for a small conversation, Tsunade Heim. If it is, then I could always try to come back later. No, now is as good a time as any. Tsunade said, going straight into business mode for this. She knew of Danzo's reputation prior to the Sandaime Hokage's death. Quiet. Always in the background, but his presence could never be missed. Nowadays she couldn't possibly comprehend where that line of thought had come from. These days it seemed more like Danzo was just waiting for something. He had made no noise whatsoever, he had refrained from vehemently opposing any of her policies, and he had been tremendously quiet about Naruto despite the past between them that she was well aware of at this point. Very well. He said, taking a seat in the chair provided for guests in front of Tsunade's desk. This is about Naruto. Again? Tsunade thought to herself as she nodded and gestured for him to continue. I see. What is it you would like to talk about? Danzo let silence settle over the room for a moment before speaking. You are well aware of my past relationship with Naruto. In his childhood, I was his first benefactor, and I am the one that gave him the base of his shinobi skills that he still makes use of to this day. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Yes, I'm fully aware of your attempts to turn Naruto into a drone just like the rest of Root. You did go ahead and disband them like you were ordered to all those years ago, right? She asked knowingly. She may have never verbally acknowledged it to the boy himself, but after Naruto realized exactly how far back his family roots went, she eagerly claimed him as her own family, distant though he may have been. After that bit of truth came out, she was rather defensive over the fact that he had been en route. She had heard hearsay of just how the group operated, and she was amazed that Naruto wound up as well balanced as he was to go with the power he had at his disposal. Danzo frowned visibly and shook his head. I never once lied to the boy. I told him exactly what he was in for before we ever began training, and he never backed down. He took part of his own free will. He was never my pawn. I would dare say he was the greatest recruit I could have ever asked for. But if he stayed then, he wouldn't have been as useful to Konoha as he is now. What do you mean? Tsunade said to the wily old man, keeping her mental sensors ready for anything off about what he was saying. Danzo tapped the bottom of his cane on the ground before speaking once more. He not only has the strength and skill as a shinobi, he's also a Jinchuriki. This naturally makes him a more powerful shinobi than those that are his equal. You must be aware of the proficiency of the Kazekage Sabaka no Gaara. I believe that Naruto is more powerful at this time, and he is only getting better and better. Not only that, but he has the support of many important nations. Yuki no Kuni and Nami no Kuni places he was seen as a hero. Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and now possibly Kirigakure, hidden villages that Naruto single-handedly set up friendly rapports with. It was the truth. Naruto, despite only being 16 years of age, was by far one of the most influential shinobi that Konoha had to offer, and his strength was respected throughout the ninja world as news of his victories over Kakuzu, Haiden Sasori, and all of the other enemies he had managed to defeat had been spread throughout the continent. The boy had his own bingo book page to himself at this point, in copies distributed in multiple hidden villages. Not acknowledging how important Naruto was to Konoha and its financial and political relationships at large would have been foolish of Tsunade. Of course she knew these things. They were contributing factors that led to his promotion to Jounin, and he had thoroughly earned it. Everyone that was aware of these things at large knew it, and no one that had thought of him as a nuisance before could possibly justify keeping him back any longer. Thus she gleefully stamped his promotion through. Danzo continued making his point. He has your support, Jiraiya's support, the support of many of the most powerful ninja in the village in many high-ranking positions, and he has the entire future generation of shinobi utterly enamored with his strength. I'm aware of the young Konohamaru telling his friends in the academy stories that Naruto told him of his own battles and missions. They see him as a hero, and even the boy's own generation's most talented shinobi all consider themselves friends and allies of his. Tsunade again nodded. I see where you're coming from with all of this, but I don't know where you're going yet. The man smirked. You can't hold the seat forever, Tsunade. Eventually you will have to hand over the hat, and I'm sure that you know just as well as I do who would make the best choice for a successor. Naruto. She figured he would say. Why else would he have led her here with his conversation points? She had to say she couldn't see any problems with that. He had ANBU experience, and Tenzo said that he showed the chops for an actual ANBU position after his mission with him. Also, Danzo wouldn't be endorsing him on this if he didn't see Naruto as the real deal. His mission completion rate was impeccable. Since his promotion to Chunin, he had been Tsunade's go-to guy that wasn't named Kakashi Hatake. All of the lower C and B rank missions that she needed to find a quick fix to stick someone in, she gave to Naruto, and he always worked them out. The kid seemed to be untouchable no matter who was paired with him, no matter if he was the squad leader or not. Even on higher level missions he never flinched, and he hadn't actually failed a mission in 3 years since being sent as backup to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha on that ill-fated clusterfuck. With a little more seasoning she could see herself grooming him to take over for her by the time he was 21 or so. Exactly. Danzo said, I see the strength in that boy to do what is needed for our village, and that's why I'm here to tell you myself that I give my full support 100% to Naruto Uzumaki in the future case of his eventual bid for the position of Rokudan, or Shidame Hokage, whichever happens for him first. Tsunade blinked in confusion. You're actually supporting someone that isn't yourself towards becoming Hokage? Now she was suspicious. What kind of game are you playing, Danzo? Danzo shook his head as he stood up. No game at all, Tsunade-heim. He said, plainly turning to leave the office. Is it that strange for a teacher to believe in their finest student and wish to support them? Not at all. Tsunade said. It was strange to consider Naruto as Danzo's student, but it was the truth, and she knew it. He trained him first before anyone else ever did. Danzo turned back at the door right before reaching for the door. No matter what occurs in the boy's career or life, no matter how far you and Jiraiya try to distance him from me and try to pretend that it never happened, the fact will never truly change. He was mine first. I taught him how to survive. I made him a splendid shinobi that you yourself even take pride in knowing, and he's growing into a man that you believe can protect this village the way a Hokage should. He has earned your trust through blood spilled for you and yours. He has worked his way up from the very bottom. I did this. I instilled his base values as a ninja in him. So whenever you think of me as some rogue element that you can't trust, remember one thing. And what would that one thing be? She asked him rather tensely. I didn't do this for me. He said coolly, and I never did this for Root. I looked at that little 4-year-old boy that wanted to be acknowledged as someone great, and I did what I could to fulfill that destiny of his, because he will be greater than all of us Tsunade Heim. I did this so that the future of Konoha was secured well in advance before anyone was even thinking about the future ninja of our village. I'd like to think that I managed to succeed on that front. What do you think? With that he grabbed a hold of the door handle and let himself out. Good day Tsunade Heim. As Danzo left and shut the door behind him, Tsunade put a rather good-spirited smile of defeat on her face. Yeah, Danzo, I'd wager that you succeeded as well. For what it's worth, I really can't imagine him being this reliable and powerful without training with you, she said to no one in the empty room before resigning to return to her work. The day couldn't just end because of a conversation after all.